What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be. Fucking with the niggas and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. He is. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother on here. Peanut, what's the word, man, brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love you. Tell Sutek. Tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
it ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
No, he like
y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all.
Own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
Lips move, but you don't hear nothing. Right? They be talking a mile a minute. Going on and on and on. Pyramids in the Cuban waters. 10,000-year-old floods. They just go on and on. They just be like they throwing up sign language and gang signs. And you don't understand none of it. If you do understand what the hell they saying, you need to seek medical help. You need to go see a psychiatrist. For real. Something's really intellectually fucked up in your head. How everybody doing this evening? It's your boy Sean P in the place to be. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we live. You can see the title. It's a smoke session. I don't smoke. But where there's smoke, there's fire, and I am fire. So, we're going to do a little bit of dealing with the Three Stooges. Because intellectually, they all got issues. They don't agree on anything but one thing. The one thing that they agree on is the commonality of confusion. Excuse me. The Three Stooges only agree on one thing, and that's the commonality of ignorance. So, what I mean by that? Great question. They only agree to confuse the hell out of people. Mostly women. Because it's easier to sell them the shit and then bring the men in. See, the hustle is just like the church. If you get, and none of these dudes are really good speakers or anything like that. They're not, they're not like, what's the dude named the pedophile? Polite. They ain't like them. I was about to say Jabari. Divine. Right? They not like those guys. And y'all know I ain't tripping. They're not. The Three Stooges are nothing like them. So what you do is you go after the women. You sprinkle so much sexiness or so much sauce on that bit that by the time the women get to it, it sounds so good and mesmerizing to their ears, they latch on to that. What I mean by that? Well, the majority of women in our community are working mothers, whether they're in a relationship or not. They're working mothers who don't have the time of day that males have. Some males, especially in this community, because a lot of them are hustling people off YouTube, running up their cash apps and Zelling and all of that. Or, you know, some of us are still maintaining and doing the things that we do, or some even work. Whatever the case may be. Some kind of weird reason, men are more dedicated to this than the women. So a woman ain't got all the time to learn proper research methodology or cross-reference X, Y, and Z because they helping with homework. They just got off work. They gotta cook. They ain't got no time to themselves. They gotta create what they gotta deal with whatever little situation, wash, fold clothes, get themselves together, whatever they gotta do all of that. And in doing all of that, they ain't got time for doing the work that it takes to substantiate certain things. So if it sounds really good to them, it attracts them. You don't believe me? Go to church on Sunday. You ain't been to church in a while. Go to church on Sunday, sit in the back, and don't come at the first 30 minutes or whatever the case may be. You know, when the preacher getting ready to preach, that's when you want to be there. Cause soon he hit that pulpit, soon he get up there, pop his collar, survey the field, tell y'all what he finna read from, crack open that book, swip them pages, and start reading and start preaching and start trying to teach out that book. Watch the body language, and that's pseudo, but just watch how the women receive from that man up there preaching. Just watch it. The Three Stooges are just like that. They don't talk like Polite and Jabari and Divine. No, they don't. But they are just like that. They'll create they'll say some real slick to make you doubt something, and then they got you because you're gonna be like, you know what? That could be true. And once you get to the point of that could be true with them, then you're reeled in. You're reeled in. You're reeled in. Then once you had enough of that, they galvanize you with that ignorance. You trapped. What up, Turtle Gang? It's just a fact. It is what it is. I can't make this up. So the women just don't have that time. That's why the super black woke woman who left the church, been listening to Polite, been listening to SETI, been listening to all them personalities in the community. They are drawn to the bullshit. They're more anti-science and anti-historical fact than the Abos, the super woke folk. 9 ether, the little spiral in your head, that's the 9, 5th dimension, astral project to Egypt and come back, all that type shit. Like Ben said on his story the other day, black folk want to be everything, but black folk want to practice everything, but when it comes to your spiritual system, you'll rather run to the Indians than to your own. He on all that, and he right. But I don't know where we get this from. Yeah, body language is pseudo. You didn't know that? I can posture and give you all kind of gestures. That doesn't, you can't answer, you know what I mean? You can't derive anything from that, scientifically speaking. So before we get started, I just wanted to let you know, set the stage. And I believe that, I know that our women in our community just don't have the time. So when they hear some slick shit, it attracts them. And you attract the women, you got the men. I'm gonna say it again. If you attract the women, you got the men. You got them. It's a fact. Because what the men gonna do? Chase the women. When they see a female sharing something that they might have an interest in, or that might, you know what I mean, that can spark a conversation, they're gonna get right to that. That's gonna lead to a conversation, potentially, or you being cool in the chat that might lead off the chat, whatever the case may be. And it's easier to sell. Once you start sowing seeds of doubt in something, it's easy to sell. That's why a lot don't care who tell it. The stage sound sexist. I don't give a fuck. You can say it's sexist or not. It's a fact. Men play on women. That's a fact. In this community, I've seen enough men play on women, and it be the dumbest, craziest. Just play on women. That's not sexist. It's a fact. I don't care if you listen or don't listen. You comment in the chat talking about something sexist. I'm really showing you how men play on women. On woman's ignorance. I done sit here and gave credence to how busy mothers are in this community, and then you gonna sit here and say I'm sounding sexist. How much time do you have to really get into this stuff? Everybody ain't you. Look at this dumbass in the chat talking about the pilot. Man, you don't get the hell on with that. Ain't nothing to debate. So I'm gonna deal with the Three Stooges because I do understand that these Three Stooges are pretty much the biggest detriment in the community. I don't care about the minions, the offspring of these Three Stooges, because that's irrelevant here. They don't hold any credence or weight in this conversation. And we've given them too much of our time. And that's just a fact. We've given them way too much. Way too much. Look at here. There we go. So I see we got V Note in the house. What's up, V Note? You good this evening or you mad? So I'm gonna deal with the Three Stooges, but I'm not gonna deal with it how you want to deal with it. I'm gonna deal with it because people like V Note. The Three Stooges is people who inspire V Note. You got to think about it. We're just now being introduced to V Note. We didn't know him 3-4 months ago. We didn't know him 8 months ago. We didn't know him a year ago. But why has he felt inspired to create a YouTube channel to build his pseudoisms? Is beyond me. But why did he do that? Because of the people that are the offsprings of the Three Stooges. Sister Safa, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Mo, what up, Mo? Doctor, my bad. Dr. Mo. Hey, Dr. Mo. Nah, you ain't missed nothing. We just getting started. I just been on a little soliloquy. So I'm glad that everybody's in the building. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we live. But I want to kind of open up the discussion here, and that's pretty much what I had to say. So I want to set the stage real quick, and then I want to get into the bill. But in order for me to do that, I needed to get that off. So I want to come to one of my favorite books. Jennifer Rav's book. Hold on. This is the book called Origins. All right, y'all gave him good. Cool. Watch this. Many Europeans were shocked when they first realized that Native Americans were not Chinese or South Asian Indians, but instead a people not described in the Bible. This is for the minion in the chat. Europeans were also curious about who had built the spectacular earthworks that were then thickly concentrated throughout the eastern reaches of the continent, testimony to a dense population. But there was a general refusal to believe that Native Americans could have made the earthworks, despite several written first-hand descriptions of Native people engineering and using them, as well as recorded accounts of Native Americans themselves stating that their ancestors had constructed them. Instead, Europeans fabricated elaborate mythologies to explain their presence. Most of these stories feature some version of a lost race, fables of an advanced people who were wiped out by contemporary Native Americans. The bones and artifacts found within the mounds that colonizers demolished for farming were to them clearly the remains of this lost race. Most people in here didn't even know what them mounds represented. Let's continue. Europeans were less unified on the exact identity of these mysterious mound builders, noting the resemblance of a great platform mound at Cahokia to similar structures in Mexico, many believe that the mound builders were Toltecs, who were, of course, themselves indigenous. Alternatively, because of the geometric earthworks found in Ohio vaguely resemble early Neolithic barriers in Western Europe, they were connected to ancient peoples from that region. Or perhaps the mound builders were more recent, sailors led by the Welsh prince Madoc, or descendants of Irish sailors led by the monk Saint Brendan. Still, others argue that the mounds were built by the Phoenicians or Chinese sailors, by Romans or survivors of the lost continent of Atlantis. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which was formed in the 19th century, believed the ancestors of Native Americans to be the descendants of the Lamanites, who, according to the Book of Mormon, had wiped out of the good-faring Nephites and were cursed with a skin of blackness as punishment. In 1901, an elder of German Baptist Brethren Church, Edmund Landing West, suggested that Ohio, and more precisely, Serpent Mound, was actually the location of Eden as described in the Bible. Mound builder theorists of the 18th and 19th centuries emphatically agreed that the mounds were not built by the ancestors of the Native Americans that had encountered. This convenient theory allowed the settlers to believe that the Indians were latecomers to the Americas and therefore had no legitimate right to the lands that Europeans wanted for themselves. Some pushed the idea further with the circular logic of the colonizer by suggesting that the lost race had been European. See, the significance of the ignorance that is spewed in our community really prevents us from forward movement, because we continue, just like these Europeans in one period, trying to dismiss who did whatever earthworks that was here, right? Just dismissing them as non-existing. Oh, y'all just got here. Oh, this, that, and the third. But if you clearly think about what I just read to y'all, the Aboriginal community, who so-called claim to be autochthonous and indigenous, the people like V-Note in the chat and the cronies whose channels that he go on are no different than these Europeans that I just read about. They do the same exact thing, have the same exact thought process with no evidence to merely say, remember, if you got into any conversation with them, this is why I said that this is significant, because the Three Stooges have created this thought process in the black mind that the Native Americans were not here before the black people. That is the same behavior these Europeans demonstrated. That is why I started this show like I did. I wanted y'all to hear it for yourself. So now you know that this thought process is indeed one of an ignorant people who played this same game in the early 18th and 19th century. Here it is. We are in the 21st century. We are 2 to 3 centuries removed from this thought process by Europeans. And we back to it. Let the beat build. Regardless of who was here first, it was agreed that Indians certainly weren't sophisticated enough to have created the extraordinary artworks that Europeans were looting from the mounds as they demolished them. Ladies and gentlemen, they took every little piece of evidence up out of them mounds that them Native Americans had stored in the mounds. And then you had black people didn't even know the significance of these mounds or the mound builders, but running around claiming to be the mound builders, never knowing that those mounds were looted. But let me continue. By promulgating the mound builder myth, they disconnected native peoples from their ancestors, accomplishments, and ties to the lands, forcing a gap into which new settlers and their descendants happily inserted their own stories. The Europeans have a history of this, i.e., ancient Egypt. This is the same behaviors. We know this for a fact. But the identity crisis of the Aboriginal today is demonstrating that same thought process, those same mechanisms of ignorance that these early Europeans had against the Native Americans. But peep game. But not all Europeans and Euro-Americans accepted these narratives. Why is that? Because Jose de Acosta, a Jesuit priest who lived in various places across South America and Mexico between 1572 and 1587, laid out in his own theory on Native American origins in a book. What's the name of the book, Sean? Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias. It all hinged on the assumption that Native Americans were descended from Adam and Eve. The question of whether Native Americans were human was settled, at least as far as the Catholic Church was concerned, by Pope Paul III in his 1537 encyclical Subliminus Deus. Catholics were informed that Indians and other unknown peoples not specifically mentioned in the Bible were truly men and should not be enslaved. It was essential instead that they should be converted to the faith by any means necessary. This did not mean that they were treated humanly by colonizers who committed countless atrocities against indigenous peoples, including enslaving them anyway. Being human, therefore, these native peoples must be descended from Adam and Eve. They must either have survived the great flood or, more probably, as it was written in the Bible, to have covered the entire earth. They must be the descendants of one of Noah's sons. This is significant. I know y'all like, why you reading this, Sean? What this got to do with where you going with this conversation, bro? Why is it saying this, that, and the third? Well, one of the three stooges we find out is damn sure religious. He into every type of spiritual system it is on the planet Earth. He mixes Hindu. He uses some shit from ancient Kemet. He uses some shit we ain't never heard of from the Native Americans that he made up to try to claim as Native American. He even using Christianity. He being legendary top cats. Big pseudo. All of them pseudo, but Top Cats takes all of the religions and try to fit them into everything and say that they got them from the Native Americans and all kind of other weird shit he be doing. But he ain't alone, because Aboriginal power do the same bullshit. This book is about evidence, DNA, archaeology, paleontology, anthropology, cultural anthropology, genetics. Although I said DNA already. But why is this unique? Because what I'm trying to tell you are the things that are in the community from the Three Stooges is the beginning of the bigger problem. Let's continue. It says, therefore, a coastal reason they must have originally come from the old world. So, Jose de Acosta, a Jesuit priest, had a belief that the native people of this land were descendants of Adam and Eve and must be one of Noah's sons. And then he says, therefore, they must have come from the old world. And as the chronology of the earth was detailed in the Bible, it must not have been that long ago. He believed that they, the Indians, and the remarkable animals of the Western Hemisphere arrived by crossing some sort of land connection between Asia and North America rather than by boat across the ocean. Today, we know that this land connection, the Bering Land Bridge, existed about 50 to 11,000 years ago. In the center of Beringer, the lowland regions between the Verkhovsk Range in Siberia and the Mackenzie River in Canada that remained ice-free during the last glacier. Of course, Acosta, a man of the 16th century, never visited the Arctic regions and did not collect any field data. Instead, Acosta derived his ideas from the philosophical reasoning, citations from the Bible, and the writings of Catholic saints and philosophers rather than empirical data. Nevertheless, he arrived at the prevailing scientific theory of human and non-human origins of the continent centuries before the invention of contemporary archaeology and genetic methods. His ideas, far ahead of other European scholars of the time, gained very little traction for centuries thereafter. Instead, the mound builder myth grew in popularity. V-Note is all over the mound builder myth. What up, Chave? I got two more. Job, my son Sean. This is what Abos about to get me through. You got 2 more hours. Yeah, I'm gonna get you through, bro. This is Jennifer Rav's book, The Origin. Now I'm gonna read this other part, and then I'm gonna get into this other work, man. I gotta get into this other work. So, another narrative about the origins of the mounds came from a later and more recognizable voice. In his own published book, Notes on the State of Virginia, Thomas Jefferson recounted a childhood memory in which he witnessed a group of Indians visiting a mound and paying their respects to their ancestors. Jefferson devoted one chapter of Notes as an epic rebuttal to a popular scientific theory among European intellectuals, a theory that he saw as an essential threat to the freshly established United States. The then eminent scholar George Louis Leclerc comped the buffoon and asserted that the flora, fauna, and native inhabitants of the Americas were stunted and feeble compared to their counterparts in the old world, fueling the popularity of a kind of unified field theory of naturalism. Perhaps he suggested the new world botany and inhabitants had generated from their old world forms due to the prevalence of moisture and cooler temperatures throughout the continents. The deer had grown smaller, the plants more stunted, and the men weaker, more cowardly, and impotent. By the same logic, what happened to the Indians, the plants, and animals would be inevitably happen to the American colonists. They would degenerate, weaken, become stunted, and their radical experiment in self-governance would never flourish. La nature viventa est beacut moits, whatever this Spanish shit is. Leclerc wrote in his magnum opus, Historia Naturale, the living nature is much less active, much less strong. The degeneracy theory alarmed and infuriated many of the founding fathers, who viewed it as a blow against the potency of their cherished nation. To Jefferson, it was the ultimate insult, derisive and inaccurate. His fellow statesmen pushed back in various and highly characteristic ways. James Madison took time from working out of the foundations of the Constitution in order to catalog errors in Buffon's work, sending along an obsessively detailed description of the American weasel to Jefferson for comparison with European species. Benjamin Franklin hosted a dinner party in Paris at the home of the Guillaume Thomas Raynal, one of the proponents of the theory, at which he invited both French guests and the American guests to stand and display their relative statues in order to test on which side of nature has degenerated. The American guests were far taller than their French counterparts, although Franklin self-appreciatively acknowledged that he was an exception. Jefferson himself took this fight to a completely different level, sending a stuffed bull moose to Leclerc to prove the size of Americans' fauna and writing a chapter of notes that served as a devastating refutation to history naturelle. Notes on the state of Virginia, though modestly named, skillfully and passionately argued against the degeneracy theory with hard data, measurements, and detailed descriptions of enormous animals and plants that far outstripped their closest European counterparts. Let me pause. So, in sum, this behavior of the European against each other and their metrics and understanding of the New World, there was some confusion. If you go back to the Three Stooges, that doubt that is created from Dane Calloway, the lies and the manipulation of sources by all three men, the belief that all three of them hold together. These Three Stooges were no different than these 18th and 19th century gentlemen and the early people of this country. Watch. Jefferson's defense of the Indians was not necessarily altruistic, nor was it free from colonialism. Like his views on slavery, Jefferson's views on Native Americans were contradictory. That's why I said what I said. So I'm going to stop right there. I stopped right here for a reason. Let me highlight it. For a reason. This boy here, that boy here in the chat just gonna keep on talking. Talking. Now that I've really set the stage, you should understand that when I've been saying that they just sound just like the early Europeans, and that they were no different, that these dudes, the Three Stooges and their minions, are acting no different than these Europeans, you should see what I'm saying. As much as they always love to say, oh, you using white man sources or white man this or white man that, whatever the case may be with these dudes, how they always are, when they say that, they're behaving more like them early 18th and 19th century white dudes in their descriptions and disrespect toward the native people that was here before them. All the way up into the 16th century. They are no different. From the 16th to the 19th century, the Aboriginal community are no different than them early Europeans who came into contact with them Native Americans, who we call Native American today. They didn't call themselves that, but just to generalize who they came in contact with, those earlier peoples, those descendants of the first peoples, we can do it like that. We could show you the pattern. So now that I just told you about the 16th century, etc., I want to deal with something, and then I'm going to build off of that now that we know what we're dealing with these people. So I was trying to buy this book yesterday and download it, but I didn't like the way that it looked, so I got my money back. Because what I thought I could be able to do is when they gave me access to the book and I get it, that I could download it the way that I need to and make it shareable to people who are interested in it and go from there. So I want to take y'all to this book. It's called African Maroons in the 16th Century Panama, A History in Documents. It's edited by Robert C. Schwaller. And V-Note, you need to get the book. If you're going to be doing a little YouTube video in the coming weeks on your self-proclaimed claim that the Maroons were the Arawaks, I should say, or whoever you claiming to be the Maroons, you are making a big mistake, and that they would call themselves black, etc. Whatever you had going on, it is what it is. So, in January 1513, Balboa informed the king that his expeditions had yielded evidence that a great sea lay to the west. With Columbus' initial voyages, so let me put that into proper context. Balboa in 1513 is having a conversation. Columbus had already made these ventures. So Columbus is the first documented evidence that the Spanish would have. Let's continue. So with Columbus' initial voyages, Spaniards had hoped to find a route to Asia. By the early 16th century, explorers recognized that much of the mainland of the New World lay between the Atlantic and their desired destination in Asia. Any route, maritime or overland, that could link the two seas offer great prospects for future trade and exploration. Balboa hoped to identify just such a route. While Balboa succeeded in his effort to reach the South Sea, Pacific Ocean, the journey marked a turning point in Spanish indigenous relations. Encounters with the chieftains, the inhabitants. The southern coast tended to be violent as Spaniards began to avoid diplomacy and instead demand supplies, precious metals, and human captives that could be used for labor in Santa Maria or its nearby placer gold mines. Shortly after returning to Santa Maria, Balboa sent Andres de Garavito down to Rio Chuquicani on a campaign of the Fuego y Sangre, fire and blood, to gather more captives. In 1514, Pedreras de Villa arrived as a royally appointed governor of the region. The fleet carrying de Villa brought almost 2,000 Spaniards to a community that had previously numbered less than 500. As a governor, de Villa rapidly expanded expeditions to supply the much larger Spanish populations and quickly secure spoils of war for the newly arrived conquistadors. Although many Spanish conquest expeditions received royal authorization, usually the participants themselves funded their efforts rather than the Spanish crown. As a result, expeditions resembled financial cooperation more than military units. In most cases, participants entered into a contract with the expedition organizers that stipulated how shares of the spoils would be distributed among the members. I'm going to run that back one more time for y'all. And this is in the early 1500s. They were already negotiating contracts to come over into the New World, and then they would share the spoils of what they could get. Consequently, the targeted such value commodities and human captives sought to maximize individual profits. Under de Villa's orders, numerous expeditions brought great trains of people imprisoned by chains with all the gold they could find. So here's a map, and I'm going to bag it back a little bit. This talks about Balboa's route, y'all. And when you listen to people talk about people discovering, quote unquote, discovering the Pacific Ocean, Balboa, if you look at Balboa's route, Balboa's discovery of the Pacific Ocean was on the other side of this island. I mean, on the other side of Panama. So you got the Caribbean Sea here, the Pacific over here. So he's not too far if you just come through this route and see. They came into Santa Maria, La Antigua, came up through there, and boom, you run right into the Gulf of San Miguel, which is right off of the Pacific Ocean. Just like the Gulf Coast runs right into the Gulf runs right into the Atlantic. Similar, but you just got this little thin ass thing right here. So here's the source for this image though, because these are the expeditions of Balboa and Garavito from 1513 to 1540, and the sources is the Oviedo y Valdez Historia General, chapter 3, pages 9 through 20, and Sawyer's Early Spanish Main. Here we go again. Now they add a few more things and go from there. This is why I said you need a book, V-Note, because you'll correct the hell out of yourself, and if you don't, you're gonna be defeated. In 1514 alone, expeditions led by Juan de Aurora, Bartholomew Hurtado, and Francisco Becerra targeted Caucasagos to the west beyond the still nominally allied corridor, and to the south through the Gulf of the San Miguel and Pearl Island, which I showed y'all. Here's the San Miguel over here, and Pearl Island is over here. Both of those are run right into the Pacific. Just more shallow water in the Pacific. As indigenous communities disappeared, their members scattered or captured, Spanish campaigns proceeded farther into the Isthmus. In 1515, Tello de Guzman, Lucky Guzman's great uncle, lucky to be in the chat with us, his uncle, Tello de Guzman, and Gonzalo de Bajores led campaigns against the Caucasagos, or the Central River Valleys, and Western Isthmus. The same year, Gaspar de Morales pillaged communities in the Gulf of San Miguel and Pearl Island. To facilitate further Western conquest, the Spanish found a new town named Acla near the Cazigo or the Correta. In 1517, Gaspar de Espinosa reached the populous Azaro Peninsula and secured more gold and slaves than in previous ventures. The entrada, or the campaign, lasted over a year and it traversed more territory than any prior expedition. Before heading west, Espinosa targeted the rebellious of the Cazigos of Camingre or Porcorzo. Let me pause real quick. These people are running into the people that they can identify and know. So we are getting ready to see if V-Note is really listening. And he's not listening to AP. He's not listening to Kittens. And he ain't listening to Lion Calloway or Plagiarist Calloway. Listen to what Espinosa. He says, in his own account of the venture, Espinosa frequently used the verb ranchear to describe the practice of burning and looting indigenous towns. As they traveled west along the Rio Chipo, squads ranged the field of the main party, capturing any Cuevo who fled. After pillaging the Azura Peninsula, the party began to return the journey. Espinosa's own account of the expedition attested to the catastrophic collapse of the region's indigenous communities due to warfare, flight, and starvation. The party continued the retaliatory strikes against the Tubanama, the Puruca, the Porco Rosa, the Comingre, and the Panchabuca Kazacazo. How you say that, Thomas? By this time, the Casacazgo or the Carreta had ceased to exist. Bartholomew de las Casas encountered the Espinosa return with over 2,000 slaves and 80,000 castellanos of gold. Between 1517 and 19, Balboa raided Cazacagos around the Gulf of San Miguel to secure laborers that could be used in building a fleet of ships in the Pacific to replace those who died. Balboa ordered squads to round up indigenous persons who had fled into the bush. So why isn't Balboa calling these people black? Pascal de Andoya observed the province of the Indios, which was full of people. We decimated, talking about them, to the Akla to carry the materials for the ship, and by the uprooting all the food that they had to feed the carpenters and laborers. The rigorous labor required of the project led to deaths of as many as 2,000 Cueva. By 1519, Eastern Panama lacked native laborers. What? By 1519, Eastern Panama lacked native laborers. All observers noted that 4 miles in any direction, no indigenous people could be found. The lack of nearby labor and the increasing conflicts between the Davila and the residents of Santa Maria led the governor to relocate the seat of the government to the west. The expedition proceeded on two fronts. Espinosa led one force down to the Rio Chepa, while the Davila ventured by the sea from the Gulf of San Miguel. On August 15, 1519, Davila founded Panama City. Soon after, more expeditions set off to raid the Cazagos located near the new capital. Almost immediately after founding the new city, Davila ordered the first documented divisions of indigenous captives among Spanish conquistadors. This document and a subsequent adjustment from 1522 recorded the near total decimation of the indigenous inhabitants of the Eastern Panama. So, V-note, if they are taking these people in Panama somewhere else and creating a lot, and then enslaving a lot of them to build boats, and then a lot of them are dying, then you got diseases and other things that are transpiring, how could you think that these are black people that they're doing all of this with? How could these people, how could Balboa say he is doing all of this, they committing all of this crime in Panama to these black people, bro? And he ain't called them that yet. Most of the over 7,000 indigenous persons included in the division originally resided in the Cazagos that fell between the Nata in the west and the Rio Chepa in the east. Some communities from near Akla and the Gulf of San Miguel appeared, but none from the vicinity of Santa Maria. This absence likely suggests that no residents from this region survived the relocation. So, if no residents survived the relocation, what's your boy name that you like to bring up? That we just read to you the other day? what he say. Now, although some Cueva may have remained in isolated hamlets, Spanish warfare, pillaging, enslavement, and overwork and systemically decimated the indigenous populations of eastern Panama within 8 years, boy. You need new teachers. You need new teachers, V-Note. Thank you, Thomas. Without local indigenous labor to bolster Spanish interests, even Spanish settlers in the eastern isthmus disappeared. By 1521, Spanish had abandoned Santa Maria for its part, Acla preserved into the 1530s, but the lack of indigenous labor, the growing importance of Nombre de Dios, eventually led to its desolation. By the late 1530s, Spanish Panama was composed of the port cities of Nombre de Dios and Panama City and smaller agricultural communities like Nata to the west. A small indigenous village located along the lower Rio Chepa represented the easternmost settlement under Spanish rule. It's a reason why I am saying what I am saying and reading what I am reading, because this is before V-Note's whole 1574, 1580 painting and all of that he was trying to argue the other day. So I said, you know what? Let's also use this as a teaching moment. So now we know that they damn near depleted the population of people there. What the hell you think was about to happen? The Spanish colonial system created a hierarchy of political institutions through the authorities governed subjects of the king. At the time of the foundation of Santa Maria, the Cabildo, the city council, served as a primary institution of governance. Spanish cabildos included both magistrates, named alcaldes, and aldermen, named regidores. During the conquest era, conquistadors frequently founded cities and elected cabildos, or what we call that shit just a minute ago, or whatever, magistrates, in order to establish a more permanent institution through which they could interact with the monarchy. In many cases, the cities they found were nothing more than a collection of tents or huts. In 1514, when Pedreras de Villa assumed the governorship of the region, he received the authority to name rural magistrate commissions, captains to lead the military expeditions, establish a royal treasure, and oversee the collection of taxes, among other powers. Existing cities such as Santa Maria, Acla, and Panama retained their what we call that word again, governments, or we'll just say the magistrates, and over municipal government. In 1537, it became clear that the isthmus would serve as a primary route to newly conquered lands in South America. The king established an audience in Panama. The audiencia had jurisdiction over both criminal and civil cases and served as a court of appeals for cases tried by the local magistrates. The king consolidated the position of the governor in the audiencia, granted the chief justice or president many of the powers previously held by the governor. This new court only resided in Panama for 4 years. The rapidly changing political landscape of Central and South America led the king to the transfer of Panama's court northward to Guatemala, while simultaneously creating a new court in Lima to oversee Spanish Peru. From 1542 until 1562, royally appointed governors once again subsequently served as the chief executive in the region. In 1563, the king reversed the early move, returning the audiencia to Panama. Once again, the president of audiencia served as a governor of the region in addition to his duties on the court. From this point forward, the audiencia and its president oversaw the judicial and circular government of the region. This is significant. Why? Because they're telling you they ran these people off, overworked them, killed off a lot of these people. Some of them didn't survive. A lot of them probably sick or fled or ran away some goddamn well. And then here they are setting up their government and how they gonna conduct business. This is all in Panama. Below the audience here existed a myriad of royally appointed positions that could frequently come into conflict during the exercise of the duties. Moreover, after its creation in 1563, the audiencia of Panama and the audiencia of Lima did not always have a clear relationship. Although Lima had become the seat of the viceroy and the audiencia of Panama positioned the gateway to Peru made it easier for the audiencia to communicate back to Spain. Authorities in Peru frequently complained that Panama exceeded its authority by dealing directly with Spain. Eventually, royal edicts subordinated the audiencia of Panama to the viceroy of Peru and the audiencia of Lima. Enough of the political bullshit, because that continues to happen. And here's the point that I've been trying to make to these fools all day. And it's stated, I just knew that this boy was going to be running and not in the chat when we got to this point. Where you at, V-Note? African labor and maroonage. Maroon age, my bad. I said maroonage. Maroon age. What are they talking about? So, Africans first encountered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors. One more time. Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors. Nuflo de Alano, a free-colored companion of Balboa, who V-Note has never mentioned. This is why I like doing certain things and introducing people to certain African presence. So we have an African's name who was a companion of Balboa. They call him a free color. Africans first entered Panama alongside Spanish conquistadors. Nuflo de Alano, a free-colored companion of Balboa, participated in the first transitmus crossing. Hold on one second. Let's slow it all the way down. Let's slow it all the way down. So Balboa got this free color man with him from Africa. He enters this area with the African. If this African see other black people, why ain't this stated? We already know who Balboa saw because he said what he said. They called him the indigenous, the regular inhabitants of this land. He got a whole African on the boat with him. If they was the same skin tone variation or whatever the case may be, he would call them that. But he didn't. And you never brought this out with a PE. So let's go. As in other parts of the Americas, conquistadors owned slaves and frequently relied on enslaved persons to bolster the ranks of the conquest campaigns. Many Africans who arrived during the conquest era filled auxiliary positions attending to their own owners or overseeing their owners' economic interests. Their duties could include managing enslaved indigenous persons or rural estates. Yes, you heard it here. These Africans that they brought with them would oversee the enslaved people in the region for their owners, and they even saying that their owners' economic interests. Their duties could include managing enslaved indigenous persons or rural estates. As early as 1515, some royally owned slaves toiled in Santa Maria, clearing roads to connect mining camps to the city. In this period, African labor was essential to Spanish interests, but constituted a small fraction of labor needed in the Nazi colony. One more time. In this period, African labor was essential to Spanish interests, but constituted to a small fraction of labor needed in the Nazi colony. By the mid-1520s, indigenous labor became so scarce that residents began to import native peoples enslaved during the conquest of Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico, and Peru. When the indigenous slaves failed to meet the labor needs, Spaniards began to demand enslaved Africans to bolster the available labor supply. Okay, let me break down what it is that I'm actually doing so people can fully understand it, okay? So, I should have had this damn source up that I was reading from that stupid ass book. Hold on one second, y'all. Why did I do this? It's probably gonna be easier if I just did this. Hold on one second. Because I need to connect the dots. Some people might know where I'm going, but I just need to connect the dots for people who you know, this might be their first time tapping in, or they might not have followed the other discussion and may not just watch the channel at all. And, you know, so I want to just make sure that I do my due diligence. And I don't worry. Don't worry. I'm finna answer your question. I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to do it the right way. So 11 days ago, I did the show called Midday with the Mossy, and I was addressing Vino stupidity. And we were talking about Sir Francis Drake. And there was something in Sir Francis Drake's text. And let me try to pull it up. That had your boy Vino stuck on stupid. And it was off of page 4. I'm trying to get back to a certain the version of this book so I can get it. But I got all this stuff open, so we'll see if I can get it open. Loading. Nah, this the other book. I don't want this book. I need the other book. The other book on Francis Drake. Yeah, you in trouble now, boy. You in trouble now, boy. So let me bring y'all here. So y'all remember I put this book on the screen, and which was in that video that your boy in the chat was reading from, but only a certain part of the book. He didn't want to read the whole thing. He only wanted to stick to a certain part of page 4. So I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna help y'all out real quick. You ain't behind. You ain't behind. I'm about to answer your question. So y'all can see this the book. You see it right there. A voyage in 1572 to Nombre de Dios. But we already got Balboa dealing with it. Right? So on page 4 of this book, these words are mentioned. And I hate to skip ahead for some of y'all who are, you know what I'm saying, unfamiliar. But if you want to go back and watch the last show I did, it'll answer questions for you. So right here on page 4, toward the bottom where the cherry picker went, it said this right here. Where I want to go. All right. I'm going to skip all of this. Okay, so it says July 22nd, they sailed out of this harbor for Nombre de Dios, they meaning Sir Francis Drake. And coming in 3 days to the island of Pinos, took 2 frigates laden in the plank of timber from Nombre de Dios. And then it says, the Negroes aboard informed them of the present state of the town, and that some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against the Cimarrones, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew since into a nation of 2 kings of their own, one inhabiting the westward and the other the east, in the way from Nombre de Dios to Panama. He was stuck right here. So I'm going to take you back to what we're reading. Way before Sir Francis Drake, 1572. And I'm just going to be in the 20s and say this. So basically what I've already read from y'all, and even in 1514, right? Even in 1514, even prior to that, they were saying since the Spanish was coming over here, they were already bringing African people with them. He said by the mid-1520s, an indigenous labor became so scarce that the residents became to import native peoples enslaved during the conquest of Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico, and Peru. When the indigenous slaves failed to meet the labor needs, Spaniards began to demand enslaved Africans to bolster the available labor supply. In 1527, the crown authorized the sale of 1,000 Africans to the region to help support the construction of Panama City and support entradas into the newly discovered region of Peru. Although quantitative data is scarce for the early 16th century, various pieces of evidence suggest that Africans quickly became the primary laborers in many of the region's industries. A close reading of slave ship documentation suggests that during the 1530s and 40s, Nombre de Dios received more slave ships and likely more enslaved Africans than any other Spanish American port. Pause. Now, I just took y'all to Sir Francis Drake's account where he talks about Nombre de Dios. The significance of Nombre de Dios was it was a a goddamn slave port. Nombre de Dios was a slave port where they brought Africans. So by the time Sir Francis Drake gets to Nombre de Dios, who is he seeing that's running away from their Spanish masters? The goddamn Africans, who we've been told you they're Africans. Those Cimarrones that they're claiming, Africans. Let me continue because we about to let the beat build. Yet, not all of these enslaved Africans stayed in the region. Many Africans who arrived in Panama ended up in Peru. Nevertheless, the frequency of slave ship arrivals allowed residents of Panama to readily purchase Africans. Nombre de Dios remained one of the most active ports for slave disembarkation until the 1570s. When do we see Sir Francis Drake? 1570s. Why? Let me continue. When nearby Cartagena began to take most of the trade destined to the Southern Caribbean and Spanish South America. So, I love to give y'all some things that other people don't know. The reason for that is because all the gaps in their argument, we fill those in with the facts, and then you start to see how much full of shit that these people are. So the minions of the Three Stooges don't read. They will Google and they will cherry pick without proper context and understanding, not taking their time and doing their due diligence, but hitting the live button and thinking that they found some shit they never found. So in 1575, Alonso Criado de Castilla, and a judge of the Audiencia, attested to the results of half a century of heavy slave importation. Writing to the crown, he observed, "Those people that serve and work here are all Negroes, because among the gente blanca, white persons, none will serve or dedicate themselves to labor. For this reason, the sum of Negroes who are in this kingdom is large." He went on to enumerate the many occupations in which enslaved Africans toiled. Over 1,600 served Spaniards in Panama City. 500 did the same in Nombre de Dios. 100 more worked in the orchards that supplied the city. Cattle ranchers relied on 150 Africans as cowboys. Almost 200 worked as lumberjacks that supplied the cities with firewood and lumber. The mule trains that served as the primary means of transportation goods between Nombre de Dios and Panama required over 400 enslaved Africans. Let me pause real quick before we move on. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, before we even get to the importation of many more Africans in the area, they were already on the ships with the Spaniards. But more importantly, who they were enslaving, who were the indigenous people, who would be the indigenous people. Remember, they have been displaced, outworked, and then weak. Some would die off, some fled. There was basically an empty Panama. So in come the goddamn Africans. Before that mofo, Sir Francis Drake arrives. So by the time Sir Francis Drake arrives in Nombre de Dios, all these Africans that are in this paragraph that I am reading right now have these facilitated jobs of slave labor in which they are subscribed to do. Almost 200 worked as lumberjacks that supplied the cities with firewood and lumber. The mule trains that served as the primary means of transporting goods between Nombre de Dios and Panama required over 400 enslaved Africans. 500 plied boats that served the maritime trans-isthmus route from Nombre de Dios to Rio Charges. In the Pearl Islands, over 300 enslaved Africans faced dangerous conditions diving for pearls. Even in Nata, where indigenous labor had predominated, almost 500 enslaved Africans labored in agricultural production of domestic service. In his missive, Criado de Castilla did not provide a clear picture of population. He claimed that Panama City had 500 vecinos, and at the times the city housed as many as 800 residents. He made no mention of Spanish women or children, but he did report that there were around 300 free black residents. Not only do you have enslaved Africans in the thousands, You got 300 free blacks in the area. All told, the African and Afro-descended population of the city undoubtedly surpassed the Spanish population in 1575. Who the fuck else is Sir Francis Drake gonna see? If he did in 1572, he ain't seeing nothing but Negroes. They outnumber the Spanish. The damn indigenous that was in the regions are far and few in between. They done fled the whole goddamn area. So when he turns around and say what he says, now V-Note, we can put the number on what he talking about. A few thousand. But only 300 of these motherfucking Africans is free. Then you got the runaways. Them Cimarron. Oh, we're going to get to this. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But this is why you got to watch your teachers. Because your teachers don't teach you this. Your teachers don't give you this information. They don't tell you where you can go get the real so you ain't out here looking like an asshole getting sniped by the Aboriginal killer. Your teacher is not going to do that. So, because we don't get a number from Sir Francis Drake in his text, we go before that and we get Balboa and all the other Spaniards there. Now we are learning that there are thousands, a few thousand on the island. And of those few thousand, there are 300 free ones. But they begin to outnumber the Spaniards. So these Africans are having sex and having children. One more time. He made no mention of Spanish women or children, but he did report that there were around 300 free black residents. All told, the African and Afro-descended population of the city undoubtedly surpassed the Spanish population in 1575. Within 30 years, the African population accounted for 75% of the region's residents. Africans. You just got debunked because they said that they was Africans. Them people wasn't there. They brought them there, V-Note. Why you claim to be somewhere else? I just basically read from this text that the people, them black people were brought there. And they've been coming there since the Spanish been coming there. They were not there before the Spanish. They were coming with the Spanish. Let's go. Not surprisingly, resistance through flight became common as more enslaved Africans arrived in the region. Scholars of slavery have divided running away into two types: petit maroonage and grand maroonage. See, 18th and 19th century slave owners in French Caribbean used these terms to describe slave flight. Petit maroonage applied to short-term individual flight, often in the form of truancy. Persons engaging in such resistance sought temporary amelioration of the hardship of slavery. Enslaved persons often used truancy to negotiate greater privileges or autonomy from their owners, while Africans engaging in petit maroonage could band together for support. Such groups tended to be fleeting. In contrast, grand maroonage involved groups running away with the intent to escape slavery and reconstitute their own societies in areas beyond reach of their former masters. In early Spanish America, The distinction between the Petite and the Grand Maroonage can be hard to discern because the sources do not necessarily distinguish between short-term individual flight and long-term collective flight. Moreover, individuals who initially engage in Petite Maroonage could later become incorporated in the communities engaged in Grand Maroonage. So what you saying, Todd? In Panama, the first documented evidence of Maroonage came in 1525. How so? During residencia conducted after Davila's tenure as governor, residents observed that Africans who escaped Panama City began to raid roadways and estancias. Around 1530, Africans working in the placer mines near Acla fled to the abandoned site of Santa Maria. In 1535, a group of several dozen enslaved Africans working outside Panama, including slave owned by the governor, rebelled. What they do? They set fire to their owners' properties before turning it to the city itself. The rebellion unraveled when another enslaved African informed the local magistrates, who succeeded in capturing many of the rebels. Subsequent investigations revealed that the group planned to flee toward the Acla, where they hoped to meet up with existing Maroons and establish a settlement. See, now we're talking about who the Maroons is. These Africans that somebody told us that ain't Africans. That somebody told us been there. They ain't been there. So now you know what the two forms of Maroonage is. One more time if you forgot it. You got Petite Maroonage. And anybody in the chat know what the other Maroonage is? I gave you Petite. And I just scrolled past the other form real quick so you couldn't see it. You had Petite and you had Grand. You ain't even no Indian. You ain't even Aboriginal. You ain't even Indigenous. These people that you claiming that are in this region when Sir Francis Drake pull up is all African. Boy. So that goes back to the painting. That goes back to the painting that you like to use from 1580s. Talking about what Sir Francis Drake saw. Those French who drew that painting was describing exactly who they saw. The goddamn Africans. The Africans. The Africans. They came from West Africa. Now, one more time. In Panama, the first documented evidence of Maroonage came in 1525. During the residencia conducted after Davila's tenure as governor, residents observed that Africans who escaped Panama began to raid roadways and estancias. Around 1530, Africans working in the place of mines near Acla fled to the abandoned site of Santa Maria. In 1535, a group of several dozen enslaved Africans working outside Panama, including slaves owned by the governor, rebelled. They set fire to their owners' properties before turning the city itself. The rebellion unraveled when another enslaved African informed the local magistrates, who succeeded in capturing the rebels. Subsequent investigations revealed that the groups planned to flee toward Acla, where they hoped to meet up with existing Maroons and establish a settlement. So by the late 1540s, the scope of Maroonage expanded. In 1549, the first name Maroon. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, who is the first named Maroon? Filipino led a number of enslaved pearl divers seeking escape from the harsh conditions of the Pearl Islands. Filipino and his fellow divers fled to the Gulf of San Miguel, where they joined with some remaining indigenous persons, and other runaways. They constructed a palanquin or stockade to defend their huts. A Spanish expedition led by Francisco Carreno would capture and execute Filipilo. So there's a document that we can see regarding the execution. But real quick, so the first Maroonage, the first Maroon, his name was Filipilo. He led them enslaved Africans. He led them enslaved Africans into the Gulf of San Miguel, Pearl Island type shit, which is right off the Panama coast. It sits in between that little pearl or that Gulf of San Miguel and the Pacific. A Spanish expedition led by Francisco, they would kill that man. At roughly the same time, a much larger community of Maroons had established itself in the upper reaches of the Rio Chepa, led by a man named Bayano. Everybody should know who this is because there's a story, even a wiki article about Bayano. This community numbered in the hundreds and maintained at least 2 separate settlements. Bayano and his people situated their communities in a region that had once housed the largest Cuevo Cacazagos. Keep fucking it up, Thomas. My bad. By this period, only a small community known as the Caracua remained. Spanish chroniclers believed that its indigenous residents had become slaves of the Maroons. Wow. Bayano's settlement maintained their own subsistence agriculture that included local indigenous crops. The Maroons staged periodic raids on the Trans-Isthmus Highway and the cities of Nombre de Dios and Panama to acquire manufactured products, including clothes, weapons, and tools. Between 1553 and 56, Spanish authorities commissioned at least 4 expeditions to defeat King Bayano. See document 5. Yeah, there's document. This is why I said you need this book. Because it'll read your ass right up out of that pseudo shit you think you're finna put on the screen. Francisco Carreno led one of these expeditions and succeeded in capturing Bayano. However, the governor chose to free the Maroon King in the hopes of securing the surrender of the whole community. So by the time your boy Sir Francis Drake come up on the scene and he talks about these people being in the East and these people in the West forming their own shit, now you know why they was forming their own shit. Because the Petit and the Grand Maroons had formulated this ideology to either temporarily or permanently flee from their Spanish masters and set up their own form of government and shit and run their shit peacefully like that. So when you don't have context, you don't know what you're reading, player. He succeeded, but only after tricking Bayano and drugging the king of many of his men. The viceroy of Peru spared Bayano's life and allowed him to travel to Spain, where he lived out his days. Ursula's campaign failed to capture all of the King Bayano's people. In the decades that followed, those survivors and new Maroons fleeing Spanish masters. Ooh, don't that sound familiar? Woo, don't that sound familiar? The new Maroons fleeing Spanish masters once again became to the courses into settlements dispersed in the former Cuevo lands from the Rio Chepa to the Gulf of San Miguel. From the 1560s onwards, Spaniards routinely called this region, comprising most of eastern Panama, the Bayano. Additionally, some Maroons fled west to the Bay of the Portobello, near Nombre de Dios, and to the Sierra de Cabra, near Panama. And guess what happened? In his 1575 description of the region, Criado de Castilla estimated that there were 2,500 Maroons at large. Hold on. Let's pause right there. 2,500 Maroons. What does this book say? What does this book say? The Negroes aboard informed them of the present state of the town, and that some soldiers were daily expected from the governor of Panama to defend it against Cimarrones, a black people who about 80 years past fled from the cruelty of their masters, the Spaniards, and grew since into a nation under two kings. I just gave you one of the kings. King Bayano. One of the king's names was who? Bayano. Who was Bayano? African. Who were the Maroons? People from Africa. What type of Maroons were they? Two types. Petite Maroon and Grand Maroons. You see how that worked? You see how that worked? Huh? You see how that worked? You see how that worked? When you have context about the things that you're reading, you begin to put the pieces of the puzzle in the right place versus just trying to pick some pieces and put shit places that it don't belong, and then you come up with a fucked up shit that you can't even really just show. That's why that video you made was poor, because you allow people like Aboriginal Power, Dane Calloway, and Bottom Kittens to allow you to behave in the manner that you behave. Bruh, this is killing you, bruh. Bayano was one of the kings. Now we have clearly informed you of who the Maroons really are. And how many that there were. 2,500. By the time Sir Francis Drake pull up on the scene, about 2,000, 2,500. They working and doing all these. Raiding and doing all this. He running at one of the partners. Bloom, 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 bloom. You know, a little this, a little that happened. Let's keep going. The increasing presence of foreign ships along the Caribbean coastline of Panama brought Maroons into contact with French and English crews interested in gaining knowledge of the region, its resources, and its defenses. So listen here. In 1572, Francis Drake arrived in the region with the goal of sacking Nombre de Dios and its royal customs house. After Spaniards repulsed his initial assault, Drake allied with local Maroons to capture a mule train loaded with goods and bullion as it passed through the way station of Venta de Chadres. This attack also largely failed. Drake and his men fled with their Maroon allies. In 1573, Drake made one last attempt to raid a mule train, bolstering his English Maroon force with 20 Frenchmen led by Guillaume Le Testu. This raid secured a sizable treasure. Although Le Testu would be captured and executed, Drake and his men returned to England with some of the treasure, having buried a large amount near the coast. Pause. When we went back and read, and this is what I was reading from right there, my bad. This right here is what I read from, just so y'all there, this paragraph. All I did was read this paragraph. But when we read right here in this book, when we continued on to the rest of the book, that explains to us why Sir Francis Drake was so interested in sacking Panama and raiding the Spaniards, is because they took shit from them. and he was trying to get all his resources back. We read that here when we continue to read the story of why Sir Francis Drake was in the region. Now, based on what I just read, that aligns with the story of Sir Francis Drake and its explanation as to why he was fucking with the Spanish in the region. We're gonna get to Jamaica. He said, Vino said the Maroons in Jamaica are the indigenous people. They always been there. Vino said that they the original black people. The Maroons we talking about ain't African. I'm a Vino talking about. He said that them ain't the Africans. That's because he listened to people like Aboriginal Power, Dan Calloway, and Bottom Cats. So in 1576, one of Drake's men, John Oxum, led a return voyage to the region. Intimately familiar with the Maroons who had allied with Drake, Oxum joined with Maroons and proceeded across the isthmus from the region near the site of Akla to the Gulf of San Miguel. In the Gulf, Oxum and his men built a boat that they used to plunder the Pearl Island and to raid ships traveling from Peru to Panama. These assaults triggered immediate responses by the Spanish with expeditions organized in Panama City and Peru. The campaign that began as an attempt to capture Oxum and his men would eventually turn into a total war of fuego y sangre, fire and blood, targeting Maroon communities. Knowledgeable of the land, Maroons fled in advance of Spanish troops. Spanish patrols frequently burned down abandoned Maroon communities and their fields. The cost of war on both sides eventually prompted a negotiated peace. Over the course of 1579 and 81, at least 3 separate Maroon communities received pardons and freedom. Most of these former Maroons became residents of 2 free black towns created by the Audiencia, Santiago del Principe and Santa Cruz La Real. Maroonage did not disappear from Panama following the peace agreements. Although Grand Maroonage appears to have greatly diminished, Petite Maroonage remained common among the enslaved population of the region's cities and countryside. In the earlier 17th century, the indigenous Kuna peoples migrated eastern Panama from what is now Colombia. By the 18th century, they had established themselves from the Gulf of San Miguel through the Casigazago, I don't know how to say it, of the Darien and as far as the San Blas archipelago. Spanish accounts frequently emphasize the Beliciari. Why am I trying to sound Spanish with it? Bellicosity, whatever the hell it is, of the Guna. I'll get it right in a minute. I got to play it back in my head. Reoccupation of the eastern Panama by the Guna likely inhabited the growth of the large African Maroon communities after 1600. Nevertheless, in the late colonial period, at least one African Maroon community known as the Paliqui formed near the abandoned site of Nombre de Dios. Although poorly attested in historical sources, at some point in the late colonial period, this community transitioned into a free black town. Finally, Maroon resistance cannot be divorced from their prior experiences in Africa. Finally, Maroon resistance cannot be divorced from their prior experiences in Africa. In the documents that follow, many African individuals appear with a given name, usually a Christian name, and a second name such as Congo, Biafra, or Zapi. In the 16th century, observers tended to see these terms as indicative of African nations or lands. Modern scholars frequently consider these terms ethnic categories. In many cases, such designations derive from African ethnic names, ethnonyms, or place names, toponyms, but some terms were constructions applied by slave traders' beliefs of where Africans originated. Regardless of their etymology, Africans mobilized these terms in complex and elastic ways to create and or recreate identity and community in the Americas. Europeans, both in Africa and in the Americas, also use such terms to create stereotypes about different groups of Africans, sometimes even influencing slave traders and slave owners' demand for people of particular nations. Scholars have debated the link between African societies and ethnicities as the ascription of specific categories during the slave trade and in the Americas. Some argue that these terms mark new identities that coalesced during the enslavement, transportation, and chattel slavery in the Americas. These scholars argued that such labels did not necessarily correlate to specific political or ethnic identities in Atlantic Africa. Instead, they grew out of shared affinities based in culture, language, cosmology, geography, and experience, among other factors. In contrast, other scholars have argued that these terms reflect enslaved Africans' own ascriptions of ethnicity rooted in their lives in Africa. In part, this scholarly debate reflects the evolving nature of the slave trade and changing conditions in Africa and the Americas. Trading regions shifted, as did African states and peoples. Places of arrival in the Americas changed over time, as did the major European powers transporting enslaved Africans. All these factors making linking ascribed categories in Americas to contemporary African societies, regions, or states a complex challenge requiring scholars to account for the conditions in the Americas and Africa at a given moment. It should not be surprising that during some periods, these terms show clear linkages to African ethnic groups, places, and states, while at other times, the connections may have been less direct in the process of ascription, more mediated by shared experiences of enslavement. In the early Caribbean, mostly labels ascribed to Africans, especially those from Upper Guinea, reflected the ethnic backgrounds and societies of origin. Nevertheless, even in these early periods, categories applied to the Africans from West Central Africa tended to be more abstracted, indicating general places of origins. Thanks to their preservation of such terms, the documents that follow reveal a wealth of information about the varied geographic origins and ethno-linguistic affinities of Panama's Maroons. The documents reveal that these terms played a key role in structuring Maroon communities and organizing their resistance to Spanish assaults. V-note. You is in trouble. You got to get you some new teachers. The ones you have now have failed you. You, Smoke Signal, all the minion groups that y'all aspire, all y'all came from up under AP. Dane ain't got he ain't got little offsprings like AP do and bottom kittens. Dane is the pastor. It is just him and his audience. He ain't even got a deacon board. It's just him. Can't nobody else come on the panel with him. Don't nobody, you know what I mean? You can only interview him, and he only go do interviews on certain platforms where he's protected. He don't want to deal with the real information, so he stay where he protected. You know what I'm saying? Bottom kitten, same way. AP, same way. AP don't want to debate nobody unless it's on their platform. Then he made excuses talking about he had to go to the beach and he had to do this and had to do that. Then he say he in Philly. Then he say he ain't. Just running. But anyway, somebody in the chat had brought up the Jamaican Maroons. So I just wanted to bring up Jamaica. I just want to bring it up. You know what I'm saying? Let me talk like Vino real quick. Hey, Sean P. Why you doing me like that, Sean P? You ain't have to embarrass me like that, Sean P. I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to teach. And I'm just trying to learn too. Sean P. You know what I'm saying? My people, the Seminoles, Sean P. We say we the Seminoles. We say we been here. We say the Cimarrones. We say the Cimarrones is the blacks that's in the painting that Sir Francis Drake has shown Sean P. And Sean P. You gotta listen, Sean P. And because Sir Francis Drake said that the people been there about 80 years. And that's, you know, if you do the math, Sean P., that would put them right around 1492, right? And then that's gonna justify the painting, Sean P., from 1580. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because Sir Francis Drake was there and numbered the Dells in 1572, Sean P. And because of that, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is, Sean P. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta come on, y'all niggas tripping, Sean P. For real. I got this source, but I ain't even gonna bring it up. I got this source to say all of that, Sean P. You heard it here first. Subscribe to my channel. Sean P, can I tell your people subscribe to my channel? That's how he talk. Like he got shit in his mouth. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into this, but I did leave this in the description for a reason, and this talks about those Maroons. And in fact, those Jamaican Maroons are definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, African. It talks about Maroonage right there. Provided numerous Africans and their descendants an opportunity to live independent of the slave regimes. Before the dramatic success of the Haitian Revolution, Maroons enjoyed the best hope of African autonomy and self-determination in the Americas. Historians today find the category Maroon infinitely appealing, and reversal of this discomfort and confusion with which European imperialists viewed them at the time. So there's two forms of Maroonage. You're learning something that you haven't learned before. And I understand that. I get it. Yeah. Let the beat build. Sean P, but they don't say that in the book. I got Sean P. They say they come from the South. They say they come from South America. The real Maroon, they indigenous, Sean P. They don't say they come from Africa. What are you talking about? I'm gonna show you. I'm finna do a whole video, Sean P. I'm finna do a whole video on the indigenous Maroons in Jamaica, and it's gonna be fire, Sean P. In about 1 week, I'll have it done. Subscribe to my channel, Sean P, and watch. Because I ain't bringing up no more sources on Not a Coincidence show, because y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. And you keep putting me in the back every time I make a point, Sean P. Every time. It be you. The seductiveness of this category and categorical thinking generally has shaped the standard narrative of the origins of the Jamaican Maroons, one of the best known cases of Maroonage in the Caribbean. Their oft-repeated story dates their origins from the English invasion of the island in 1655. In the prevailing accounts, the invasion granted the island slaves an opportunity to flee the Spanish masters and establish their first independent Maroon communities in the Jamaican mountains. In doing so, they successfully removed themselves from the enslaved system, forming autonomous enclaves free of both colonial and imperial authority. The Jamaican Maroons persisted for over a century and successfully fought off imperial forces on numerous occasions. Finally, in 1796, victorious British authority demanded that they leave the island in Marseille. Despite the 18th century order to leave, Maroons persisted in Jamaica to this day, and many others retained their identity in diasporic movements to Nova Scotia and later West Africa. This narrative of Jamaican Maroonage arrives in the aftermath of the English invasion, while highly serviceable obscures the origins of the autonomous African communities that organized in Jamaican hinterland. I just wanted to put that out there for the boy Vino. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. Yeah, I'll leave you this information. This one of y'all favorite pictures y'all like to fuck up. Can y'all see the picture? Y'all like to fuck this picture up, bro. This one right here. See, Sean P? That's the indigenous people meeting with the Peckerwood, Sean P. They meeting with the white man right now, Sean P. Look at how they dress, Sean P. The African that came over with the people, Sean P. They wore clothes, Sean P. They were fully dressed. They were fully dressed, Sean P. That can't be them. That can't be them going in the mountains. That can't be the African, Sean P. Because the white people wouldn't let them come over there. They came fully dressed, Sean P. These the indigenous. Look at them, Sean P. You trying to tell me that they ain't? You trying to tell me that they ain't, Sean P? That these people right here? Nigga, that's how you be. That's how you be. And that's wild, bro. This is the pacification with the maroon Negroes. That drawing. Setting the foundation to let you know that the Maroons are definitely Africans. They've been that. You can't get around it. So no matter what you do or how you try to spin it, you can't get it now. You need better teachers. You need to know how to do primary research. So again, if you really want to get into what happened in Panama and who people were in Panama, I highly suggest that you get this book, African Maroons in the 16th Century Panama, A History of Documents. Paperback or EPUB. Nope, you're not going to find it free. It ain't been found free. I would already gave it to you. From 1520s through the 1580s, thousands of African slaves fled captivity in Spanish Panama and formed their own communities in the interior of the Isthmus. African Maroons in the 16th century, a primary source reader. Yes. Vino. Let me sound like Vino real quick. Hold on. That primary source ain't better than my primary source, Sean P. My primary source is older than your primary source. Bet you that. Bet you the date on my source is way better than the date on your source. Bet you. You don't even know what a primary source is. This is the reason why I told y'all to get this book, because it's dealing with primary evidence. Shasan said Vino failed daycare. God damn. That's rude. Boy, you disrespectful. How you fail daycare? So before I get into letting the beat build, I do want to talk about the Afro-Mexicans. We mentioned that on the show the other day. I had a nice little article from the University School of Liberal Arts of that's written right here. and it talks about Mexico and the presence of you know what I'm saying. Look at them, the Afro Mexicans right there. Look, who was the Afro Mexicans? Despite the dominant narrative, African descendants also have a history and presence in Mexico. But even more specifically, take a moment to think about the movies and images you have viewed throughout the reference groups of people in the history of Mexico. You may recall images of the Aztec, Mayans, and Spanish conquistadors. These images present conflicts between the Spanish and the indigenous past, two roots that fuse to form a national identity. Yet in other Latin American countries, the images of the nation incorporate a third root: African descendants, African descendants, African descendants. African influences are seen and felt in Brazil, from candomblé to capoeira, in Cuba through Santeria and salsa, and in the Peruvian music and the Pacific Coast communities. The African presence extends through Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Venezuela, and throughout the Latin America. So yeah, let me either African, yeah, that African man playing that guitar. Mexico was a slave trading country in the 16th century, having a population of around 200,000, principally West African slaves that outnumbered the Spanish colonialists for decades, and for some time the largest in the Americas. Black slaves were typically used by Spanish to act as foremen overseeing an indigenous population, and many of the mostly male slave population went on to marry indigenous women. Therefore, and due to the many resulting mixed race offspring, Black Americans were all but forgotten about the centuries, as their bloodlines mixed with other indigenous communities and mestizo peoples of Mexico. Ditso is a product of this admixing. So yeah, I wanted to give y'all this source as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm known for delivering some good information for y'all. You know, look at this ad that was ran in 1843. Runaway from the subscriber about the 1st of September last. Two Negro men, John and Abe, or Abraham. John is stout built, 5'9" or 10 inches high. Slow spoken or soft spoken. Black complexion, long face, cheekbones, and had on a white cotton pant. What do you have? White cotton pants and a shirt, and one pair of blue cotton pants and a white wool hat, and the age about 30 years. Abe is about 5'10", slender, long face, black complexion, quick spoken, and had on white cotton pants and a shirt. They are likely making their way to Mexico or to the Indians. So there's a distinction. I will give the above reward if delivered to me at my plantation in Washington County, or $25 for either of them if caught out of the country, or $10 if caught in said county. I said country, but Washington County, or out the county, or in said county, or a reasonable reward if lodged in any jail or the Republic in the communications made to me. John M. Brown. Sean P. Y'all not Mayan descendants. You ain't Mayan descendants. Who is y'all? Hell no, we ain't Mayan descendants. We the Africans. We the African presence in Central America. What are you talking about? And then it wouldn't be me without giving you a great study about the origin and health status of the first generation Africans from early colonial Mexico. Published in Cell Biology. Yes, sir. Ski. Y'all know I shared this information. It talks about the forced relocation of several thousand Africans during Mexico's historic period has so far been documented mostly through the archival sources, which provide only sparse detail on their origins and lived experience. Here we employ a bioarchaeological approach to explore the life history of 3 16th century Africans from a mass burial at San Juan Jose de los Naturales Royal Hospital in Mexico. Excuse me. Our approach draws together ancient genomic data, osteological analysis, stratum isotope data from tooth enamel, CNS and isotope data from dentine and ethnohistorical information to reveal unprecedented detail on the origins and health. Analysis of skeletal features, radiogenetic isotopes, and genetic data from the uniparental, genome-wide, and human leukocyte antigen, or HLA, markers are consistent with a sub-Saharan African origin from all 3 individuals. Complete genomes of the Treponema pallidum, subpertina, a causative agent of yaws, and hepatitis B virus, recovered from the individuals, provide insight into their health as related to the infectious disease. Phylogenetic analysis of both pathogens reveals their close relationship to strains circulating in current West African populations, lending support to their origins in this region. The further relationship between the triple genome retrieved and the triple genome previously typed in an individual form, colonial Mexico highlights the role of transatlantic slave trade in the introduction of dissemination of pathogens into the New World. Putting together all lines of evidence, we were able to create a biological portrait of 3 individuals whose life stories have long been silenced by disreputable historical events. This article speaks to the entirety of such and the African presence in the Americas based on evidence. Yazerski. So now, I gave up another source. I ain't gonna get to that because they just talk about the same stuff I already been. Ramon beating somebody up in the chat. But I wanted to put this on your hearts and minds too. But I want to go down a little bit, and I want to just kind of really just show this map, really, of Afro descendants in Latin America. Hopefully y'all can see this map pretty cool. Right. Showing Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Mexico, Haiti, Jamaica, Cuba, Trinidad, and Tobago. So I don't want to harp on that too much. I just wanted to give y'all that. Now, I'm winding down. I got a couple of little pieces left. And I ain't going to go through all of that because I done did way too much fucking reading. So I got this article right here about tracing the movement of populations in Latin America. This article is significant in answering questions. I highly suggest that y'all take some time out to just to review it, even if it's just in summary, but just to gain understanding of what actually is transpiring so that you can have a clear-cut idea of the evidence that is against the ignorance. I found this very unique that someone by the name of Johann Moritz Rugendas, who was a German painter, he traveled to the world for a better part of his life, and his interest in natural history brought him to Brazil in 1821. He remained there until 1825. traveling and recording his impressions of Brazilian geography, society, and culture across the Americas. African slaves were identified with a serious designation referred to as ethnonyms. Ethnonyms. Scholars debate whether these designations were African ethnicities, European inventions that attempted to classify the peoples they encountered and exploited, or a combination of both. So in the 19th century, Brazil, it was possible to find different types of ethnonyms. Some of them referred to the broad regions in Africa, specific slave ports of embarkation, or actual African ethnicities. This plate portrays slaves from the wider regions of Congo and Angola in West Central Africa and the port of Benguela. Y'all need to check it out. I know some of y'all ain't gonna check it out because it, you know what I mean, it puts you in compromise with your belief system, which I don't give a damn. And yes, there are images here, and yes, you can click on the images, and yes, it's gonna provide you these primaries are gonna provide you full context of this paragraph you're reading out to the side. That's why I ain't reading all of them. That's why I ain't reading all of them. Because I want you to be smart enough to be like, let me fact check Sean P. Yo, Sean P, I read the article you put in the chat, Sean P, and in the description of your videos, I read it, and it didn't make sense to me. So I got some questions. Can you answer the question, Sean P? Can you do that for me, Sean P? Hold on 1 second. I got to hit my drink, Sean P. I got to hit the drink. You know, I got to have something to drink and smoke when I talk to you, Sean P, because you be tearing my nerves up because you don't never believe nothing I say, Sean P. You will never let me get my bullshit off. So, yeah. So, you know, I like primaries. And it goes on and on and on and on. I like to give y'all good resourceful tools that are beneficial. Running it on down, the African and Afro and Indian rebel leaders in Latin America. This is a good article as well because it's going to talk about some of these rebellions. But most importantly, it opens up. On Christmas Day in 1521, a half a world away from home, a group of enslaved West African Muslim warriors led a slave revolt on the island of Hispaniola, a distant island across a vast ocean. Listen to who they are, the Wolof slaves. The Wolof had little chance of success, facing long steel swords, lances, and guns of the Spanish captors. Their valiant, albeit desperate revolt was quickly put down. Nevertheless, they unsettled their Iberian captors, whose quest for power and wealth stoked the fire of war on both of the both sides of the Atlantic. That's all I'm gonna give you on that. You know what I'm saying? And just one more little rebellion, you know, because I know I seen Vino try to use this picture in his video too. Y'all remember seeing this picture in his video? This clearly tells y'all that those are African slaves pour out the mines while guarded by Spanish soldiers, engraved by Theodore de Bry. I wanted to bring y'all to the primary source, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go. He don't even have this on his picture. He got it all cut out and shit. He don't even show it. Like he doctored it up screenshot style. Yo, Sean P, why you doing this to me, Sean P? He said Vino wishes he was a C note. So this little booger-headed female in the chat by the name of Denise talk about we be trying to play V-Note. Well, then stand up for him then. Stand up for him. Stand up for him. Come prove me wrong. Come on, you bad. definitely be cutting shit out. But that's I'm gonna stop it right there. You know what I'm saying? I done gave y'all way too much work, bro. I'm gonna stop it right there. I gave y'all too much work. I put the link in the chat though. I did do that. You know what I'm saying? For Vino's teacher. Vino's teacher named Denise. No, yeah, you can. You said we trying to play him. His position is they always been here. Prove him right. Who's brave enough to prove him right? It ain't AP. He ain't coming. It ain't Dane. He gonna listen, and then if he do hop on, he gonna make up some bullshit and run. And it damn sure ain't Top Cats. He came over here, saw the smoke, and was like, "Nah, I don't want to partake in that. You do too much reading and studying for me. You got books and shit." He like people that don't read books. You damn sure ain't. Come on up here, Captain Saber Pseudo. Hit that link. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it has come to my attention that the notorious guest that is about to appear is here with 1,000 questions. I would like to thank myself for making this motherfucker change his profile picture. I also would like to thank myself for showing y'all how stupid is. Without further ado, I bring to you the first guest on the Masa Warrior Clan this evening.
What's up, man? You off the 96 hours study? You done with the 96 hour study? Is this the final review right here?
No,
or you still got some more studying you doing?
I don't do final. I don't study for you, bro. I'll study for you.
Man, you been came with 96 hours a YouTube video.
I don't study for you, bro.
I'm saying this is a study video, huh?
I don't study for you. What? Nah. I'm showing you. I'm showing you very slowly, how you don't know how to research. Cause you didn't even, bro. You don't even know who the Maroons are. You try to make them some Abos.
They are the Abos. See, the problem is that you believe in everything on the side. Everything.
I don't believe
everything. Yeah, everything.
I don't believe. I like primary sources. You ain't got no primary sources.
You say what?
I like primary sources.
What you mean? I came with the primary. What you mean? I came with the source from the 1600s. You came with something.
Don't have no
Hold on. When was that copy written?
What?
When was that copy written? I mean, I'm getting into it, but when was the copy written?
It don't matter when it's copywritten.
It don't matter? Oh, okay.
No. The reason that I'm saying the copyright date for a book being published doesn't have anything to do with the evidence in the book. It is the evidence that either can be falsified or substantiated. That's what you deal with. So you deal with the evidence. It don't matter where it's coming from. I don't give a damn who's saying what. I'm going to investigate the claim. I'm going to investigate the claim.
Okay.
So when Dane Calloway was making claims, I investigated his claims and I debunked them. When the commissions were making claims in Queens up there in New York, I investigated the claims and I debunked them.
I respect that.
If the Hebrews was making claims, I investigated their claims and I debunked them. The same thing with the Moors. The same thing with anybody. I don't give a damn who you is. If you make a claim, I'm going to investigate the claim and I'm gonna debunk you. I did it to what is the dude name that we not Sabir Bay, not Sabir Bay. What's the other dude? Yabba Dabba Doo. Lord Abba. He made claims. I investigated his claims and debunked his claims. Why? Because there is a methodology that is out there that tells you how to deal with, how to write and refute claims, or how to research and refute claims. And you follow that methodology to a T, but you need evidence. So when I got somebody telling me that the Maroons are indigenous to the Americas and they don't know that shit because they ain't studied the history of the Maroons, or they ain't went back far enough in Balboa's account to understand what transpired in Panama, then you got to let them know. And that book that I told you to get is very resourceful because it is full of primaries. And you need to get that because it'll stop some of your ignorance that you're trying to play, the game that you be playing in the Caribbeans. Because we be trying to talk about North America and keep you in North America with your bullshit about you being a Seminole, but then you want to take us to Sir Francis Drake, Balboa. You don't never get in Columbus, but you'll say Columbus' name. And you want to go there, but you don't never want to deal with North America. You keep running to Panama. So I said, okay, instead of talking to you about some shit you can't prove in North America, let me go on and get you on up out of Panama. Them is niggas from Africa. And that's how we coming.
Hold on. So yeah, man, you know, we can get to the North America, you know, and I'm gonna get to that, you know, but you know, we was on the Panama because, we had a conversation one time, and that black people wasn't over here first, so I just have to, dig into the crates and, be able to prove that point.
You did.
That niggas was over here.
So you failed. You didn't prove that point. You failed. Now what?
I did prove the point. I proved the point by saying, okay. I proved the point by showing with my first video found in the America, Panama. I proved the point. You just did a 96 video study.
No, you didn't prove shit.
You just did a 96-hour video study on my video,
bro.
And you just kind of got close.
Stop lying.
Now you just kind of now my elbow keeps it real with you. You did come with some good info. That I really went up on like that, but that still don't debunk.
Yes, it do. Yes, it do. It's telling you who the Maroons are, bro. It's giving you the origin. No, hold on, Vino. It's giving you the origin of why these people were even being called Maroon. It is also telling you where they.
Man, y'all that came up with so many excuses why they call these people black or why they call this.
That's
because you and Not a Coincidence was also Not a Coincidence was also saying.
Why is you defending that dumb shit? It's debunked. Take the video.
It's not debunked.
Take the video down. Take it down.
Nah, it ain't debunked, man. It's like I say. It ain't Okay, so pick this up.
Okay, no, it ain't debunked, right? You said it ain't debunked, right?
It's not debunked because
No,
for the
you
simple
said it ain't
fact
debunked.
it's
Put a
not.
one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if y'all think Vino video. Hold on, let me say it first. Let me say it first, Vino. I need everybody, all of y'all that's viewing this video, put a one in the chat if you think that Vino did a great job in his video and that he substantiated that the Maroons are indigenous black people that been here. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that shit been debunked, because my favorite number is 2. That's why all my sports numbers got the number 2 on that junk. So put a 2 in the chat if you think his shit been debunked. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Vino made a solid argument. He fell off, but he'd be back. And if you ain't seen Vino shit and you watch this, you ain't gonna want to see Vino shit. Not after this show today. But this ain't mainly about Vino shit though. Because I don't blame Vino for what he doing. He just doing what he's seeing other lying ass niggas do. From other platforms. And I'm sorry, I keep saying the N-word. My bad. I'm kind of working on it. No, ain't no Denise. This is I said 1 or 2. I didn't ask for this. Put a 1 or 2 in the chat, Denise. For real, like what's going on with that? Why you can't participate? Be honest. Running around here talking about, be honest. I told you he'd be back. He at work right now. He finna get off in a minute.
So
he cleaning up them fries. You know what I'm saying? You see McDonald's in the background. Clean up the fry machine.
this nigga crazy as hell, man. But it's like I said, you didn't debunk it for the simple fact that
You didn't debunk.
for the simple fact that I got sources stating that
Look at your fan. Look what your fan said. You see it?
hold on, stating that the
Look what your number 1 supporter said. Your number 1 supporter.
they ain't put no 2 in the chat. And you know what that number 2 stand for?
Your number 1 supporter put a 2 in the chat.
Yeah, she my support. I got a supporter. I started doing my thing, and I got me a supporter.
Look what she said. You not paying attention.
That's cool, but she's still my. That's cool.
She's not finished. She said you're not paying attention to your sources.
That's cool. She got her opinion, but she still.
How? So she wrong? Are you saying she wrong?
I'm saying she got her opinion.
No, but is her opinion wrong?
Yeah, her opinion wrong.
Okay, so his number 1 supporter, wrong. Denise, he said you're wrong.
Yeah, if she said that I'm wrong with what I presented.
He said you ain't paying attention to your sources because they don't agree with you, and you saying that she wrong.
I'm going against my. I'm using my sources, but I'm going against my sources. I don't believe everything that the white boys are saying. I'm only taking out the real. You know what I'm saying? I'm not believing everything. I'm not believing everything like y'all believe.
We don't believe. We require evidence. We don't believe shit. We require evidence. So
you just got done saying. Hold on. Oh my God.
Hold on, Vino. You said something that was real pivotal, and I can't get past this point. You said that you brought up your sources because you're gonna disagree with your own sources because you don't believe everything your sources are saying. But
Yeah,
what evidence? Hold on. Let me finish. I'm asking you a question. I had to repeat what you said, so now I got to ask you a question. So if you reading this source and your source is saying one thing, then what reason do you have to not believe that source if you don't have any other evidence or any other reason?
Well, for one, it's racist people that dislike blacks that's writing that stuff, so it's definitely very biased. And on top of that, uh,
What is bias that they said, no?
well, just off the top, they lying about what they experienced was with the black people over here.
What? How
They
did
lying
they
about
lie?
that
What evidence do you have that proves their experience with black people over here is a lie? What evidence? Listen.
because because as soon as they seen black people that resembled anything of an African, they automatically started putting the African descent on them, and they started putting it on them in different ways. Like
When did they do that?
they did that when they found the blacks in Panama. They tried to say
no, they didn't.
They did.
Did you not see what I just read to you?
No,
they did not. They didn't.
They came up with it.
They did not make them people African.
They did come up with a story. They did because they said
no, they did.
They did.
Did you not just see what I read?
My video.
Did you not see what I just read?
I'm going to what I read. Yeah,
what
that's
you
not
read did not make them.
You talking about? No, you talking about something that's past 15, 13.
Vino.
And then on top of that, then on top of that, you talking about the 15.
Listen, bro. You gotta listen. You gotta listen. Please listen. I muted you. Please listen. Vino. These people clearly said indigenous people. They were using them to build ships and do other work. They couldn't muster up to the type of work that the Spanish was requesting from them. So a lot of them fled to other places. And others died, and the others was getting sick and dying. And there was a small population of them people remaining. So that's when the request for more African presence came into be. So by the time that Sir Francis Drake, which is the source you're using, begins to see what he sees in Nombre de Dios, he sees the African presence because they've been working on that African presence. That's why they said there was an estimation of 2,500 in the area. I started putting numbers, data that your book didn't have. So that's why I'm saying you can't say that your source is lying or making up stuff about your source because you fucking your source up. Now you got people like, well, why the hell you use that if you're gonna contradicting your own source? Just because you have a belief and without any other information.
What you mean? I'm not contradicting my own source because I'm using many different sources.
You said that you're contradicting.
The source said, I said that they lied about it because they said that the people were Ethiopians and they shipwrecked.
What other source do you have to say that this source lied about it?
That they shipwrecked.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. No, listen to me, bro. Your phone's breaking up, but listen to me. I'm asking, what other source or what other information do you have to say that this information you used is wrong? You can't say you believe or have speculation. You got to have evidence to counter the information that you're using. You tripping.
Two different books. They talked about the same area. Same thing.
Hey,
So tell me,
Go out. Hey, Dino.
how's that not?
Go out
How's
and
that?
come back in. You sound like a robot. Go out and come back in, bro. You sound like a robot. This man said he contradicting his own sources without having any other valid source to give him a reason to go against the source that he's using. That's what I mean. Like, he don't know how to deal with a claim. Like, if one source claims X, Y, and Z, right? You either can falsify that or substantiate that. So you have to go find the evidence for and against the claim. And then you argue from that point forward. And if the information substantiates what the author of this book is presenting, then you go with that. Like, every account that we have of Sir Francis Drake is saying the same thing. No matter who is written by, they all have a vast understanding of what happened with Drake. Then you turn around and you get more clarity, because now we can understand Balboa and Balboa's account, because we have more evidence of such. Now, because you got to use Balboa before you use Drake. He's using it all out of order. He was so hung up on page 4 of Drake's book that he ain't even understand what Balboa and etc. said. That's why I gave him the book that he needs to read, because it deals with primary sources. I don't want to read nobody's opinion. I want people's evidence. So when you start giving me statistical data and then giving me a place to go and confirm your data, that's what I want. Because I can either confirm or I can deny it by using proper methodology to go through that. And this book that I told him to get, African Maroons in the 16th Century Panama, since he loved to deal with Panama, is substantial because it's dealing with primaries. He must be driving or something, because he ain't came back on. He said his source is Trick Daddy Clean Version. Nom nom. You know, oh, now. You don't know now? Hold on, let me see what she said. Let me see what your favorite fan saying. Your favorite fan saying. He said, I'm going against my sources. I'm confused with that. So let's check. Vino home now. Make sure you're on Wi-Fi. Make sure your glass on Wi-Fi, nigga. It's a belief. Facts. It is a belief.
So my logic to it is that
you ain't got no goddamn logic.
No, I'm saying. I'm saying that we gotta take they not gonna tell the exact truth. They lie. They making up shit as they go on, because for one, they trying to write themselves into the history, and then on top of that, they trying to leave black people out this history over here.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are, because they saying that all the black people. They saying that all the black people. They saying that.
They've always included black people.
No, because they saying that they brought all the black people over here.
Oh, the early presence of black people is substantially documented in all of their chronicles of when they came to the Americas.
But
they had
the people that
on all them ships, there was black people on every one of them goddamn ships that came over here.
But they was free, right?
I just said it. Whether they be free or enslaved, the first initial groups of blacks that traveled to the Americas, a lot of them were free blacks and a lot of them was indentured.
So tell me why those blacks' names is not on the first Americans the first Americans.
What are you talking about?
On that
Who said their
On the
names are not?
they not.
Bro, we got names. The motherfucking Spaniards and the people that's bringing their ass over here gave them names. I just read that to you. That they were coming over here with names that was given to them by the motherfuckers that was Christianizing them before they brought them on boats. Even the free blacks.
But they not telling. I'm saying that they not okay. They not telling the full truth, because if that's the case,
then how do you know they're not telling the full truth? That's what I'm trying to pull out of you.
Because they saying that they brought nothing but slaves over here, but then you saying
they didn't say that. They did not say that. You're conflating.
They saying that all the Africans that was brought over here were slaves.
You're conflating time periods. Don't conflate time periods. When we're talking about the Europeans first coming over here, a lot of those people earlier on, there was a substantial amount. That's why I said in Panama specifically there was 300 free blacks. But that doesn't account for if there were other free blacks in other areas and enslaved blacks that came over, or indentured blacks that came over. That's not the argument. The point is, where did these black people come from? They all are consistent. They're putting us back into West Central Africa with these people that came over there with them on these boats. We're not talking about to kick off the transatlantic. We're not talking about when they started enslaving the fuck out of Africans and bringing them over here, because they didn't need slave labor at that time. That's why I introduced the book that I introduced to you, because it says in the goddamn book that the people that they brought over here, those free blacks, those people that were with the Spaniards, were overseers of the Spaniards' resources. They were overseeing the goddamn natives that were here, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what type of shit that they was on in the Caribbeans. I ain't even getting into North America of 1619, because you got to deal with the late 14 and the 1500s just to get up to that. That's what I'm saying. What evidence do you have that says that these people are lying about X, Y, and Z? You got to have evidence. You can't draw your own conclusion based on your own belief.
Well, I'm coming with this evidence. I'm coming with in 1513 they found the Negroes in Panama, and they found the Negroes in Panama. They said that they called them Ethiopians, and that they shipwrecked, and that they established themselves over there.
They didn't find them.
They said they found them in Connecticut with curly hair, frizzled hair.
No, one more time. You are fucking shit. You are fucking shit up so bad.
Mm-hmm.
They never said that they found Negroes on a boat to themselves that shipwrecked.
They didn't say they was on the boat. They said, that's the lie that I'm saying, that they just made up a lie to try to justify why the black people was over there. They just made up a lie.
Whose ship was it?
They said it was the Ethiopian ship.
No, whose ship, nigga? You know ain't no goddamn.
That's what they said. That's what they said.
Who was they?
The people that's writing the book, the people that's from the notes.
Name it. Who?
Whoever wrote the book.
No, what book? Name the book.
The 8 Decades of Peter Martyr.
And who's the author of the book?
I forgot
what page?
I forgot the author.
What page?
You talking what? Well, we got 2 books. We got their page. I think it's like 319. I think it's like 319 or something like that. I think it's like 319.
Pull this book up right now, live on air. It's gonna say exactly what you're saying. That these Negroes had a boat that came from fucking Ethiopia to them.
That's what they said. That's why I said they lying.
Don't say that.
Then where would I get that from?
Don't say that.
I didn't make that up.
This whole Ethiopian description that you giving these people.
That's what the man said.
Oh, I bet you he's giving a description of the goddamn what they were calling for black ass people. You don't. This is not how you do research, bro.
What you mean? I'm going off what the people said.
So how do you
already did the research?
Okay. So the people said this. Now, how do you substantiate what the people said? What's your method in validating or falsifying what the person said in your source?
I went to
I went to another book that was copywritten before that. The discoveries.
You already fucking up. You already fucking up.
Oh,
Listen to what I'm asking you.
I went to another book called Discoveries of the World, and they talking about the same. How they end up talking about the same story?
I got Vino. Listen, bro. That is not how you deal with evidence.
How you supposed to deal with it?
If someone makes a claim, you have to go find the information. Not another book. You got to have a multitude of sources to.
Where's the information gonna come from? A book, right?
The book has notes in it and sources that will send you to where they got the fucking information or validate it. They will
it's not because that's the primary.
If the author is using a source from that was documented in human history, they're going to tell you where they got that source from. That source is housed in either a museum somewhere as an artifact, or it's in a safe some goddamn where as an artifact still. They don't just get rid of shit, bro.
All right.
They make facsimiles, which is copies of the primaries, bro. So
and that's what I'm saying. Where did these people?
No, hold on. Let me give you an example of what I'm saying. Just hear me out real quick. Just give me time to try to make this hit home for you. So today's Saturday. A phone ring and says, "Yo, Sean, I just seen Vino driving a 73 Cutlass on 24s. He just pulled up at the Shell gas station. When he got out the car, he dropped his gun and a wad of money. Some lady saw him drop the gun, and she called the police. So he got back in his car and pulled off. Now, that's the story that somebody told. Now, what evidence do this person have of this actually transpiring? They have an eyewitness who saw you pull up to the gas station in a 73 Cutlass on 24s, and you got out the car and you dropped a wad of money and your strap. And so she called the police. Now, do I take this person's story as it's told, or do I go get more information to substantiate the story? Because hold on, listen to me. You ain't said shit. The whole time it's this lady saying all of this. And the person that told me know the lady. Now, if that can be substantiated because of maybe something that happened after that, like you might have got pulled over and then they want to search you and shit like that, and then they had you downtown, and then, you know what I'm saying, you had to get out of that shit, then there's evidence of that actually happening. Even videotape, because you pulled up to a goddamn gas station. But listen to what I'm saying.
Well, we can't go off these type of circumstances that you're talking about in 2024, because if that's the case, we can't believe nothing that they wrote back a long time ago.
I don't have to believe what this person told me. I need to find out who this person is that said they saw you at the Shell gas station. If I find that person and I talk to that person that saw you at the Shell gas station,
but that ain't gonna change her story just because you talk to her.
Hold on. But if I get the evidence, if I get the actual evidence from a primary witness that was there and saw that shit happen that way, right? And then I get other evidence to substantiate that shit, then what she said was the law.
Okay,
but if I get other evidence, if I get other information, if I obtain other information that said that you never pulled up at the Shell, you didn't get out no goddamn car, and you didn't drop no wad of money, then whatever she said, I'm not taking it at face value because I got this information over here that said that wasn't you.
Well, that's two conflicting stories.
I have to weigh the evidence. So I need more. So now I got to go find a whole nother source that will put you at the
And my whole other source that I brought was the movie that they made, the Balboa.
Movie, bro.
Yeah, it's a night. Oh my God! So
you can't use no goddamn movie as evidence.
Yes, you can use the movie. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can because it's a history movie. It's a history-based movie.
So Toy Story was a real movie. Toy Story wasn't.
So was Malcolm X a real movie?
Yeah, but everything in Malcolm X wasn't exactly how it happened.
Okay, but it's a real movie. Though. It's a real person.
Malcolm X is about Malcolm X. But Malcolm X is about Malcolm X.
I'm saying they used.
Some of it was embellished, and some of it wasn't. Some of it was scenarios and situations, and some of it was had a little.
And I'm saying that the Woods is playing with us by putting shit right back in our face. When I showed on the video where the totem pole was definitely a black person. When you go inside, when you look at the statue of their ancestors,
it doesn't say that. You saying it.
Yeah, I'm saying it.
See something.
I'm saying
it, and you think that because it's painted this way, that's gotta be.
Why would they paint their ancestors like that?
What you saying, bro? Why would they?
Why would they paint their ancestors? Why would they disrespect their ancestors?
Hey, Vino, the goddamn Egyptians painted motherfuckers blue, green, red, black.
Them was God. Them was gods.
No,
them was gods.
The goddamn people the same way. What do you mean?
Them was gods. I'm saying because they painted themselves like that.
Hold on, let me show you something.
They painted themselves like that. Then they drew them niggas that was painted.
No.
I'm saying these niggas showed the paint of what these niggas look like. Ain't no nigga like Thomas or Ditso ain't making no nigga like me or you. They not making no colors like that.
No,
they not coming together and making no dark brown. They not making no brown. They not making no red, and they ain't making no yellow.
The sun is how people getting complexions. The sun. So again, I want you to look at something just real brief, bro.
The sun. Stop, man. These niggas are still living by the sun, and these niggas still look like Banner.
No, bro. These
niggas are still living by the sun and look like Banner. They can't do it.
Vino,
they can't produce that.
Do you see this picture? You see this? You see this?
Y'all see that?
Okay. Do they all look alike? Are these all representations of Egyptians?
No, Egyptians got many different drawings. I don't know. It depends on what you're showing and kind of what's going on and what building. They got different themes.
Okay. This is the Table of Nations. They are describing the people among them. Not only themselves, they are describing their neighbors in the Table of Nations. These people ain't from Egypt. These people are the Sudanese. You got the Libyans, and you got the Remesh.
Was the Kush people and the Ethiopians back then, was they the black people?
What?
Was the Ethiopians and the Kush, were they the black people? Were they the dark-skinned black people that was depicted?
I'm not even going to answer that question,
Okay,
bro.
okay, all right.
You ain't even, bro, I didn't try to give you examples on how to analyze data, critique data.
Nah, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to look at it.
No, I'm not. You're right. I can't tell you how to do it. So you look at it how you look at it, and you're gonna be wrong every time.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all.
Methodology. You're going to be proven wrong every time because you don't have a methodology. When I'm trying to help you and speak to you at your level and give you examples of where you fucking up, you're gonna tell me that I can't tell you that. Like, nigga, I've been doing this way longer than you. You dumb. You
ain't been reading longer than me, nigga. You ain't been reading longer than me, nigga. What you talking about?
You wasn't even reading when you was locked up, nigga. You wasn't even reading when you was in grade school.
That's
nigga.
all a nigga got to do with a nigga like that. What you talking about?
You wasn't reading about history, nigga. You went there on some whole religious bullshit, nigga. You was trying to get your
I can still
nigga,
understand what I'm reading. I can still understand what I'm reading. I can still understand what I'm reading.
GD books.
I can still understand.
Don't come up to nigga. Talk about understand what you're reading. You don't even know what the fuck you're reading because you don't know how to read. You don't know how to comprehend what you're reading.
Y'all niggas was so scurry to bring up my source the other day.
Who the fuck's? And I ain't never scared, nigga. I wasn't on no laptop. I have no problem bringing up your shit just to show you how stupid you are. I'm trying to help your dumb ass out, just like she was trying to help your dumb ass out. And now look what she's saying in the chat. Oh my God, because she knows that I'm right.
You're not right.
Okay, ask her.
You're not right.
Come up here. Come up here. Talk to your mans, Denise. Come holler at your people.
It's like I say. I brought the source that said. I brought the source that said 1498. I brought the source in 1513. I brought 3 different sources. Matter of fact, I brought 4 different sources for the 1513. I had you digging into the 1572 to try to dig that out for 96 hours, which you did a nice job by figuring out by trying to figure out who those people was into the 2 nations. But
nothing. Now, go ahead, Denise. Unmute your mic.
I don't know why I have to go.
This is Denise, y'all.
Hi.
Everybody say what's up to Denise. Now, Denise, am I wrong or am I right?
About what exactly?
Nah, don't play no fucking games. You've been listening this whole entire time, nigga. Don't play. Am I wrong or am I right? Retarded. Answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I'm what?
You're right.
What am I right?
Man.
Now, hold on.
Man, just like my nigga Jarvis said. Don't let these niggas bully you. Don't let them bully you.
Hold on, Vino. What am I right about?
His methodology is backwards. But that's what I was telling him before. That's why I said
my methodology is a real nigga methodology.
What's
you know what I'm saying?
Mean?
I'm looking at this shit like a real nigga, so I'm adding shit up as I said. Now he coming with now. Yeah, niggas grew up the same teachings that he got. Yeah, these niggas brought over all the Africans. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's just how. But niggas never did really even think about it. Really, niggas don't even be thinking about that shit. You ask a young nigga about that shit, them niggas just say yeah they haven't because nigga that's what the motherfucking test said in school. If you mark something different, you're gonna get it wrong, point blank.
Okay, so what made you think differently? If you were taught differently than what you're saying.
What made me start? Well, I always thought that black people was already over here as far as thinking it. You know what I'm saying? As far as thinking it now, with my peoples, what made me kind of being like, man, this shit ain't really adding up as far as with my peoples with the Seminoles, you know what I'm saying? But that's a whole different thing. We're gonna get into that later. I'm coming with some videos on that. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be debunking more, trying to knock down more of my videos, which is good because at the same time, I am learning with you, Sean P. You know what I'm saying? I can say that you do bring you bring great info, you know what I'm saying? Because you really do this, you know what I'm saying? So what you do bring do be 100, but I'm second guessing all of it. And I'm second guessing because I didn't read stuff that's going against that. But just like I say, the same stuff that I'm reading is also saying stuff that's going against what I'm saying. So that's why I'm saying that, okay, yeah, that's why, okay, yeah, I fuck with the sources, but I don't fuck with the sources. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not believing everything that the Woods is saying, but I gotta believe something because they coming with the information.
Okay, so then what do you like? What I'm trying to understand where your standards are. Like, what makes you be like, this is credible and this is not? Like you're saying people taught you stuff, but like, what is?
No, man, ain't nobody taught me nothing. I'm doing this on my own. I ain't behind smoke. I ain't behind AP. I ain't
So
behind
what makes you believe
top.
your
I ain't behind
success?
none of that. I'm doing my own thing now. I didn't heard these niggas. I done tapped in and done heard some shit, but I ain't. Uh,
Do you ever
that
hear
ain't how I get
anything? Do
down.
you ever hear anything that you disagree with?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Like what?
Just like, man, I don't agree uh, that these niggas came over here just like he was saying that all Panama was gone, like like all the natives was gone. They all died out to where they had to use the Africans within 8 years of being over there. So within 8 years, these niggas done wiped out everybody in Panama to where they gotta bring over the Africans from some damn diseases. They done outworked them or some old
It says a
goofy
lot
ass
of
shit
them
like that.
fled. It says a lot of them fled. They went to other places. They didn't stay. It decimated them. The type of work that they were doing was fatiguing to them. It was strenuous. So a lot of them did get sick and die because they're bringing diseases over with their nasty asses as well.
So how is the African getting off a boat for 7 months
Go build
more
a
healthier?
goddamn boat in the sun with no water for 8 hours and see what the fuck happened to your ass.
I'm saying, how is the African on the boat for 7 months more healthier than the niggas that's already over here? How is the African on the boat for 7 months?
They weren't on boats for 7 months.
Okay, for how long?
A couple, like 2. They
No.
weren't on boats for 7 months.
Okay, they on the boat for 4 months, and they more healthier than more healthier than the niggas that come.
Hell yeah, because they let them up on the top deck and they in chains and let their ass sing and dance and goddamn and do all that old exercise shit they had them on.
I don't believe that.
Okay, well, why we got evidence for
it? Because I'm saying that.
No, you said you don't believe it, and then I said, why do we have evidence?
I'm not believing that these niggas came. I'm not believing. No, that shit don't even make sense. I'm not believing that these niggas are some niggas.
For it. There were revolts due to that shit.
The evidence is just like you brought up, but you said that nobody knows what the slave port.
Taking over boats.
You said no.
Jumping off of boats because they wasn't shackled together initially when they first started doing that shit. They had motherfuckers playing the drums on these ships. The drums is essential in African traditions and culture.
What the drums is over here too, nigga?
Wasn't no goddamn drum. We came over here with the drums.
Man, you seen the Mayans playing the damn drums. You seen Mayans playing the damn drums.
What? What?
You seen Mayans playing the damn drums.
No, you seen the Mayans walking around the goddamn teepee.
They playing drums. You seen the niggas have a smoke session and everything.
What?
A smoke session?
Yeah, man.
This nigga making
yeah, man. It's what we do over here.
Hey, EIE, you right, bro. And he gonna stay in his way because he ain't trying to learn.
I'm learning, but I ain't believing everything the word say like you.
Hold on,
I believe everything the word say.
I need to mute out for just a second because I don't want to put you in the back. You already admitted, Vino, that it's just you doing this information. You don't know if you right. You don't know if you wrong. You don't know shit. You just winging this shit. You admitted that. You said you just looking at this information, and then if it says some shit you agree with, then you hold on to that. And if it says some shit you disagree with, then you try to argue with that same shit about some shit you don't know. You conflict your own goddamn shit. You don't know how to scrutinize a source. You don't know how to substantiate a source. You don't know how to validate a source. You don't even know how to comprehend what you're reading. You all over the place. And I just let you expose yourself on this show by politely muting myself and let you talk. I said, you know what? I'm finna let people know how fucked up he is in this shit. Because I just simply try to give you some real game on how to approach your work. I'm not telling you not to do what you're doing. I'm telling you how to do what you're doing to perfect it so that you can come to an honest conclusion based on the data, not a belief, not assumption, not a speculation, with evidence. You can't come to a conclusion with no evidence. You can't. Bro, listen, the history of the Americas is a crime scene. Do you agree with that?
Definitely.
It's one of the most historical crime scenes in human history. You
Definitely.
need evidence. You need hardcore evidence to convict.
But something more than that is the nigger.
One more time. Listen to what I'm
the story
saying.
that they done did to black people is more deeper than what they did to America.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. The shit that occurred in the Americas is one of the most horrific crime scenes known in human history. You have to investigate it like a crime scene. You need all the participants. You need all who participated in this shit. You need all the data, the bodies. You need statistical shit. You need archaeological records. You need a summation of so much shit to convict these motherfuckers. And you don't convict them with a belief. That's why the niggas in YSL walked in that trial. Shannon beat 2 murders because of the lack of evidence. It was a belief these motherfuckers had. It was a fake ass hypothesis the state put forth, knowing they shouldn't have argued this shit because you couldn't substantiate if the motherfucker did or did not. My point is, you have to investigate the crime scene. You need a methodology to come to an honest conclusion. I'm not trying to badger you. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm not trying to say what you're doing is bullshit. None of that. I'm saying if this the type of energy you on, bro, you gotta correct the way you approach your work. When you correct the way you approach your work, you'll find the flaws in your argument. I'm not trying to do shows exposing your flaws or quote unquote debunking your flaw. I'm not going to spend my time doing that. I'd rather spend my time showing you where you're wrong at. Now I might come off assholish, but the proof is like if there's data that I have access to that you don't have, if I put that in front of you, you got to go back and correct yourself. You can't dismiss it. That's why I said you can't hang your head on that video, because you didn't have a piece of information that it was privy to you that you could resource and look at and review and be like, okay, Sean P, I see what you're saying right here. This okay, now we got some numbers. We didn't have numbers before. So now we know how many people was in the area and what type of occupation these people had.
Yeah, but I'm already saying from the fact that they found them, Sean P.
They didn't find them, bro.
They found them in 1513.
The motherfuckers was
and then in 1572.
Telling you that they bring the motherfuckers over here, bro. Balboa's telling you.
But the people is with him. They not dressed up like no damn Indians.
There you go again. Now you talking about how the motherfuckers is dressed.
That's that play up. That's a big fact, right? Is that good evidence?
I got a question. Who is these people?
Them is the natives.
Them the natives?
Yeah.
You see what they say right here? You see what it say right there?
Yeah, I see what it say.
What it say?
It say it's Africans.
It say who?
It say Africans.
So they ain't the natives.
I'm saying that they is the natives.
How you gonna say that? How you gonna say that they the natives? What evidence? What evidence right here? You want to read the whole thing? Or you want to look at it?
Yeah. Read that.
All right, easy. On the 24th of September, I was advised that the blacks had chosen a king and had reached an agreement to kill all Spaniards and seize the land.
See,
And
time out. See, they already playing games with the blacks.
Ain't nobody playing games. You ain't even read the shit. You don't know what Vino, you never.
Why don't say African?
Look what it says, bro. Enslaved Africans in Mexico, the 1537 rebellion plot. This is a report from Antonio de Mendoza, a viceroy of New Spain.
Blacks at that time didn't just mean African at that time.
Bro, stop your bullshit.
It didn't.
This right here comes off the primary, Vino. I don't know if you know that, but that's the reason why I show the shit that I showed.
That dude didn't even read it. That dude didn't even see them people.
You know, how do you know if he saw the people or not? How are you drawing these conclusions?
Because he never left. He never came over here.
Vino, I'm gonna ask you one more time, bro. How are you drawing these conclusions? Based on what evidence?
I'm saying he never came over here. He was drawing it from the information he got.
Who is he?
The nigga Theodore.
Who is Theodore? Ain't no Theodore on here.
That nigga Theodore the Bride.
Who is Theodore?
The nigga that drew the painting.
Bro, listen. The enslaved Africans in Mexico, the 1537 rebellion plot, a report on Antonio de Mendoza, viceroy of New Spain, to the king. You don't even read Spanish. How do you know if Theodore went somewhere or not?
Because he didn't, man. You know, he was just getting his information, and he was just, drawing from the information he was getting. And that's what I'm saying. They playing because these niggas trying to say they Africans.
How do you know if he came over here or not?
Because they said that he didn't come over here.
Where does it say it right here? What does it say it?
It don't say he was there.
It don't matter if it say it or if it don't say it.
Okay.
The point is, can you read this right here? Can you read this?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Just like I told you, how they put the African descent on these niggas when they found these niggas in Panama, and they put
Viste, Venice, Metalis, Confidendo, Sachero, Optimum, Date Debent. What you think they saying right here? Can you read that?
No, I don't know what they saying.
I'm glad.
What they saying?
It's right there on the goddamn screen. African slaves processed sugarcane. That's why you read. That's why you read shit, bro. That's why you read shit, bro. I keep trying to tell you that, but you got a problem.
And that's why I'm telling you, they put the whoop.
Challenge this.
Oh my god, I am gonna challenge it because they put the whoop in the game before that when they found the niggas and they mislabeled them.
Right, so you're gonna challenge it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you using to challenge it?
For one, I'm using that he ain't never been to America. For one.
Okay.
He ain't never been to America.
So what about the description of what is being provided by Antonio de
Mendoza? The description is right. The description is right, but the label is wrong.
How do you know the description is right?
Because he's drawn off what the people telling him what they look like.
How do you know that Mendoza is right? Theodore ain't writing this shit. He's not writing this. He's not writing this. If you pay attention, the images in some paragraphing added by the National Humanities Center in 2006 in Jose Antonio Saca, History de la Esclavitud de la Raza Africana en el Nuevo Mundo y en Español, especial en los pesos Americo-Hispanos. This shit's coming from Havana. Cultural SA 1938. Presented as an excerpt in Graham W. Irwin's edition, Africans Abroad, a documentary history of the Black diaspora in Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean during the age of slavery. Coming out of Columbia University Press in 1977, the pages 324, 326. This what I mean by, bro. You be making some false ass.
I'm not. He never came. He never came over here.
You be making assertions about shit. No, I don't even give a fuck about his painting. It's the mere fact that someone is describing the shit and he paints what he's painting based on the actual evidence. They're telling you that these motherfuckers are African, and you're saying, no, see, they playing the game. They playing the word game.
They are, because they just saying black. They just saying black. They just saying black. They just saying black. That whole thing, they just saying black.
Black mean in North America? What do you think the word black mean in North America?
A black person, a nigga.
Okay, and what is a nigga?
A black person.
No, okay. What is a black person?
A dark brown.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. So
copper color.
Again,
what is
a black person? A black person ain't copper color.
A dark copper.
No, a black person ain't dark copper, nigga.
There they are.
What the fuck we ain't?
Nigga, I'm copper.
No, the fuck you. Oh my gosh.
Hold on. So what is? Hold on. You look like I
back for 5 minutes. I gotta digest what you just said. This nigga said you are dark copper. I gotta process that. You gotta give me a minute. I need a minute for that, bro. I need like 30 seconds of silence from you. What the fuck is, bro? You got the chat going crazy. They sitting here listening to you like, what the fuck is you talking about, bro? I'm trying not to let you make an ass of yourself, bro, but you keep making an ass out of yourself. I'll be preventing it, put a source on the screen as soon as I put it, because you love pictures. So I figured if I put a picture up here, that motherfucker might help your ass. Nope. Picture don't help your ass at all. You don't give a fuck about the picture. Denise, bring your ass back up here so y'all can dialogue. Don't run now, nigga. Hold on. When she come back, I'm letting you back up here. I'm sitting here, bro. I don't think you realize what you're doing right now. I ain't trying to embarrass you. You doing it to yourself. You can't blame me for that shit, bro. Like, you can't blame me for this. I don't care what nobody say. I ain't being blamed for it. He hopped on this panel willfully on his own. I didn't tell him to come up here. He came up here. And he started saying all this dumb ass shit on his own. I ain't got nothing to do with that shit.
Man, hey, man, hold on, man.
Hold on, bro.
Sure.
Y'all was in the middle of y'all conversation.
So,
I'll let y'all get
hold
back.
on. Hold on. So what's the color of copper of a penny? Cause I got a penny right here, dog.
Put it next to your skin.
I got a penny right here, dog.
Put it next to your skin.
I got a penny right here, dog.
Dirty ass pen on your face.
I got a penny right here.
Don't put that dirty ass penny on your face.
I got a penny right here.
Oh my god.
You
don't look nothing like you, bro. This nigga said I'm a dark skinned penny.
Nah, nigga. I said that the black people is the dark brown, and the dark copper, nigga. Come on, you know that, you know they said that that we was over here already.
So do you think that the people in Africa and the people over here are related?
I mean, I don't know. It's a possibility. You know, they tried to say that at one time. They tried to say that everybody black was related, basically. You know, they tried to say that the Australians and the Negritos was Africans, and they tried to say everybody else was African too.
Who was they?
Whoever that is setting the standards.
You don't know. Who was they?
Whoever setting the standards, whoever made the little race map that you brought up that one time, where it was showing the countries and the different colors.
It ain't got nothing to do with none of that. There ain't no goddamn race map.
Then what is it?
That ain't got nothing to do with race at all. That skin map ain't got shit to do with race.
Okay, the skin map.
And a motherfucking.
So you saying skin ain't got nothing to do with race?
No. She ain't never argued that bullshit, and I ain't gonna let you say that she was arguing that.
Oh no! I ain't saying that I'm talking about you.
No, that we never used the skin map for any clarification about that bullshit, bro.
Nah, you brought up the skin map to say that it was never no
No,
black
that
people
is
over here
why.
because this is
That's
what
not
the
why.
skin map
That's
showed.
why I
That
brought
is
up the
not.
skin map.
It
The
actually
skin map
doesn't
is
even
used to
show
show
that.
different variations of radiation, UV rays on people's skin, so you get a variation of motherfucking shit.
Okay, so why if it's UV rays and all that type of stuff, why wasn't no dark brown on the map?
What you mean it wasn't no dark map brown on the map? This is
Why wasn't no dark brown on the map in the Americas from north to south?
It was.
You talking about that little dot?
No, it wasn't no dots.
It was a little dot.
No,
No, it was
Bring it
not.
up.
Did you look at that map
No,
before?
he did not. He only.
Yeah, bring it up. I was looking at the map the other day.
You couldn't have, if you think that it wasn't dark over here, because the equator is still there, right? It's still down there. It goes around the whole world. You do think that the world is round, right?
let me pull up. Nah, he probably think it's flat. Shit, he
Please
believe
don't.
all the other weird ass shit he into.
I'm saying,
I don't even want to know the answer to that. It's just that
honey,
around the equator, it's
honey
dark.
Clark, you don't look like no African. You don't look like no
I'm
African.
sorry. I'm definitely that.
You don't look like no African.
You don't. No, you don't look like an American. You don't look Native American. Your features aren't that.
I definitely
That's
don't look
okay.
like her. I definitely don't look like her that was up here the other day.
But
Yeah,
I
that's
gotta
for
forget
sure.
that. For
Yeah,
for
I don't look like the African
do you
cuz that was
think
up
that
here.
do you think that Aboriginals are their own like type of human
Yeah,
though?
yeah. We got our own look.
You're
Them
your
niggas in
own.
Africa them niggas don't look like us.
No, 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 not a phenotype. I'm saying, are you your own species of human?
Nah, man, that was man.
I'm asking because you say you sprung up over here and not where
Yeah, that
everybody
wasn't the
else
map that
was.
you brought the other day, but
Yes, it
I'm sure it
was.
was the only one.
no, it wasn't.
And the other map in the video is
No, it wasn't.
the images from outer space. So what you talking about, bro? That's how you get the UV rays. It was two maps. We put it on the screen and everything in the video.
So
So
why?
it's no
So why in the other maps there ain't no dark skins over there?
who ain't there's no other. Somebody help this dude.
What other maps have you seen?
Yeah, man. This ain't the. This ain't it. Because this, that don't even make sense for the simple
Look,
fact
look,
that
look,
that
look,
don't even make
look.
sense for the simple fact that the
Look
people
at
in
the other
Australia,
map.
the
Look at
people
the
in
other map.
Australia, the people in Australia, black as hell, and they had them niggas light over there. Stop
Look
it.
at
Get
the
that map
other
off
map.
of here.
You don't have
Get that
nobody.
gay.
No,
That's a
they
gay
don't.
map.
You know where
What?
Australia is on the map?
I'm saying
What
I
are you
know what
talking
they
about?
look like.
Where's
What?
Australia?
I know
Yeah,
what the Australians look like, and
there's no.
they black as hell.
No, they not.
What?
Ain't nobody on this planet black, bro. It's
Oh
very
my god, man.
used to be.
They dark as hell. They darker than me for sure.
Nah, bro, you just
And it
lost.
ain't no dark over there. Well, you got one speck of dark over there. Come on, man, stop that.
I know one speck of nothing. What are you talking about?
You don't know where Australia is.
Australia. You telling me Australia more light skinned than anything?
Who
Stop
said
it.
it? Who said they light
Them
skin?
niggas is your color.
Who said they light skin?
That's what the skin map
Do you
say.
know what the equator is, bro?
That's what the skin map say.
What the equator is?
I don't care. I'm talking about what the people look like.
No, that ain't what I asked you.
This is a skin map. What the skin look like on them people?
Where is the equator?
The equator's up there by the M.
Where?
By the M. By
Are
the
you sure that
.com.
the equator is right here?
Yes, right there.
This line right here is the equator.
Yes, it's right in the area.
So anywhere near the equator, you're gonna get the what? Let me help you out again. Look at this map. You see this?
So why are the Mexicans? Why are the so-called Mexicans? Why are the show me the so-called Mexicans and the Indians in America that's that black color. Show me them Indians and the Mexicans that's in South America that's native, that's that black color. Show me them right now.
He go here, red
2024.
line right here. Not whether it's
2024. I
below
want to see. I want to see the people that so called
right
ain't got no African descent in them.
they right.
That's that color.
Everybody on the
That's
planet
the
got
same color as the people in. That's the same color as the people in Africa. That black color. Please show me them.
It's tripping. No, it's different variations of shades of people.
Show me that dark brown. Show me that dark brown that's in Africa. That's in South America.
What do you mean?
That dark brown. That's that black. Yeah. That black right there that's in Africa.
UV rays?
That whole black right there that's in Africa. I want you to show me that black that's in South America.
And UV rays.
No, he doesn't understand that.
Oh my God. This is
You don't
skin.
even know the environment.
This is skin. This
you don't
is
even know the
skin.
environmental conditions of over here. You don't know why these.
You was just trying to tell me that dark skinned niggas is over here. Show me the native dark skin.
Vino.
From the skin map.
Vino.
I asked the same question before.
I know. You can't do it.
No, there's an answer. There's an answer to why.
Who can't?
I don't think you're gonna listen.
Who can't show you why? You don't even know the environmental conditions of the people over here in the Americas.
Show me them. They got that.
You don't know the difference between why motherfuckers is so black in Africa and they ain't so black in South America when they're along the same equatorial lines in a certain part of that. Because it's a goddamn rainforest over there that prevents them from.
They was over there. That's why they called it Negro de Terror.
Oh boy, this nigga tripping. You so invested in this color, bro. You don't even know what the fuck you doing, and you asking a dumbass question. Because
man, I just want you to show me the dark brown. I want you to show me the Indians in South America. That's my color.
Do you know what a rainforest is, bro? Do you know how that will? Do you know what a rainforest is? Do you know people that live in a rainforest region? Why the sand people so light skinned and they in some hot ass areas? Do you know why? Oh, you don't.
Oh yeah, they black as hell over there too.
The sand people ain't black as hell. The sand people look like me and you. They skin complexion is just like me and you in Africa. You don't know what the fuck you talking about because you don't understand the environment as well and the role that it plays on your need for UV rays, etc. You just keep on just like doing like dumbass shit, bro, with this speculation.
That ain't speculation.
Some dark-skinned ass.
Yeah, show me the dark skin.
Look what you keep saying. Why would they be dark-skinned in the region that they're in?
What you mean? Because they were dark-skinned a long time ago. Why wouldn't they be dark-skinned?
Who said that they were dark-skinned a long time ago?
The Mayans.
About some motherfuckers that painted themselves black?
The Mayans.
Who was these?
They ain't paint themselves black.
Who was these people?
They ain't paint themselves black.
Who was these people? Who them people on the screen, Vino?
Yeah, and the dark skinned one's gonna be labeled niggas.
The people on the screen, Vino.
And the dark skinned one's gonna be labeled niggas.
Watch out. Nope.
Yep.
I'm finna fuck you all the way up.
And that's how it went right there. That's how it went right there.
Honey Clark.
That's how it went right there.
Every last one of the people in the picture are Afro-Mexicans. Every last one of them are Afro-Mexicans.
Hold on.
They have Mexican and African ancestry. Every single one of them.
See, there you go.
Every single one of them.
See, there you go.
You just try to sit here and play the game. You just try to sit here and play the game. And I I'm just debunking your bullshit.
You ain't debunking nothing because you putting the whoop in the game.
No, I ain't putting no whoop in the
You
game.
ain't keep it real. I said show me. I said
no whoop in the game.
no. I said show me people that ain't.
Game. How do you know the skin complexion of people in the 14A?
I asked you to show me people that was not African descent.
How do you know the skin complexion of people in the 1440s, 50s, 60s, 70s, or 90s, nigga?
Because they gave a description.
How
they gave a description. They gave a description.
No, they didn't.
They said brunette.
No, they did not.
They said tawny.
What did Columbus say? What did Columbus say? Say what Columbus said.
Brunette.
No, he didn't.
He said canary.
No, bruh.
It's in his journal. It's in his journal.
Pull it up.
It's in his journal.
Pull it up and read it. Pull it up and read it.
All right, hold on.
God damn. Pull up the dark-skinned Mexicans.
Hold on, let me find this.
Pull the shit up, nigga.
I'm pulling it up. Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
It's just quiet. You can go ahead and subscribe to the Bar Reloaded.
No, you don't. Don't. Ain't none of that motherfucking shit over here.
Y'all was quiet.
So what? I'll be advertising your pseudo ass.
They gonna call me pseudo. I don't care. You go on there, you're not gonna see no pseudo stuff.
Man,
you're gonna learn about
what you do? You deleted it? You deleted it?
Homo sapiens and stuff
you
like that.
You deleted it?
Don't worry about that. My last few videos, not that.
So the journal say that. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Now he there.
Hold on. Nah, hold on. Let me make sure I'm right.
Hold on.
Okay. It said.
Let's see if he lied. What it say, nigga? Sure.
You started reading it and decided it wasn't what you
right.
needed.
It ain't saying what he wanted to say.
It said canaries.
No, we didn't hear nothing you said, bro.
What you mean you didn't hear?
Put the link in the chat.
You know we didn't read. You know we didn't hear the shit.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you if you were talking.
I thought you said you could hear me. What's up? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. Now read it. Read the whole description he give. Ain't this some shit? Now you froze.
Okay, so man, hold on, man. I can't look at my thing and read it while I'm on the phone. It's gonna take me off from what it's
put the source in the chat and Denise will read it for you.
What?
You heard what I said. Shit.
This nigga gorilla pimping.
No, she's just a good reader.
I can't even say nothing. Thank you.
Hey, go to the American Journey Collector.
No, we don't need to do that. Put the source in the private chat like you've been doing when you want us to pull up a source. Now you don't want to put it in the private chat.
Hold on, let me see if I can. Hold on, let me see if I can just put it up like that. Hold on.
Yeah, you know how to do it the same way you was doing it.
I'm saying because it keep cutting me out and shit. I don't want to get cut out the show. Hold on,
bro. You ain't going nowhere.
Well, I
put the motherfucking source back there, nigga. Shit. You didn't even have to do all of that. You could have just copied the goddamn source and then just put in the back chat. Why you still running off at your?
I ain't looking at the source like that. I just got it. I got like a screenshot in my phone of it. But sometimes you got a screenshot. Yeah, but sometimes it be having a link on there where I can just hit the, you know what I'm saying, where I can just hit the link and go straight back to the source to where I can get the link.
This ain't no goddamn TikTok.
Motherfucking
nah, bro.
Yeah, just like I say, it's like goddamn. It's like goddamn 5 different descriptions on what these niggas is tiny, these niggas is brunette, these niggas is black, but it's far from black, but like the Canarians, but the Canarians is Africans. Come on, my nigga.
Don't mix him up.
What the hell going on?
Don't mix his words up. He gonna tell you exactly who the fuck he saw, what he saw, and how he saw him.
He said far from black, but like Canarian.
No, don't.
And then in another book, it said brunette.
No, don't. Give us the source. We want to be specific. We don't want to speculate. Damn. We don't want to assume. We don't want to think. We want to know.
But shit, man, let me go out and go do my thing, man. I'll come back, man.
Damn, how hard is it, bro? You can't.
No, I'm saying the way I got that thing, man, I'm gonna have to go find it. I'm gonna have to do kind of like a deep dive to kind of find it. Where
you reading from? What you reading from?
I'm reading from the American Journeys Collector Journal of the First Voyage of Christopher.
What?
Archives.
Bro, you broke up.
American Journeys Collector Journal of.
Hold on. American
Journey Collector. Hold on. American Journeys Collection. Journal of the First Voyage of Columbus. Document number an AJ-06 from Wisconsin Historical Societies.
Just be quiet. Hold on. I got it.
And it's on page.
I ain't need all that. I ain't need all that. Just hold on. Because we done
it's Saturday, October the 13th.
We done pulled this shit up before, bro. So hold on. Let me make my screen full for Honey Clark. She gonna say she gonna have to look at something. I hate this version right here. I hate it. Page what?
Man, I don't know the page, man. Damn. Hold on. The page, fuck. I just got the date where it says September 13th, September 13th.
It's October when they start giving descriptions. What does the top of the page say?
I ain't got the top of the page. I just got like the little clip.
It says,
but it gotta be the top. But it gotta be the top of the page. Nah, man, it's not right there. Because at the top of the page it say because at the top it says Saturday, 13th of October, and then it's like in parentheses. I mean, not parentheses, but like the little quotations.
Okay, hold on. This is why you don't do the shit you're doing, because you see how you.
No, I mean, you know what I'm saying. I mean, I can always, kind of get it better, but I'm just saying, I'm just doing it on the fly.
I don't give a fuck what you talking about. It's not how you source shit. You don't.
Yeah,
source
I can do better as far as knowing exactly, but the way that I clipped it, the way I clipped it up was fucked up. Yeah, I clipped it up wrong. You know what I'm saying? But that was, I'm new to the game.
What you exactly? So how the fuck when a nigga telling you some shit, you act like you can't fucking hear it? Like, nah, I ain't doing my way. You sound crazy as fuck.
Nah, man, I take what you're saying, but just like I say, man, you talking about something minor though.
I ain't talking about nothing minor. It's major. When we talking about this information, we trying to get it right. You over here, you ain't trying to get it right.
I am trying to get it right. That's why I was like, damn. Nigga got to go out and kind of go find it. Got to go do the deep dive and go find it exactly.
Can you search for the words?
You can't search for the words in this source.
You can't go straight to the date. I mean, you can't find a date just like the other dates was popping up. Like right there, it says.
I know the dates.
It ain't no date on there.
I know the dates. I went back far enough for me to try to figure out how to get to October. Which
okay.
I'm almost there.
All right, my bad.
Oh, relax. You the one that don't know what you're doing. October what? 7th?
No, the 13th.
What is this pathetic?
Yeah, right there.
I motherfucking know. All right. Can you see that?
Uh-huh.
I ain't talking to you, bro. I'm talking to her.
You know,
Denise
knows how to read.
Do your skill. Do your skill.
How long am I supposed to read to?
Let's go down to the Canaries.
Well, nah, we don't need all of that. Read the description from the beginning. As soon as dawn broke, many of these people came to the beach. So he already gave a description before then. Go ahead, read. As soon as.
As soon as dawn broke, many of these people came to the beach, all youths, as I have said, and all of good stature, a very handsome people. Their hair is not curly, but loose and coarse, like horsehair. And all
Hold on. V-Note.
Yeah.
You got horsehair?
No, I ain't got horsehair, but just because I ain't got
V-Note.
No, I don't have horsehair.
No, V-Note. Do you got horsehair?
No.
Thank you. I continue to read. This nigga ain't got horsehair. That eliminate him.
And all the forehead is broad, more so than any other people I have hitherto seen. Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the
Slow
canary.
down, you going too fast. Repeat that part again.
Their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black, but
What?
the color of the canary
Themselves far from what?
Far from black.
Hold on. What? What you say?
Far from black, but the color of the canary.
No, V-Note. You don't get to interrupt. We read your source. We're reading your source. Keep reading, ma'am.
Nor should anything else be expected, as this
Hold
island
up. Wait. He said nothing else should be expected.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't expect them to be nothing else, no more, no less. Okay.
As the island is in a line east and west from the island of Hierro in the Canaries. Oh, their legs are very.
Hold on, read that part again, because Vino kept saying Canaries.
It,
But what did he say about the Canary?
It says the island is in a line east and west from the island of Hierro in the
So the
Canaries.
island is aligned.
Yeah. Their legs are very straight,
but the
bone on line,
Canarians,
and no
Hold
belly.
on, Vino. Hold the fuck on, Vino. We don't need, listen, bro. We don't need your ad libs. We got your source. Now let us cook. Let us cook, Vino. You got to sit this one out, homie. You got to sit this one out.
nah, the reason I was bringing this up, because I can bring up another one where they got different
Oh, man.
descriptions.
No.
But we're going to go to this one, because y'all said the other day that it was black on the black nor white. And then I said, okay, y'all niggas said it was canary. And then,
shit. This
and
one's saying they not black nor white.
no,
This
it's not saying
they
black
have
nor
like-
white, because the Canarians is Africans.
No, they ain't. Do you
They
got
from North
motherfucking hair
Africa.
do Africans got hair like a horse?
They from North Africa.
One more time. Do the goddamn Africans have hair like the horse?
The Canarians don't got no hair like no horse.
One more time, bro. Do Africans have hair like fucking horse?
The Canarians ain't got hair like a horse.
You know, do Africans have hair like horse?
The Canarians ain't got hair like a horse, so that's why I'm
he
saying.
said that they are Canarians. He don't. He says their eyes are very beautiful and not small, and themselves far from black.
Okay, you got that. You got that.
Canarians. So he's giving you. He's saying he's saying what they just said, but the color.
Okay.
Of the Canarians.
The color.
He's saying they're the Canarians. He's saying, but the color of the Canarians.
But they not white. The Canarians ain't white if they mix.
I didn't say the fucking Canarians was white. No one on the panel
but
has said that.
You just got done saying when I said that y'all said that they was nor black
making
nor
you
white. You just said that's what they said.
I am making you own the description slowly, because now you can see that this motherfucker ain't calling these motherfuckers Canarians.
I said the color of Canarians.
Bro.
That's the same thing. The color of the Canarians is
just chill.
What's the difference between a Canarian and the color of the Canarians?
Just chill. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What's the difference between the color of the Canarians and what the Canarians look like?
This nigga ain't gonna chill. You need to chill, bro, and just digest this pimping that just happened to you, bro. You just got
did nothing happen because the Canarians is part African.
No, you can't say that they the Canarians. He ain't even saying that they the Canarians. How the fuck are you coming to the conclusion that they? No,
one more time. Canarians are dark. He thinks that Canarians look like Africans.
He can't.
Nah, I ain't saying that they dark. I'm saying that the Canarians
all right, so
automatically Africans.
Okay, did he say that they are the Canarians, or that they look like the Canarians in color?
In color.
He said in color. Okay, so do a Canarian got horse hair?
Nah.
Okay, so
we just talking about the color. We just talking about the color. We just talking about the color.
Hold on. He said these motherfuckers got coarse hair. You just said Canarians ain't got coarse hair. He said that these motherfuckers got their forehead is broad more than any other people. Do the Canarians?
No, it's not about the description. We're talking about the skin tone. Hold on,
time out. You got 2 minutes in the hole. You should be familiar with that. You trying to justify this shit when it's on the screen? Are you seriously, Vino, trying to justify some shit that we reading on the screen? He's giving us the description. He says the color is like the Canarians. But then he says, nor should anything else be expected. But he also said they got fucking a certain type of hair like a horse. So no matter what the Canarians look like, that's irrelevant. He's only saying in skin complexion, they are similar to the Canarians, but they got coarse hair like a horse. You ain't got coarse hair. A1 ain't got coarse hair. Dane Calloway ain't got coarse hair. Top Cats ain't got coarse hair. Smoke Signal ain't got coarse hair. Betty and all them other motherfuckers, they ain't got coarse hair. And don't none of you motherfuckers look like the Canaries. You ain't got broad foreheads. You don't fit the description. Why are you trying to justify this shit? We can read. We can read. And you were trying to get us to go down here to the bottom and shit. I wish I could pick his motherfucker up. There you go. Denise, can you read this one more time from the beginning before we bring this brother back? And I can just the first paragraph all the way to the end to where it says that second canaries, please.
As soon as dawn broke, many of these people came to the beach, all youths, as I have said, and all of good stature, a very handsome people. Their hair is not curly, but loose and coarse, like horsehair, and all the forehead is broad, more so than any other people I have hitherto seen. Their eyes are very beautiful, not small, and themselves far from black, but the color of the Canarians. Nor should anything else be expected, as this island is a line east and west from the island of Hierro in the Canaries. Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's bring V-Note the slope. Hold on, V-Note. I'm doing something real quick. Give me a second. All right, let me bring this nigga back in the phone.
Now, the only reason that I brought this source up is because y'all told me that his journal said that they not black nor white. And I'm saying that they said that they was the color of canaries. I'm also saying that they also saying that the people is brunette, and they also saying in other sources that's reading from so-called Christopher Columbus uh, journals or notes, and it's saying that they tawny. So that's the only reason I brought this up, because y'all said they was neither black nor white. And I'm saying, okay, well, shit, this is saying that they canary color. And then also another one is saying that they a brunette or tawny. So I really don't know, how you kind of getting points off me off this.
What other source says that, what say what you just said again? And let's pull that source up.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me get that one. Hold on.
I hate when people do this, bro. It's real easy to fucking just deal with this shit. Real easy, bro.
All right. I will go to the 8 decades of Peter Martin and go to page 119.
Hold up.
gonna be the first voyage. Hey man, I appreciate you letting me come over here and talk and let me get off with the little bit of info that I do got, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate you letting me come up though.
Let's see if I can get this PDF. 8 decades of Peter Mortar. Let me get the right PDF. I'm just letting you debunk yourself, bro. That's all.
I'm not debunking myself. I'm saying that they giving different descriptions from these people, and
Nah,
these people is so called supposed to be translating from Christopher Columbus notes.
no, you definitely debunking yourself.
I'm not.
Honey Clark, where you at?
Yeah, just like I said, y'all said
Yes.
Is he debunking himself or no?
I don't know.
This nigga said Sean.
God, I don't know.
You fucking do.
I don't think he has to understand. I don't understand how he be thinking. So
So you saying you don't know because you think because of his lack of understanding.
yeah, like it's like
Hmm.
I gotta understand what he think canary people are.
they Africans.
What?
Jeez.
They part African.
No, you said what a
They Berbers. Well, they Berber. The reason that I'm saying that is
do the Berbers
because
do the Berbers
because of their names and the way that they was writing back then was the same style as the Berbers.
this dude is tripping. Let me
That's what
try to hurry up and get this book. What
that's
page?
that's fact.
Let me see if it's gonna give me the
That
book.
part.
And
What page?
also
What page,
and
bro?
also 119. You can go down to the second paragraph.
Just hold on.
They're talking about ex Raga. They're talking about Hispaniola. And they also say, that the Cubans so called whenever they hear, you know what I'm saying, that Cuba, that they had that color though, you know what I'm saying? So
Hold on. Let me make sure this is goddamn right shit. The Orber Nove, the 8 decades of Peter Martyr, 1912.
hey Gullah man, I apologize, man. I know niggas be up here be tripping on the motherfucking information and shit, man. Niggas get to talking shit. Wanna apologize to you, man. I ain't got no beef with you at all, player. You know what I'm saying? I salute what y'all doing, but I'm coming how I'm coming. But I ain't got no beef
This is
with you,
the
though,
page
player.
talking about the first decade.
Yep. First decade, 119. Go down to the second go down to the second paragraph.
When they finally arrived at the chieftain's residency.
Yeah, you kind of got to go down a little bit more because it's kind of at the bottom when they say brunette tent.
Boy,
Right
this
there,
is
that last little sentence or that second sentence at
nah.
the
I
end.
need Honey Claw, read this. We're gonna go to the next page too. Start right here. When right here.
When
Can you
they
see it?
finally arrive, yeah,
You sure?
yeah.
All right, go.
When they finally arrived at the chieftain's residence in Zaragoza, the natives came out to meet them, and as is their custom, offered a triumphal reception to their king. Oh, I don't know that name. Lucius, Anacochoa. I don't know what that says. So, and to our men, I guess it's the name. That's the name of the king. Okay. Please note, amongst other usages, these two, which are remarkable amongst naked and uncultivated people. When the company approached some 30 women, all wives of the the Sikh, marched out to meet them, dancing, singing, and shouting. They were naked, save for a girdle, which, though it consisted but of a cotton belt, which dropped over their hips, satisfied these women, devoid of any sense of shame. As for the young girls, they covered no parts of their bodies, but wore their hair loose amongst their shoulders, and a narrow ribbon tied around their forehead. Their face, breasts, and hands, and entire body was quite naked, and of a somewhat brunette tint. All were beautiful, so that one might think he beheld those splendid
Hold on, time out. Hold on. Go back to that because he brought up brunette. So what was of a brunette tint?
their body. Their face, breasts,
Read,
and hands, and the
read it
entire
again.
body was quite naked and of a somewhat brunette tint.
Okay, so we don't know if it's brunette. Is somewhat of a brunette tint. Keep going.
Hmm. All were beautiful, so that one might think he beheld those
No,
splendid.
pause. Hold on. But okay, now
That was the end of
hold
the.
on, hold on, hold on,
Yes.
hold on. Let me pull up brunette.
Oh, man.
Let me pull up brunette. And it's gonna show the. I don't give a fuck who it show. But this is brunette, y'all. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Not these Europeans, these Caucasians, these white people. Look at the hair.
No, not the hair. Look at the now. Go to the color. Go to the color of brunette.
Oh my gosh, bro.
This nigga said, "Look at the hair." Come on, stop. This
Yeah,
nigga crazy.
that's what it's referring to.
No, it's
A
not.
brunette is, a brunette is referring to the color of
No,
hair.
no, it's not. They talk. No, it's not.
Yo, hold on, Honey Clark. When
What?
No, it's not.
Honey Clark, when people say brunette, are they talking about a skin color or hair?
You can't put nothing on
No,
nobody.
we know you
Brunette is
got
a
to
hair
shut the fuck
color.
up and listen, bro. Time out.
Brunette
Time
is a
out.
hair color. It's only a hair color.
Right. Because most people when they're describing brunettes, you know that they talking about somebody hair. I'm saying that he's saying skin tone. We agree. But if you know what brunette is and we pull up brunette, look at the hair. A brunette, a redhead, a blonde.
They saying their skin is the color of brunette hair.
Right. And the color of brunette hair is right here on the screen.
I think that's his point. You think that you're brunette, Vino?
Vino is definitely not brunette. Because there's different shades of brunette, and we looking at all the different shades of brunette now. Hold on, let me do it like this. Here you go, Vino. And we know she ain't brunette because it's talking about hair. That's why I kept saying that. God damn. No matter how you search it, it's still gonna pull up hair. So when we start looking at it, we know. We know you ain't brunette, Vino. You ain't brunette. But let's go, Honey Clark, cause we gotta get to the second. We gotta get to the second paragraph of your students' comprehension problems. We down
What
here at the
student?
bottom. Their faces. We right here. You see it?
Yeah, but we read that. Their
Read it
face, breasts,
again. We
and
gotta go to
hands,
the
and
next
then
page.
okay, their face, breasts, and hands, and the entire body was quite naked in a somewhat brunette tint. All were beautiful, so that one might think he beheld those splendid naiads or nymphs of the fountains so much celebrated.
By the ancients.
By the ancients.
Keep going to the end of the paragraph.
By the ancients holding branches of palms in their hands, they danced to an accompaniment of songs, and bending the knee, they offered them to the adelantado. Entering the chieftain's house, the Spaniards refreshed themselves as a banquet prepared with all the magnificence of native usage. When night came, each according to his rank was escorted by servants of the cacique to houses which were hanging. Oh, to houses where those hanging beds I have already described were assigned to them, and there they rested. Keep
Hmm.
going.
No, because it says the next day we conducted the building and served the theater, yada yada yada. It's not giving a description.
Hmm. So he
So
just wanted to say brunette.
yeah, I mean, he just trying to get all these descriptions in here, and he keep fucking himself up. Is what I'm saying. You on mute, V? No.
Man, I know you just didn't constantly bring up no brunette hair. Bring up brunette color. Bring up the brunette. Don't bring up no hair. Bring up brunette color. Brunette.
Yeah,
Okay, just to let the people know, since that nigga trying to make me look crazy.
the hair.
Brunette is a dark brown.
He's not listening.
Yeah, we saw that on the
Brunette
video.
means dark brown.
He's not listening.
So
He's
I
not.
don't know what all the hair.
You,
I don't know how he just tried to
you're
this.
not
You know,
brunette.
he just did the
If he
Mayweather real good.
like a
He did the he did the he was just acting like a blind. That nigga just dodged the color. Any other time, them niggas bringing up color charts. That nigga went straight.
I didn't
He
do any
said
of
that
that.
they talking about some hair.
I didn't do any of that.
Crazy.
Guess what? So when you go back to the skin map, guess what you're gonna see on there? You're gonna see brunette on the skin map.
Dark brown is brunette. Bring up the definition of brunette. Bring up the definition of brunette is dark brown.
Keep on trying to make me do things his way. You can't even in your way. Even in your way, V note, you still wrong. Cause guess what? Brunette is over here. There it go, all right here. All up in there. Brunette, all up in there. Brunette, all up in there. There you go. You see how easy that shit is?
The Mexicans don't look like that, boy. Stop
No, yes,
it.
they do.
You know,
I just put some on the screen.
nigga, you just showed some African descent, nigga.
Man,
What you talking about?
The skin map is the evidence, V
Oh
notes.
my God, this nigga just showed some African descent.
No, I put
This
them
nigga
up for a reason.
crazy. Come on, Sean P, man. You know, I come over here to the belly of the beast. You know what I'm saying? You can. Hey,
You don't know what the
I'm
fuck
softening it up.
No,
I'm softening
why
because you ain't keeping it real.
No, you're not keeping it real at all. Here go brunette right here. Brunette right here. Brunette right here.
No.
It's the same color as the fucking hair.
Nah, you lying. Come on, nigga. That's a light brown, nigga. That's motherfucking tortilla. Nigga, that's tortilla.
This is brunette.
That's tortilla.
We just
You talking about the nigga her?
No, the fucking skin.
Ah, this nigga look crazy.
One more time. I'm gonna show you the
You
map.
look crazy right now, man.
No. Look at the map. Look at the map. Look right here. Look right here. Just look right here.
That shit was up there in North America.
Yo, no, that's not North America. Can you look right here?
I'm talking about them niggas skin tone was North America.
No, it is. See, this is the problem with you, bro. You never honest. There's no integrity with you.
Man, you just said that nigga was brunette. My nigga, that nigga was hella light skin.
Okay.
That nigga was your color.
He
was your color.
Who was light skinned?
He was your color, and you said that the nigga was brunette. He's your color. That nigga is your color.
No, he is not.
Oh my God.
No, he is not. This shows you you don't know anything about. You don't know nothing about what you're talking about, man. This is the reason why you so caught. I'll be like, why the fuck am I even wasting my time when it's
he is your color?
You don't even know. Look at the variations.
That's not brunette, nigga. Nigga, go to brunette, nigga. Go to brunette.
You pull it up.
And go to the definition. That's not dark brown.
You pull it up. I'm showing everybody on the goddamn skin map. I'm verifying all the different shades.
That's not
skin map. I verify every shade of brown on the goddamn skin map, from the lightest to the darkest, on the map.
That's not dark brown. I
He
don't care what
keeps
you say.
showing you this picture and you still don't fucking get it.
That's not dark brown,
This
nigga.
is exactly who Columbus
She
described.
not dark brown, nigga.
She did.
Y'all
What the
niggas
fuck
keep
you
going.
mean?
She not dark brown, nigga.
She's darker than me, nigga. She's brunette.
My nigga, you the same color as Pimp C.
I'm light
Please,
skinned.
bro.
She's darker than me.
Nigga,
That's
you hella
brunette.
light, nigga.
That is brunette.
Man, no, that's not.
I'm using your word and you're refuting it.
I'm brunette.
Okay.
No, look at her skin and look at
I'm
your hair.
brunette,
That's
nigga.
brunette.
Okay.
I'm brunette, nigga.
You can put her right next
How
to
come
you just because of that hair.
every time you prove it wrong, you say
You
no?
not proving me wrong with this brunette shit, nigga. You tripping.
No,
You
you
stand
don't.
away from that color,
You don't
nigga.
want to be
Bring
wrong.
up the color,
You
nigga. Bring
don't
up the
want to be wrong.
nigga.
You
Bring
don't
up the
want
color
to be
brunette.
wrong.
Bring up the color brunette.
Vino, you don't
Bring
want
up
to
the
be
I'm
color.
wrong.
so
The
confused.
problem
We
is,
know
You
who do you
typed
think
in
is
Central
brunette?
America people. Stop it.
yeah, because that's what
But
the
type
fuck
in brunette.
because I
And
can
then,
show you variations based on the skin map right here, just in Central
nigga,
America.
she got black paint on. Stop it. These
Guess
niggas
what?
got paint. These niggas is painted up. Stop it.
He is the
Them
same.
niggas is dirty.
He
Them
the
niggas is
same
dirty.
color as
Stop
you.
it.
You
Niggas is
dirty.
dirty. He ain't the same color as
He the
me.
same.
Stop it. No,
All
he's
right.
not. No, he's
Okay.
not, man.
How
You
many
tripping.
people? How many people believe this nigga? This nigga
This
Vino.
nigga's not the same color as me.
Look at
Stop it.
Vino. Look at
Mm-mm.
Vino. Look at him. Look at Vino.
He ain't the same color as
Look at
me. That
him.
nigga dirty as hell, nigga.
Look at
No,
Vino.
he's not the same color as
You
me,
don't even
baby.
know if
No,
Vino
he's
like
not.
he got tattoos on his
He's
body.
not.
Yeah,
No,
He has
stop it.
tattoos on his body.
Look
How
at this
many?
nigga in the back. He black as hell. He got all that paint. These niggas got paint on him. These niggas got paint. Nigga, look at his shoulders. He dirty.
Vino.
You talking about? Look at his shoulders. He dirty.
Look
You
at
talking about this
Vino.
nigga got dirt on him?
Look at
This
him.
nigga tripping, nigga.
Look at Vino.
Them niggas is dirty.
Look at
Stop
him.
it. Them niggas.
Look
Hey,
at
them
Vino.
niggas ain't got this.
Look at him.
The niggas
I'm
ain't got that right there.
confused. So what color would you describe them as?
Them niggas is motherfucking tortilla.
What?
Them niggas just.
I'm putting that nigga in the back. One more time. One more time. The dude has a problem with a belief. He has a belief that certain people look a certain way based on his belief. He can't get beyond his belief. No evidence of such, just his belief. His belief. So I showed the variations of fucking people in Central America for a reason, because I just showed y'all the skin map to show you that there is also variation among them. We don't have to play these games. I don't need to do all of this shit. This is who the fuck he was describing right here on the goddamn screen. Even with their tribal tattoos on their body, look at their face. Look at that man's face. Vino gonna say, oh, he dirty. He dirty. Nah, this who he describing, Vino. Right here, this Central American motherfucker. Bright, dark-skinned. He ain't light-skinned. He ain't light-skinned. None of them right here in this picture that you see right here, in these tribal markings. None of them. I ain't talking about their bodies. I'm talking face only. Then you want to run around here talking about brunette, you brunette. No, you keep on making a dumbass argument. I'm only going to listen to that dumbass shit for so long, bro, before I just get sick and tired of it. You done sit up here and made a fool out of your goddamn self for multiple days in a row, and you still doing the dumb shit, and I'm just sitting here like, when you gonna wise the fuck up? You ain't even trying to wise up. You trying to double down on your stupidity. For what reason, I don't even know. But you can't get beyond this picture right here. You can't get beyond this picture. Because this is who Columbus is describing. That look like the Canaries, but hair coarse like a horse. This is exactly who. And you got to get out of your own way, bro. At some point, at some point in time, you got to stop with your shit. You got to stop with your shit, bro. You're doing yourself a disservice. You're doing yourself a serious disservice playing that role you playing. Like, for real. Where you at, Honey Claude?
Right here.
Look at this chick. I don't even know how we even get to the point of, you know what I'm saying? This shows us how stupid our arguments is. When it come to a crayon box. Like, you just like tripping. And we know why people looking black down there, because then you got this whole African insurgent of people down there mixing around. And you can't sit here and try to play that game like that. And you doing that shit intentionally, bro. Like, you playing on your own ignorance like that. And you gotta like wake the fuck all the way up, bro. Like, on some real shit. You ain't helping us. You ain't helping us understand your argument at all. Cause you go to a crayon box like every time.
Did
And
you
we,
kick him in the back or something?
yeah, I put that motherfucker in the bag, bro. I needed to
Like,
fire
why
me.
is he not talking?
That nigga going, I know he's still talking because he crazy like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why nigga still talking, bro. I put your ass in the back for a reason, nigga. You tripping. Like, you tripping for real, bro. Like, you ain't even helping yourself. You ain't helping yourself at all. Central American people, bro. Look at how light they are. We done seen lighter, we done seen brown, darker skinned people, all from Central America. Showing you the skin variations. We know these people ain't even from no South America, them Africans. You ain't trying to learn, bro. At some point, you got to get out of your own fucking way and start to learn. Like, really allow shit to work in favor for you. Like, for real. Quit trying to challenge every motherfucking thing because you don't know every goddamn thing. So that's useless, baseless for you to be sitting there trying to challenge some shit. Craziness. That's why I'm showing you this. Look at that African presence in Central. Man, come on, man. This ain't even in place, but they just showing that bullshit because it's part of the bullshit. At what point are you gonna wise the fuck up? This man trying to say some people ain't some people, bro. That's the craziest shit ever. Let me stop showing these dumbass people. I don't even give a fuck about them people. I ain't the one that gotta prove them wrong. You do. You gotta go prove it. We done looked at both of your sources. Ain't neither one of your sources agree with your motherfucking ass yet. You gotta prove that shit.
Man, you just put some whole BC powder and to some pure dope that I just brought up here
I
with
ain't
this
put
brunette shit.
and
I
you
didn't do nothing.
dodged the brunette. You went to some
I
hair.
didn't
You went
dodge
to
nothing.
a
I
whole
didn't
bunch
dodge.
of wigs. You
Okay,
never went to
define
the
brunette.
color. You never went to the
Define brunette.
definition. Then you went to
Define
some
brunette.
dirty. Then you went to some dirty Indians.
Define brunette. Come on, man. I ain't gonna let you just call them motherfuckers dirty, bro. You like making too many motherfucking excuses. A brunette is a person with dark brown hair. Dark brown hair. Dark brown hair. What is dark brown? I done showed you variations of brown using the skin map. A brunette is a person, especially a woman or girl, who has dark brown hair. This term can also refer to dark eyes or darkish or olive skin. So what are we talking about? Vino? That's what I mean. You don't know what you're talking about. You just sit here and you start doing that yapping. Just yapping your ass. Yap, 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 yap. You just yapping your motherfucking ass off. And you don't know, bro. And it's cool. It's cool you don't know. We don't expect you to. Like you said, you knew. But your new ass can't sit here and say what something is or is not if you still learning. That means you don't know. You don't know what the fuck you talking about because you still learning. So you have to remain a student. You shouldn't be trying to teach nobody any goddamn thing. And that's a fucking fact. Your ass still learning, nigga, be a student. You heard what the fuck I said to you? Your ass still learning, nigga, be a student, nigga. Shake
This
your
is,
head all you want to. You
this
heard
is
what I
sad,
said.
man. I thought you was
You heard
reeling in
what
that
I said.
time. I thought you was reeling in there, man.
You heard what I said.
I didn't beat you down like this, and you couldn't even keep it real, man. It's crazy, man.
Beat me like
Man,
that. I'm just tired of you embarrassing yourself.
I ain't embarrassing myself, man. I'm coming with
Okay.
what the people are saying. You know
You
what I'm
said,
saying?
listen to this.
You
You
told you
you
showed me some
said
people
you
with your
still a
skin
student.
tone.
You said
You showed
you
me some
just
people with your
came to
skin tone and
student.
told me that they was
You
dark
still a
brown.
student. And you only just you came with a whole other source to trying to give a description of some shit that I just read the definition of what brunette is.
It's dark
It's
brown.
skin hair.
It's dark brown.
No. You don't even
They
understand
wasn't.
what dark
They
is, bro.
said the chest, the
What is
face,
your
the
expectation?
neck, the
No,
toes, the ears, the
no,
everything. They named everything they was talking about.
no.
And then they said brunette.
You know what Olive
All parts
skin?
of the
You
body,
know what
brunette
olive
tint.
skin is? Do you
She
know what
just read
olive
it
skin?
twice for you. She knows. She
Do
understands.
you know what olive skin look like? Yes or no?
Honey Clark. Honey
Do you know
Clark.
what olive skin look like? Because that's a part
Mhm.
of the definition of brunette.
Now, did they say face, ears, neck, butt, everything? The whole body was what tint?
It was a brunette tint.
Okay. It wasn't about no hair.
Not
It wasn't
brunette.
about none of that. It
Not
Right,
wasn't about the
brunette.
people.
but
Not
what?
brunette.
No, the color
Brunette mean dark
brunette.
brown.
Right
Not
now, the
brunette.
color
It didn't say
brunette.
they
We
were
gotta go look
brunette.
at the hair.
Said brunette tint.
He said their body's a brunette tint. Yes. So if you look at the hair color, you'll see the tint of their body. Right. It's a tint
What?
though. It's not like the color of the
Oh my
hair.
God.
The color of the hair is brunette, right? That's the color
Why
of their
do y'all
bodies.
keep bringing up the hair?
Because that's what brunette is.
They not talking about no hair.
But it's
They
the
giving a
color of the
description of a
hair.
color.
No.
Yes, color
I'm
of the
not fit to
hair.
go crazy. I don't got my points on that. We can go to the next thing.
What is you talking
Now
about?
the
It sounds
next
like
thing they gonna say.
English.
Now the next thing they gonna say is Tawny. Now let me bring up the next thing where they gonna say Tawny. Now let me go get that. Hold on,
Tony, do you know
cause
what
y'all
that
looking crazy.
means before you
That's
bring
like
it up?
that's like your color. All I'm saying, they giving these people all these different colors.
Chavis, you
And
got
the only people that
hold on, send it back. Chavis said you 0 for 11 right now, Vino. Chavis, nigga, you got more Neanderthal DNA than me. You got more Neanderthal DNA than me. Hey, Vino, they said you is 0 for 11 tonight. What you got to say about that?
I can't tell. You keep putting me in the back.
No, that ain't why I
can't
put you.
tell.
That's why I put you in the back. I put you back there because you're gonna keep on talking while I was trying to address the chat. Nigga, you got 2%. You got 2% Neanderthal. I got 1. Out of here, niggas.
But just like I said,
pull your DNA up, then, cuz. Come on up here and pull your DNA up here, cuz. I done seen you. Come on up here and pull the DNA. Let's do it.
So what's your DNA say?
23 and me, I'm pull up mine. Let's go.
What's your DNA say?
That them people ain't brunette. Like you think. Brunette, how you trying to define it? Them people look like the skin map. Variations. Now let's be hold on. Now I'm gonna see if you're gonna be honest right here. Is Christopher Columbus' description the description for all the people that was in Mexico, Central America, and South America, or was it specific to the island in which he landed?
In the islands, in that Pacific part of the island.
Hold on. Listen, I hate when you walk. Stop running.
In that Pacific part of the island that he landed at.
So it's about the people that he saw on the island, which is
and the only people that make.
Hold on, Honey Clark. Watch this. What are those people on the island? Are they close to the equator?
Yep.
So they close to the equator, and they look brunette tint.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they look brunette tint and they closer to the equator or olive?
That's why I was trying to say, damn, how they is like the Canaries.
What? No, I'm gonna say it one more time. How do they look brunette tint and they near the equator? Why would they need that tint?
The Mexicans ain't that color right now.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you been to any other islands?
No, I ain't been to that.
Right. So your motherfucking ignorant ass ain't seen none of them people on the islands, and you ain't been nowhere near Mexico, near that equator, to see what them people in Mexico look like. So you can't.
Yeah, I've been.
You can't.
I've been down about Mexico.
Mexicans and the people.
I've been in San Antonio, El Paso.
But listen to what you're saying. You can't say the people in San Antonio gonna look like the motherfuckers in Mexico that's near the equator. That proves the skin map.
Well, I can also look at pictures that I done seen from my people. My people that went down there. My people that went down there and took pictures with the people.
Walk and you running again.
I'm saying my people took pictures with the people.
Now I made a point. The only reason that he gives the description that he gives, and that brunette, he doesn't say brunette. The author of this text provides the brunette tint. We just read his shit straight up out the journal. We just read his shit straight up out the journal. And the only reason he's referring to them as being even brunette or olive in color is because they're near the fucking equator. On that island. That's what I'm saying. You got to get out of Oklahoma. You need to get a, what, shouldn't you be eligible to get a passport now? You can get one. You can get a passport.
I'm saying, man,
No. You fuck what you saying.
I'm saying that we the only people that make different shades of dark brown color people, man.
No, we don't.
We the only people that put out a dark brown.
I'm out.
Okay, hold
on, Honey Clark. Look at the screen. Travis, cut your camera on real quick.
Hold on, man. Go to that back chat and go pull that up, because you said Hold on. You said how much you had?
You finna deal with that. I said you got about
Nah,
1 or 2%.
nah. All right.
You got
That what you
20%.
said. That what you said, right? That what you said, right? Now go to that back chat and read what the fuck that shit say. Go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and sit down. I'm gonna bow out gracefully.
Nah, hold on. I need you to come on camera. Cut the light on in the car.
All right, hold on.
Put the light on in the car.
Mm-hmm.
We can see your black ass a little bit. All right, now hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Just V-Note.
Hold on.
Just on this panel, V-Note, there are different shades of brown on this panel. Chavis is in Texas. You in Oklahoma. She in, where the fuck you at? Ohio, some goddamn well? I'm in Tennessee.
And
Look,
we the only people that make this different type of colors.
oh man, God. No, listen. Just based on our geographical locations, there's a variation just with us on the panel.
Okay, so peep this out. So with all the Mexicans and the Indians,
Same shit.
no, they don't. They in the same areas as us, and they not getting our color. They not turning our color.
Listen, Thomas, Oklahoma is lighter than goddamn Dixon, which is also the dude in the middle, Kevin Troy, is in the middle when it comes to shade. Between
they the color of your palms.
Let me finish. Between Thomas and Ditso.
They the color of your palms.
This man just said the color of my. No, they ain't. Trump is the color. Name the color of my palm. Chavis.
They right there.
This don't prove shit. Go to your DNA breakdown, nigga. You try to hit me with the he trying to hit me with the with this little bullshit. Nah, you try to trick, you think you can trick me. You try to I trying to trick me. No, go to your breakdown.
Hold on, what's your percentage breakdown?
You don't need to know his. You don't need to know his breakdown.
I mean, like, as far as like where you from, man, in Africa and shit.
He African.
Oh no! I'm talking about you.
African,
Nigerian.
He's about, what are you, about 80-some% African? 83?
Yeah, high percent.
Nah,
yeah, but that,
nigga, 83.
Cherokee and all that too. My granny used to say that, but she took the African ancestry, and her shit say Cameroon. That was her shit go back to. So
yeah, nigga go to Cameroon.
I'm just saying.
We ain't gotta explain that shit to this nigga, bro. You know what I mean? We know what it is.
Nah, man.
The homie is struggling out here, man. I got a question, bro. When you talking about the hair, you're struggling. You're struggling to understand that the color of the hair is the color that you're trying to describe. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he not talking about no her. I don't know why y'all bringing up her.
Because brunette is the color, literally, of hair. That's why.
No, brunette is a shade of a brown.
Right.
So when they talking about
color of hair is a shade of brown. I'm not disagreeing with you. You hear me? I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I agree.
No, but that's just like whenever they say that they is a copper color, or they are a tawny, or they fur, or that they whatever had a yellow. When they say brunette, they saying dark brown. They putting that dark brown on there.
Shades of brown, right?
Huh?
You saying, so you basically saying there are shades of brown, right?
Yes, different. Yeah, you got the tan, you got the sand, you got the chocolate, you got all, you got dark chocolate, you got all,
chocolate. You know what I'm saying? So I know they ain't looking like that over there. They ain't say that. That wasn't mentioned. Chocolate
Well,
don't look like,
well, that's dark brown.
but it said olive too, right?
Nah,
That's
it
what,
didn't say
No,
olive.
he does say olive in the definition.
that's what I heard.
It says olive is also in the definition of brunette.
They was being very descriptive for a reason, I would assume. That's
Right.
just me. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. They're talking about
The
uh,
term
uh, uh,
they're looking
uh,
into. I would think that's important to consider.
well, the reason that I'll be tripping off of it too is because within the Mayan drawings, they got all three colors of us right now. They got you, dark brown, dark. They got me. They got them. We all one. We the only ones that can produce that like that.
Right.
We the only ones. The Eskimos and the Indians and the Mexicans, they can't do that. I don't care about no skin. I mean, I don't care about no tan, being out in the sun, getting a tan. It ain't about that. It's about the skin.
Right. But you understand it's different,
It's not different because niggas was here already in the 900s and the 1000 BC. And that's coming from the Mayans.
Niggas.
Yeah, you see the niggas.
Is there pictures of Mayans painting themselves dark colors?
Yeah, them niggas got braids and dreadlocks. And them niggas is chocolate.
So, dude, are you implying that braids and dreadlocks, only certain people can do that, or?
I'm saying ain't no so-called Indians or Mexicans or no Eskimos rocking that.
I don't know.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have to come to that conclusion, bro?
Because they got evidence of them beefing with the people with the hairy ears like that. So, they got the people where they snatching up by the hair, which is they call the people from the north. I guess it's the Mexicans that already kind of been over here. It's like I said, we both already been over here. It's just that we got targeted from the simple fact. Yeah, we got targeted from the simple fact that when the
How do you know you've been over here already, bro? You keep making claims with no evidence.
I went with I told you the Mayans, and I also brought I also brought my parents.
Bro, sit your ass in the back because you're doing that bullshit again that I told you don't do. This ain't no Abo channel, bro. You don't get to make claims and then goddamn run the fuck off some goddamn where. It's not what the fuck we on. We don't do that shit over here. We don't do that shit over here.
He said the Mexicans already been over here.
Can y'all hear this?
No.
Here.
Oh, here now. Here now.
Of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
Contemporary Maya people, we share the same territory, and we know that we share the same culture, but we also need to understand that we are very diverse. Right now, there are at least 30 Maya ethno-linguistic groups. I am Iashel Cojtirren. I am a Quiche Maya woman from Chichicastenango, Guatemala. Around this town, there are a few archaeological sites, and I always had questions about who live there, what's the relationship between the people who live there and us. And then I discovered that there is actually a career called archaeology.
Sometimes hundreds of thousands of
One
residents.
more time, Reno. Listen, Reno.
And their descendants are still here.
Listen.
There's still of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
One more time. Let me start it all the way.
When people move from place to place, they take their DNA with them and pass it on to their children. So researchers like Stephen can use DNA to explore human migrations, like the forced migration of the slave.
Hold on.
Sometimes hundreds of thousands of residents.
And their descendants are still here.
There are still millions of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
Contemporary Maya people, we share the same territory, and we know that we share the same culture, but we also need to understand that we are very diverse. Right now, there are at least 30 Maya ethno-linguistic groups. I am Iashel Cochtirren. I am a Quiche Maya woman from Chichicastenango, Guatemala. Around this town, there are archaeological sites, and I always had question about
what, Travis?
How come he didn't know about these different linguistics and we these people and stuff, man? He didn't know about all them groups.
Man, they done got taught that, man. We done got weed out. They done got taught all this. That's not their people, man. You see how light she is? And that's how all of them look.
Yo,
that's how all of them look. They the same color as her. Stop it.
Hey, are you implying that there aren't 30 different groups of different linguistic
Why?
different
She from Guatemala and group. She from Guatemala.
You got to listen, bro. Fucking listen. Quit talking. Quit talking and listen, bro.
Wait, my bad. I shouldn't even stop. My bad. I shouldn't even stop. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just listen.
Sometimes hundreds of thousands of residents.
And their descendants are still here.
There are still millions of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
Contemporary Maya people, we share the same territory, and we know that we share the same culture, but we also need to understand that we are very diverse. Right now, there are at least 30 Maya ethno-linguistic groups. I am Iashel Cochtirren. I am a Quiche Maya woman from Chichicastenango, Guatemala. Around this town, there are a few archaeological sites, and I always had question about who live there, what's the relationship between the people who live there and us. And then I discovered that there is actually a career called archaeology.
Sometimes hundreds of thousands of residents.
Did you just hear this shit? He said that they're still there. And then she comes in and supports it and then talks about the different variations. And yes, she says she's from Guatemala, but you need to go see. But she's doing the archaeological work to support it. And that's why Chavis brought up the linguistic family part of it, because she even mentioned it. This video in itself shows us who's who. And you want to sit here and get on here and say, without no goddamn evidence, that this lady ain't the fucking Mayan people, and you don't have no evidence of the fucking Mayans. And then when you speak of the Mayans, nigga, you don't even know that you're talking about some motherfucking paintings. Once again.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. This is.
You have no evidence.
So they said that so you saying that they very diverse, but they all look like her. Huh?
No, I told you on the skin map. I didn't say they all look like her.
She said it was 30 diverses. It was 30 different diverses.
One more time. Listen.
She said 30 something, but you saying that they all look like her.
When she's talking about 30 different, those are languages being spoken. Those are dialects and whatnot. That has literally nothing to do with skin.
I mean, but all the people that speak in those dialects look like her.
They would be a plethora on a spectrum of different colors.
I'm saying, but they grew up there, but why they ain't got no...
Well, why don't you speak the languages that they talking about, though? Why don't you know nothing about them, though? That's a better question.
Because what happened to the Negroes is the worst story ever on earth.
We're talking about Negroes right now. We're talking about
it's the worst story because it's black people. No. It's just black people.
They ain't saying nothing about black people. They talk about Mayans right now.
They talking Mayans.
And
One more time.
And their descendants are still here.
There are still millions of Maya people living in this part of Central America.
Contemporary Maya people, we share the same territory, and we know that we share the same culture, but we also need to understand that we are very diverse. Right now, there are at least 30 Maya ethno-linguistic groups. I am Iashel Cochtirren. I am a Quiche Maya woman from Chichicastenango, Guatemala. Around this town, there are a few archaeological sites, and I always had questions about who live there, what's the relationship between the people who live there and us. And then I discovered that there is actually a career called archaeology.
Sometimes hundreds of thousands of residents.
And their descendants are still here.
There are still millions.
All right, we done listened to that way too many times, and this nigga still shaking his head. You got to be the dumbest nigga on the face of the planet.
Why would he think like do he understand like?
No, he don't.
Territory, like where that would range from. Why that's not correct? Why it's not, you know, like something that we should be questioning really.
Because that woman, and somebody else from Guatemala ain't producing. It's not producing the original Mayans.
What?
They not producing the original Mayans.
They never left. The Mayans never left.
And that's not her. That's not her.
You don't know
it's
not her. How would you
know the language and you don't? Why can't she speak Mayan languages and cook Mayan dishes? But you knowing that you know can. They can make gumbo and they can make greens and yams but they can't make these corn dishes that they was making in the Mayan times. And why is that? You never thought about that? Or you have an answer? I'll be quiet.
Yeah, man. By that time, the Mayans done moved up to the States, and we started doing different things. In the Southeast, we started doing different things. We started exploring different foods, but we still come from that.
I'm sorry, I had to do it because you wasn't answering the question.
You sounded kind of crazy. You really didn't like you really like talking about the Mayans moved up and bro. Do you understand when it was Mayans? I don't think you really grasp the chronological time frame as to when these people were, flourishing and now said
they never left, bro. They never left. They in the same spot that they've been in. They had no reason to leave.
Why are the ruins there? That's a good question. Can he explain that? She's in Guatemala. Why are the ruins there? Why are they digging and stuff there and finding stuff that that was Mayans? I got that's another one. I'll let him answer that.
He can't answer anything. He don't know. And he gonna talk to you and fuck up instead of saying he don't know.
I do know.
Okay, answer the question then. Go ahead.
Yeah, they started off down there. They started off down in that area. Then they end up migrating north.
Why would they migrate north? What made them migrate north? What reason would they have to migrate north?
It could be for every type of reason. You came up with a reason why they went over the first. Hold on, son.
You can't say you don't know. You don't
know. What you mean? You came up with a reason why somebody crossed some ice of the Bering Strait. Talking about they was chasing game.
With evidence.
Stop it, man.
Evidence.
Where the evidence is the Mississippian cultures.
So you said Mayan, and then now you're using another term, which is Mississippian, which I'm pretty sure is a completely separate culture.
Nah, that's the same.
Now
they got some of the because they got some of the they do some of the same traditions.
You don't know, bro. Quit.
I do know.
No, you
so
don't.
there's no like genetic evidence of what you're talking about right now.
You're just making
why do northern America, like why do northern natives have a separate DNA profile than this lady that's out there right now?
You're going too far.
Because
he don't know. Listen to him.
And people got shipped, especially the black people over here got shipped and moved around.
Look,
and a lot of people got shipped and moved around to make room for the Europeans. So a lot of people ain't gonna be in their original spots and be doing their original thing because they cultures
Mayans go to America. The Europeans are not in Central America. The Europeans is in North America. Why the fuck would they leave Central America to go to North America where the Europeans at? They had no reason to leave.
What you talking? They was already in there.
No, listen.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Listen, the video we just played said that they've still been there. The Mayan culture, the Mayan civilization, the shit ain't that old. They never left. You said that they left. They asked you for evidence. No. Let me.
Oh my God.
They asked you for evidence.
This is crazy, man.
You said that they went up north. You said they went north.
Asking for evidence.
This is back throughout. This is back throughout time. I'm not talking about her recently. I'm talking about back throughout time.
Where's
they told you
I know
in the
exactly what you're talking about. You know, I'm saying like that's what I was speaking on. Like it was a long time ago with the whole Mayan Empire and anything. That was like a long. There wasn't no states.
Yeah, I'm saying a long time ago. I'm saying some of they peoples traveled up through the Mississippi and the Gulf.
Based,
you know,
like,
but they playing in that whole area.
Slow down. You know, what evidence do you have to support that this movement that you're talking about?
Well, for one, I got the evidence with the Choctaws because they flatten their heads just like the Mayans.
Other separate people right now.
I'm saying the Choctaws flatten their heads.
I'm not asking you about the Choctaw. I'm asking specifically about.
They is in the Mississippians. They part of the Mississippi, but the Choctaws is part of the Mississippians. I said the Choctaws is part of the Mississippians, and that's what I'm saying. That's one of the things
different groups.
Huh?
3 different groups. So what cultural practices do they all have in common? Since we're going where this route,
he's not gonna say instead of telling the truth.
They flat.
But listen,
they flatten their head. They smoke tobacco, and also they had the same burials for the way that they.
No. Do you know how to?
I just gave you 3. I just gave you 3.
No, you
he
didn't.
asked for 3. I gave him 3.
You didn't.
Yes, I did. I said they flatten their heads.
I just asked for any evidence. You know, anything that you have right now.
They flatten their heads and they smoke tobacco.
Who flattened their heads?
The Choctaws.
They flattened their heads, and then you said they smoked tobacco. That ain't a cultural practice. Every fucking.
What you mean? Everybody wasn't doing that.
Every Choctaw don't smoke.
I'm saying that everybody wasn't doing that.
Don't flatten their fucking heads.
That's what they was doing back then.
Every Choctaw don't do that.
That's what they was doing back then.
No, every Choctaw does not do that.
What? Some of the what? What you mean every Choctaw?
You don't have for that. Every Choctaw
people in the Choctaw people did that.
They don't. Which Choctaw did what? Because if you have a Choctaw Indian in Georgia and a motherfucking Choctaw in Tennessee, as an example, they are not doing the same things culturally because they're not in the same areas. They might have some similarities, but they ain't doing the same shit. Because
I'm just telling you what they was doing the same thing as the Mayans.
No, the fuck they wasn't.
Okay, they was doing that.
Okay, all right, you're right. All right, you're right. So the Choctaw was killing infants as sacrifices to the gods.
Nah, they wasn't doing that.
The fucking Mayans was. So why the fuck wasn't the Choctaw? You just told me that they were doing everything the Choctaw
was. They had certain things that they did with their kids as far as like, you know, Hold on, well, they would do certain things with their kids, like when they would kill, when they would kill their girl kids.
No,
they would kill. Oh my God, they would kill the little girls.
Did everything the goddamn.
I didn't say they do everything. I didn't say they do it. I said
on the panel
no. I didn't say they do everything.
a fucking
I said that they come from the Mayans. That don't mean they do everything.
No, they do not come from the goddamn Mayans. The Choctaw are descendants of the people who inhabited the Americas first. They don't come from the goddamn Mayans. The Mayans also come from the same people who inhabited this motherfucker first. But the Mayan people are from the South Native American migration, not the North Native American migration, which is the difference between the groups when they split. That's why you have the Celtic Highway and you have the land bridge, both possessing evidence and support of migrations coming through the land bridge and down the Kelp Highway into the South. So why the fuck is you finna sit here and try to tell me that the goddamn Mayans and goddamn Choctaw were doing the same bullshit and you don't even know what that bullshit is?
They did because they have some of the same dressings.
No.
They have some of the same.
Culturally and geographically, they're in two distinct locations. They have two distinct expectations, and they have two different worldviews on how to survive. So you making up shit instead of having enough decency to say, man, I don't know. You're going to keep on goddamn prolonging this shit and bringing out the violin and playing that sad ass song. Just say you don't know. You gotta try to save face.
I do know.
No, you don't. Okay.
No.
Okay. How do you know?
You demonstrating that you don't know.
He's saying that. I mean, he's seeing
just because you said I don't know, don't mean that I don't know. I told you the stuff that they was doing.
How do you know? How did you come to that conclusion?
Because wasn't nobody else doing that. Wasn't nobody else doing it in that area.
Told you. Now what you got to say, honey Clark?
You mean wasn't nobody else doing it in that area?
Sit your ass in the back. You talking.
Oh,
I asked her a question. What? No, say what you got to say. I ain't hear you.
I'm saying he's seeing similarities in culture.
How? Did you
like
not just hear what he just said?
Listen, I understand that, but he's saying that because he sees that there's
How?
feels like they came from one another.
What similarities? You don't see the Mayans running around smoking tobacco?
No.
How?
Okay, so when he's talking about head flattening, that's something that it wasn't just two, it was way more.
Who was
Native
doing
Americans
this?
that did that.
Mayans flattening their heads? Where?
Huh?
Where was that ceremonial practice at? Where's that written in all of their primary sources? I can do this shit right now. I don't know why I gotta do this with everybody.
It's different. No, listen, it's just different in the way that they do it, right?
No,
but there were a bunch of cultures that did
you
that.
don't know. You can't say you know.
It's the same. I'm just saying that they had that you did. Wait, first of all, it's
Prove
documented that was.
Prove it.
Shut.
No, show me the evidence for what he's saying.
I'm not showing the evidence for what he's saying.
No, why come you can't? You trying to
they're not gonna say it's the same.
You don't know is the answer.
Not the same. We know that they're not the same. But what I'm saying is
you
that
don't know is the answer. Is circumcision in the rest of the world the same?
I'm not saying that. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not
but
the
it's
same.
Similar. It's similar. It's similar.
I'm saying it's similar, but I'm saying it's not the same.
Circumcision amongst the Jews the same as the Africans? It's similar. Why?
It's different culture, Sean.
It's similar.
Okay.
But that go back to no. You trying to make a similar argument? It's similar.
I'm not making the argument. I'm just saying that I understand that he's seeing this, and he's just saying that they must have had contact with each other.
Yeah, man. See what now back to what I'm saying. Instead of saying all of this bullshit, just say you don't know. Quit making up shit. Just say you don't know. Because when I ask you for evidence, you're gonna say you saying that you running up, you doing the same thing he doing. I ask you for evidence, you doing the same thing he doing.
Bring up because I'm not trying to make his argument, right?
Bring it. Bring
No
it.
sound. I don't want to
Bring
make
it.
his argument. It's
No,
not.
bring it. Bring it. If you think that
I
he
can just go to Google. I mean, I can go to Google right now and say, "How
bring
many
it.
Native American tribes
Share your
did
screen.
head flattening?"
Share
And
your
they're gonna
screen.
do it. Oh my
Share it.
god! I'm not sharing the screen.
Share your screen.
The Inca, the Choctaw, the
Share your
Cayenne people, the Tainos of the Caribbean.
share it. I don't
No,
No,
understand. Okay,
no Mayans then, right? Huh?
huh?
Is that what?
No, the Mayans did as well.
Oh, okay. I'm
share
gonna
your
say.
screen and prove it.
Oh my god!
How,
I
why is it so
mean,
hard?
it's not hard.
I'm not gonna make up shit on the
I'm
people for
gonna leave
nothing.
it here, and I'm gonna
Share
get
your
on my
screen.
computer.
I don't give a damn. Pull the source up. Put it in the back. This nigga be pulling up all these sources and putting them in the back on Not a Coincidence channel. He can't do none of that shit tonight. None. He ain't not one. Private chat, zero. This motherfucker empty. It's 2 messages in here. Both from the same person who phone keep fucking up. Ask a simple goddamn question and the motherfucker gotta sit here and say all this other shit. They flatten their hair. Like how, nigga? Show me. And I definitely ain't listening to a nigga who talk about motherfuckers got soul phones. A motherfucker got a phone that can call spirits. Show me how they flatten their hair, their heads. That's all I ask.
That nigga said that.
He said they all flatten their heads, smoked, and all this other
No,
shit. I don't know what the fuck
no.
he said.
Who said they got a phone that could do what?
Soul phone, Cass in the chat, Leroy, Uncle Leroy.
Oh man, that nigga wild.
Soul phone.
My computer refused to let me on.
Okay. Well, you know how to drop a source in the private chat. You goddamn commented in it.
It's just so dumb because it's just like you could just Google search it.
I don't need to do any of that. I just ask for your source. And then I'm gonna ask you again one more time. Is circumcision amongst the Jewish culture the same as
No, it's
anything
not.
else?
And I'm telling
So
you that it's
okay,
not. The
because
head flattening isn't
no,
the same either.
no. So if a motherfucker flatten their head in the goddamn Mexico, is it the same as motherfuckers flattening?
No, I said
Okay, but
that.
you just trying to say that.
No, I'm saying that he just saw that they had
Yes,
similar practices and tried to put it together.
you just
I
sit there
understand that,
and
Sean.
try
I'm
to
saying that it's not
justify
the
what
same.
the nigga
I know it's
said.
not the same.
And because you just can't simply admit that you don't know, you want to take it there. So
I'm
you
saying no. I'm not
let's
saying I
take it
don't
there.
know.
Acknowledging the
Okay,
nigga. The
fine. I
nigga was
don't
trying.
know.
She's acknowledging the nigga was trying, man. The nigga was trying.
I don't give a
That's what.
fuck. Yeah, but you don't. If you don't know something, stop trying. Just say you don't fucking know. Don't try to
Dog,
No,
drag.
he has to try for his stance, but
Listen to
it's
his
just not the same.
listen to his examples of answering Chavis's question. They flatten their heads, they smoke cigarettes. They smoke tobacco and they cook. Really,
thank him for those. Thank you, Vino, for that attempt.
really, motherfucker, you don't know because you can't show the actual culture similarities. Everybody around the goddamn world got people in their culture that smoke, that do something that's similar to other fucking people. That's just humans.
Like they
When
all
you
have a
see culture is unique.
Deity. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, they all have deity. So you know, they the same.
I mean, I understand that.
No, I just ain't got time for your justification for
So
stupidity.
I wasn't even justifying it. I'm just
No,
saying,
you is
because
justifying it.
well, this is the
You
thing,
keep
Sean,
doing this
right?
shit.
No, listen, this is what I'm saying. You have to acknowledge, okay, because if you totally throw away the fact that they have that in common, right? Then they just hop to, okay, well, you being disingenuous, I knew this and you didn't type shit, and this, that, and the other. Where in fact, the fact is that yes, they do have this in common. The non-fact is that one got it from the other. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
I
Nope.
Because
understand.
they'll take something that's a fact,
I don't.
they'll look at a source that says, "Oh, yeah, all these different cultures do head flattenings, right?" And because that's the fact, they'll go off of that and say, well, then these cultures must have at one time been around each other and they must have got this from this, and these are actually these people, and da 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 da. And that part is the slippery slope that they fall down from the fact.
I ain't even finna play this game, bro.
That's a good
Right, but
analysis
it's the truth.
of that of that behavior. I can tell you spend a lot of time around them niggas trying to understand. Very, very good
Because they
assessment.
try to hit you with the one thing that was a fact and forget about the rest of the
But
things that
you
weren't.
just explaining his rationale. That's what he thinks. He thinks he knows. So he going I get it. And I thank you for
I don't even understand what Chavis saying. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't get how the fuck
you
do you
don't
get
get
it?
that a nigga is that you do get it because
No, I don't.
you want him to
No,
just tell you that
no,
you
I
don't
don't.
know.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't know. I don't get all of that. Let me try to sound like I know. I don't get that. I don't know. You
So
already
would you
told
rather
you
him
don't know.
say, I don't know, and
I
then
can come
explain
to a
to you
conclusion about what
why?
you know, what you don't know based on how the fuck you just sit here and told me that you bring up a source to argue with the source, and then you gotta cherry pick out the source what the fuck makes sense to you. You're not gonna make sense to me after that.
Well,
I'm
he
just
did say he researches biasly, so.
And he said that shit too on a live goddamn stream that he intentionally researches his bias. That means you don't do unbiased research. So that means you're only looking for shit to substantiate your feelings. You're emotional, nigga. Look, he put the crackhead picture back up. He got tired of looking like
God damn.
McDowell.
how he responds though. So when you ask him a question, like when I ask him, I can't expect
You
him.
don't know. You know. I don't give a fuck what you ask him. If he tries to justify that shit and you know it sound like bullshit, I ain't letting it slide. It ain't no, oh, thank you for answering. You didn't answer it, but thank you for answering anyway. I'm not gonna be polite. The fuck out of here. Nigga, answer my goddamn question. I brought you up here to answer the question.
What's the question?
Conversation. You didn't answer the shit.
I said that the way that they flatten their heads,
How they flatten it? What's the technique?
the technique was whenever the baby was born,
You
they'll
got
put him on a flat
This is
wood.
what I mean. Go back in the back. Go read the Wikipedia page and get more sense of it. Keep
That's what
reading.
cutting
Keep
his wisdom,
reading.
cutting that boy wisdom, man.
All right,
Keep
cut this bill.
keep reading. He know
He
what
would have
I know what
said
he's
the
doing.
wrong. He would have
No,
said the wrong thing because
I
the way
know
that
what
they
he's
flatten
doing.
their heads are not the same. That's not the same. The fact that they flatten heads are the same. The way that they flatten them is not the same.
That's why I
If
said
you
nope.
read it.
Let him keep reading it because I know what he's doing.
What's his response to that? Let him back. What's his
He ain't
response?
got it. He's reading it right now, bruh. He trying to understand it.
We know that. We know
No,
that.
but he cut his camera off because he's reading.
Yeah, it's okay. But let him answer her
No,
question though.
hell
Cause she
fucking no. He don't know. Let me see. You know now? You got the answer?
Come on, man. I ain't got what you talking about, man.
You got the answer.
Got me looking crazy,
Do you
man.
have the answer?
I'm telling you that Just because they didn't do it the same way, the
No.
same
Quit
techniques.
listening to them. They don't know what the fuck they
You
talking
have to
about.
concede,
Do
though.
you got the answer?
Yeah, I got the answer. I said they was getting down the same way. They was, and wasn't nobody else doing it in them certain areas.
Okay, give me an example of what the Choctaw was doing and the Mayans was doing that was the same shit.
They was flattening their kids' heads.
What's the technique that was used by the Mayans and what was the technique that was used by the Choctaw? Or was it the same technique?
It probably it wasn't the same technique.
What you mean probably?
It wasn't the same technique.
How do you know it was the same? If it was or was not the same technique?
Because they had different ways of doing it.
How do you know that the technique was not the same?
Uh-oh. Making progress.
Because the Mayans did it a certain way and the
How
Choctaws did it
do
a certain way.
you know how the Mayans did it, and how do you know how the Choctaw did it?
Because the Mayans said how they did it.
Okay, what is the technique on how the Mayans did it?
I mean, they'll basically put them still on a flat type of surface.
Yes. Do not guess. Tell me how they did it.
And they put them on a flat surface.
And
they'll strap them down to it.
And
they'll keep them like that for a long periods of time.
How long?
And until it got to a certain
how long does it say?
I don't know the exact number.
There you go. Now you having fucking integrity. Now how did the Choctaw do it?
They put them on a board.
What kind of board?
Wood.
A wooden board shaped like what?
It'd be shaped like a V, like stuff them in like a V corner type.
Is it the same kind of board the Mayans use?
Nah.
So there's two different type of techniques.
Yeah, right.
So how long do they stay on that V-looking board?
And until they get the shape that they wanted to get.
And why do they do that?
Because that's what they do.
No. Why do they do that?
Because they want their heads to be shaped like that. That's just how they get down.
Why do they want their heads to be shaped like that? What is the significance of shaping their heads?
Because they want that look.
There's a significance as to why they are doing this.
Okay, what's the significance?
You to continue to do. I don't think you understand what I'm doing right now.
What's the significance?
No, it's not for me to tell you. It's for you. It's for you to extract.
It really ain't. It really ain't. Because I already know that they doing something that they seen that they're trying to.
Listen, then we back to the bullshit again.
No, that ain't no bullshit.
Stick to the source. Don't go outside the source. Stick to the source. If you don't understand why I'm asking you what I'm asking you, it is to get you to stick to the fucking source and say specifically what the source says, not what V-Note says, what the source says, and to understand why it is saying what it's saying and why this is being employed the way that it is, so that the fucking answer can be really a real answer, not of what V-Note thinks. Because if we let you say what you want to say, you're going to have me all over the goddamn place again, like you did all over the place again with the bullshit.
How's that?
Bruh.
I'm keeping you right here. We talking about Pacific things. I'm right here on Pacific things.
You don't even comprehend what I'm saying. When you
that's because you talking about it. You want detail. You want
no. When you not high, go back and watch this video where you have a clear mind and you can comprehend what the fuck's going on, and you're gonna realize a pattern in your in the
I
show.
understand. Not the weed, okay? Don't blame the weed. You gotta stop doing that. Okay?
It is the weed.
Blame him being high. That don't have nothing to do with it.
Man.
I just got this smoke.
Yeah.
I was smoking time, and I don't have no difficulties in
Don't even matter.
what you just said.
It don't matter. But your brain ain't your brain is more developed than his brain because he probably started way before you, and you already had some type of understanding on how to do certain shit, and your brain ain't shit. His brain did. So I don't want to hear fucking bullshit about don't blame the weed, nigga. I'm blaming the goddamn weed.
This nigga, bro.
I refuse to allow you to do that. I'm
He
giving
might
you
be
an
smoking,
example of how
he might be smoking a strand. He might be smoking a dumb strand.
Well, I'm still doing a deep dive on that. I just made them. I just,
the damn strand of weed he's smoking.
I
They
just,
cause him to have mental fuck ups. You don't know that shit.
No, you're right. You're right. I can see to that. I can see to that argument. Fair point. Fair point, my brother. Touche. Touche. I don't know that.
See, you don't know that damn weed strand he got. He might have that slow shit all up in there.
I don't know. I can't speak on it. Right now, it's not looking good.
This shit might be laced with something. You don't know. He might be shermed out. You don't know.
Oh my God.
I understand. That's the case.
My point is, Vino, my point is aggressively. My point is that you have to stick to the information. Your speculation is unwarranted when you have.
I mean, we just chopping it up right now. I ain't, I ain't got no laptop right now where I can go straight to it. I'm just freestyle. I just jumped up because you was going on my video.
That's a problem. That's a problem. You can't just freestyle. This ain't the freestyle show.
It's not.
We do real scholarship over here, bro.
And and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm just sparring with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm just sparring with you, and I'm right there with you. I'm just sparring. And you professional.
You can't spar with me.
You professional.
You ain't wrote no books, no journal, no article. You can't.
I can do that.
You have no methodology.
Don't make him do that.
What you mean, man? I don't.
You have no methodology.
Yeah, I do.
You can't do none of the stuff that I'm talking about because
I can.
You haven't trained yourself to do it.
Yes, I can. I just got to go. All the little stuff you was talking about, I can just go deeper. Yeah. I can go more into the details. I can go deep dive into it. Yeah, I can do. I just did what I did. I did what I did, and I ruffled this many feathers.
Have you ever ran track?
What?
Have you ever ran track?
Yeah, track athlete of the year.
Have you ever played basketball?
Yeah, definitely state champion.
Have you ever played football?
Yep.
Have you ever played baseball?
Yeah, definitely.
Have you ever played soccer or hockey?
Nah.
Come on,
Hockey's great.
Have you ever boxed?
Yeah.
Professionally?
Nah.
Have you ever played any of the sports that I mentioned professionally or collegiately, I should say?
Track.
Collegiately?
Yeah.
You ran track at what university?
At Missouri State.
Okay, so you ran track at Missouri State, but nothing else.
What you mean, like another sport?
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, just track.
What did you? Which field event or which did you participate in?
The 400, 200.
The 2 and the 4.
Yep.
Okay, so great. So I'm finna use that now. A motherfucker that never ran track before, do you think that they could come out the bleachers and run?
Yeah, they can if they like that. They can.
You laugh.
A little kid could come out there and can kill.
No, listen to me. A motherfucker that never ran a 200 or a 400 coming fresh up out the bleachers.
Yeah.
Listen to me very closely. I said never done it before. They don't even know how far a 200 is or a 400.
They can do it.
You think they finna come out there, fresh off the street, and get to it? And that's why you laughing, because you won't tell the truth.
I mean, cause you acting like ain't nobody ever ran. That's kind of like a bad type of thing,
bro. We ran from police.
But I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Police ain't getting on.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's a whole different level. Yeah, you gotta be. It's a whole different level. It's a whole different level.
Same way, nigga, with this scholarship.
I know.
Whole another different level.
I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you, man. Damn, my nigga, chill out, my nigga. Damn, it's Saturday, nigga. We kicking it, nigga. Damn.
You know, you've been on this motherfucker for 2 hours. I ain't got time to be chilling out when you making up shit.
We doing it, man.
Bro, you been making up shit.
Just to hang out.
Nah, ain't want no hang. I mean, you know, we had chopped it up on the info. We steadily chopping it up. You know, just like I say, I ain't got no laptop to just pinpoint. You know, just like how he wanted. But you know, I gotta step my game up. You know, that's how he play over here. You know, and I'm gonna go on and wrap him up. You know, I'm gonna wrap him up. You know, so you know, I'm gonna tighten up and get my gears together, whatever I need to do to, whenever he come with it, I can, go on and come back with what I need to come back with. But, I'm playing off my phone right now.
What up?
Ready, bro.
It's Cass. What's good with y'all?
I know it's Cass, because ain't no fucking aboriginal power popping up on the platform, nigga.
No, fuck that nigga. That nigga was on some bullshit last night on Smoke Signal Channel. That's why I got that name still up there.
Of course, we know you trolling people. That's how I knew it was you, Cass.
Oh, bitch ass nigga. Well, anyway, no, I'm in the audience. I hear V-Note over here getting his ass whooped.
No, I'm not.
Man, I ain't even trying to beat this nigga up. I'm really just trying to teach him so he
can. He can't. This is the fifth video he done did to try to break down that one video. Stop it.
What are you? This ain't even about the one video. What are you
talking
about?
What you mean? My name wasn't even in here, and you talked about it the whole time.
This about your teachers, nigga. I didn't talk about you no whole.
What you mean, my teachers? I do my own thing. That's what you ain't. I do my own thing.
That's the problem.
It ain't got nothing to do with none of them niggas. I don't talk nobody.
Now we know the problem.
I do my own thing. This is my own thinking. This is my own get down.
You doing it wrong.
Okay, I'm getting better. It's like I say, it's only my first two videos. So you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm working on my third one, the Maroons. That's gonna be coming out hopefully next week. You know what I'm saying?
The Maroons was Aboriginal?
Yeah.
You could just be freestyling. Who you get that from?
But Vino.
I mean, I'm just taking it from my sources. The sources they're telling me this.
Live, you said that Maroon meant that they weren't from there.
You know what I'm saying? That's like how I brought that. That's like how I brought up that Columbus was hollering at the people in Hispaniola in 1498. They said that the black man come from the south. So then in 1513, Balboa found some niggas over there. They tried to say that some Ethiopians had a shipwreck.
No,
they seen that black man coming from the south.
I didn't already put Balboa on the screen. Balboa ain't agree with you, nigga.
Well, I got two other sources saying something different.
Balboa don't agree with you.
I got two other sources saying something different.
Well, you got to watch Balboa.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and then I'll go look at the movie that they came out in 1963, where they kind of they came out with a movie in 1963.
Is it a movie or a documentary?
Nah, movie in 1963.
Oh God!
Man, we don't need that.
Yeah, but I'm saying, them old school movies, they be trying to, they was putting out truth back then. They was telling, especially the little historic type shit. They was telling what was going on.
Bro, how would you know if it's true or not?
Well, they got certain type of artifacts. That's what I'm saying. They coming down with the artifacts. They the only ones that can even get it like that.
Bro, you be making too much shit up.
This nigga said old school movies, but you stop at Roots though. You don't fuck with Roots, but you like all the other old school movies.
Nah, but I'm saying this is like a biography type movie. You know what I'm saying? This is on the first European that ever seen the Pacific Ocean. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about him discovering the Pacific Ocean.
Bro, do you know how the mountain of evidence works?
Well, I know that's why I came. That's why I try to come with a whole bunch of different sources. Speaking on the same situation.
Listen to what I am asking you. Do you know how the mountain of evidence works?
Yeah, you come with a lot of sources to,
Oh no.
When you demonstrating that you don't know, it's okay. It's okay. Like he said, it's okay to say you don't know. He has something very, very, very specific right now, and you demonstrating like with your response, you demonstrating that you don't know. So
this ain't a sport. It ain't a sport, bro. You don't gotta. It ain't you ain't gonna get me, nigga. Nah, it's okay to say you don't know.
I mean, some things I'm saying I don't know, but if some things I think I know, I'm gonna I put it out there.
No, but like thinking and knowing are two separate things.
But what did I fake about? Hold on, what did I fake? Hold on, what did I fake about?
He asked you about a specific thing. Sean, what did you ask?
Do you know how the mountain of evidence works?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I don't even really know. I just try to put you're right. I just try to put that together. Yeah, you're right.
You've been trying to put shit together all night.
I mean, he been honest.
Finally kept it a buck.
Man, yeah, I do freestyle.
Man, y'all got me, man. Yeah.
Man,
I was making.
stop it, man. Don't do me like that, man. Stop it.
Bro,
it's like I say, man. I came with my sources, and I'm defending my sources. With what you talking. You know what I'm saying? And I have some questions about some other stuff. And I got some other stuff that I'm coming up with.
When he asked you about that question right there, you ain't have no source for that. So it was just
Hold on.
good.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. The mountain of evidence. Hold on. Let me. This what you talking about?
Break it down, cause see, you gonna learn something right here. It's all right. You didn't know before. Now you finna learn, so you finna get.
Yeah, but I did all that.
Huh?
I did all that.
I don't know if you did that. I don't think you did. I don't believe so. I don't know it, but I do know you didn't do that. I know you. I can't lie.
You don't even know. Hey,
what are you saying you did?
What's the difference between quantitative and qualitative research methods?
Hold on, you say what?
What's the difference between quantitative and qualitative research methods?
One is
See, here we go.
It's just kind of like a lot, and one is like more solid. More.
No,
say you don't know, bro. God damn, man.
Man, you know what I'm saying. One is.
He don't know what you're saying.
One is more 100 solid, and the other shit is like broken up type shit.
Oh, that's not
what Travis.
You know what
Travis is trying to try to help you. Nah, that ain't what he's saying. You don't know.
But that's not what it
I heard him though. I heard him. It was a good attempt,
he
bro.
said one was more. And you thought he was talking about quantity. Nah. He said one was more solid, not one was more.
Come on, man.
You didn't know how to articulate.
The most solid one was quantitative. You feel me?
Come on, man. Stop it, man.
Nah, ask me. Let him answer again.
Quantity has a bunch of little
no, we ain't answering you. We ain't answering you.
That's quality.
We know you're a pseudo sympathizer. Let him say it for himself. What's the difference between qualitative and quantitative?
I mean, I don't know.
That wasn't the question.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know the definitions, man.
I fuck with that.
Not gonna tell you. When they tell you, you can't challenge it because you didn't know. So when he tell you, take that and then put it in your toolkit, your
All right,
thinking
for
kit, your
sure,
thinking
for
toolkit.
sure,
Put it in there.
for sure, for sure.
Nigga ain't gonna
Yeah,
never
but I
look
take
you.
everything, when I take everything, that niggas say, and the good out of it, and but I ain't fucked up about it. I'm definitely gonna take the real. I definitely ain't gonna fake on it. But just like I say, I got some questions about it. I came with the video, and
All right.
it's looking like to
But
me
brother,
like niggas was over here.
you see what he's showing you right now, though?
You doing biased research. You want niggas to be over here.
You
But
gotta
it's
tell that nigga.
looking like it
You gotta tell
because it,
the difference though. Before you
I
right,
mean, what is
because he
this
don't.
really supposed? Okay, all right.
It's looking like it because what?
Vino, you see this?
There you go.
Qualitative case studies, focus groups, ethnography, interviews, quantitative questionnaires and surveys, experiments, observations, structured interviews.
Yeah, but you can only get so much on history.
Okay, that's why you have something that's called the historical method. Do you know
You
what the
know what that
historical
is?
method is?
Nah.
Right. This is why I keep telling you how important methodology is.
Boy, I like that, man. I like that. Boy, make progress, man.
Look.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Descriptive research. That's what
No,
I'm doing, right?
no, you're not. Historical
Descriptive.
listen, historical research methods enable institutions to collect facts, chronological data. Your chronology in every video you've done has been fucked.
How?
And because I told you that, I even pointed that out in the video.
No, because I told you that
Yes,
once I went from 1498, and then once I hold on.
bro.
First, I went from when I
He was
first I
talking
went
about
from when
the
I first seen
others.
the picture.
Never
Hold on.
went
First, I went from when I first seen the picture, and then when I found out that they was from Panama, that's when I went to Panama. But now I say, okay, once I went to Panama, I also
you ain't
seen that the
listening
niggas said that they seen some niggas in
to
1498. So I went to 1498, and then I built it up to 1513, and then I had went to.
God damn. You're not listening, Vino. You got to be quiet. You got to listen to a nigga that's trying to help you. I'm trying to help you, and you just refuse. You're refusing. You're not using the historical method at all. By no stretch form of the imagination are you using the historical method because you don't know what it is.
Nothing you're doing right now is in detail, like nothing at all.
You don't.
Everything is super general, overgeneralized, like a motherfucker. Nothing's detailed, bro.
That's all you're doing. You don't have any research questions. You're not sticking to the research questions. You ain't even testing anything. You ain't even cross-referencing anything. You ain't even going to do excessive work on the subject matter. Historical research methods primarily involve collecting information from primary and secondary sources. While differences exist between these sources, organizations and institutions can use both types of sources to assess historical events and provide proper context comprehensively. Using historical research methods, historians provide institutions with historical insight that can give perspective on the future, individual interests, and more. And then it goes down and break down these things that it's referring to. But there is a map. There is a map regarding the historical method. You need to know that map. So let me pull it up. Hold up. This is let me bring your ass back in a bit. Let me bring up that image. Just gonna bring up an image. So Vino, look at this right here. It ain't on the screen yet. I'm finna put it on the screen. Here it is. Okay. We all know that you're trying to study the past events and people in society. Right? Right? Hello?
Yeah. I know you was asking a question. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Do you have any critical thinking skills?
Yeah, because I'm using, different books, to justify a
Vino,
certain specific thing.
Vino, what the hell does using what
I'm
the hell
saying,
does using different books got anything to do with what I just asked you, bro?
because those are different sources.
No. I
Are you
asked
talking about cross references?
I asked you about critical thinking skills. I did not ask you about no.
Yeah, that got to do with me, dealing with other books, going into other books. Okay, well, I see one thing and then I see one thing and I do a critical thinking and I go into.
Hold on, that's not critical thinking. That's not what's that's not critical.
What is it? Because you got to go into something else to figure out what what you're thinking about, right?
Vino, no, you're not thinking critically. You don't even have a research question.
You say what?
You're not thinking critically. I don't.
Man, he's tripping, man.
I'm tripping.
Yeah, what you mean? Like, I don't know what was wrong with my video.
I'm tripping. I'm tripping. All right,
as far as the way that I presented it,
I'm finna show you how I ain't tripping. I'm tripping. Okay. You see my screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they say on the screen right there?
Say origin.
They say what?
They say origin. So that's what I'm saying. So when I went to the,
hold up. Time out. Time. Come relax, bro. That ain't what I want you to see. Relax.
He needs that one. Critical thinking, science, and pseudoscience.
Right. And I had the book up, but it was just on the books. Hold on. Now go to the beginning, man.
But how y'all doing critical thinking if you just going off one source and that ain't even the original source?
Don't go off one source. We collect data regarding the subject matter. Listen, so if my research question was blacks in America before Columbus, my research is going to be regarding all the evidence for and all the evidence against the research question. And I am supposed to critique the for and the against and find the supportive evidence for and the evidence against. If one outweighs the other, then I have to go another step in scrutinizing both until I can hash them out and come to an honest conclusion. I don't do biased research, so I don't start with my feelings on what I think occurred. I start with the opposing view from my feelings for a reason. That's why.
But we already grew up like that.
No, bro.
We already grew up one way thinking of how it happened.
No, we did not.
You have not been taught, bro. How did you even much draw a conclusion that he was talking about one way when he kind of literally verbatim described doing something for for and against. That's showing doing two separate things. Like you
But
going
it's
for,
only
and
two.
after that you're doing a third thing. You're doing a comparison and contrast. So how is that a one way thinking? That's not one way.
But it's only two ways with this. It's only if the blacks was here or the blacks was not. We always been taught that the blacks was never here. So when a nigga start going into okay, blacks was here, you know, a nigga start looking for okay, was blacks here? Because a nigga already know that blacks wasn't here. So a nigga is already biased, you know, but just from the teaching.
No, it's not.
Listen,
You
this is what he need right here, bro. You need to learn how to think critically, because if not, you're gonna end up being pseudo.
That's how a nigga ended up even coming to the conclusion thinking critical.
You ain't came to no conclusion thinking critically. You
How can a nigga? Okay, so if a nigga saying that,
you
I'm
literally
saying
told
if
us 2 nights ago how you research. You openly stated that you do biased research.
because we was taught a certain way.
That's not thinking critically.
It is because we already taught a certain way. So I'm thinking outside the box of the way that we was taught.
not necessarily thinking outside. You just like doing the opposite. Like it's like I
Right.
forgot the word for that shit. Like you're not.
But
You're doing it.
I just ain't coming up with things that, you know, just wondering, you know, I'm seeing something in books that was, you know, from the past times talking about this certain historical situation, and they saying this within the story. And I'm like, okay, damn, they said that. Okay, damn. You know what I'm saying? How did that come to it, you know?
He still don't get it. He still don't get it. He still don't fucking get it. Bro, listen. I did a whole show on this shit. And this whole chapter 1 is a specific reason for why you need to learn how to think critically, bro. Being able to change our minds about something to realize that we hold a false belief and to then correct is an invaluable human capability. False beliefs can confuse debates, lead us to poor choices than we might otherwise make, and in general, limit our opportunities to make the most of our circumstance. Yet, it's a capability that we can sometimes take for granted, so much so that we forget that it can be exercised and strengthened, or that we can become worse at it over time. If we allow faulty assumptions or poor reasoning to become entrenched in our minds. Listen, this sounds like your ass. Even if we can recall recent cases in which we've changed our minds about something, maybe the extent to which you favor one political candidate over another, the performance of your sports team, or where you should invest your money, those easy to remember cases might obscure an underlying and perhaps pervasive tendency not to interrogate our beliefs as often as we should. This is the reason why I even brought this out, because you don't know how to think critically. Your inability to really think critically and deal with something in specifics and then understand what is the mountain of evidence that is required to justify the conclusion that you're coming to doesn't weigh. You need to spend like 6 months, bro, learning methods.
Like just to add on the fact that he said that he like, being biased, you can't think critically and be biased at the same time. Like that shit's kind of like oxymoronic. Like how you
Crazy.
not you
I mean, I'm
can't
saying how is it not critical thinking when you going outside the box?
Because you have not, just because you're going outside the box don't mean you think
more than thinking outside of the box. That's how.
You say what?
Critical thinking consists of more than thinking outside of the box.
Facts.
Why wouldn't you be following the evidence?
That's what I'm saying. That's why. That's what led me into. That's what led me into different books,
You don't have
going into different sources in the books.
listen to what
Right.
he just said. Say
Hold
it
on.
again.
What is your
Yeah,
process of
hold on, Shady.
falsification?
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
Shady.
son.
No, say
All
it
right.
again. Sutek, say it again, please.
Yeah, instead of thinking you looking outside of the box, so you're doing biased research, why don't you just follow the evidence?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, I was following in the evidence, and the evidence brought me to where I was at.
Okay, so
Ain't
when you
no way
follow the
you was
evidence,
following the evidence.
hold
See,
on.
you
When you
can't take
follow the
conclusion.
evidence, what is your process of falsification? Like, how do you like determine whether something is right or wrong? Like, what approach are you taking?
I mean, as far as I'm doing research on a historical thing, and I'm just going in it, just looking in and seeing, what they got to say about it, and
Can you see the screen?
then I'm figuring out what they're saying about it.
Can you see
But
the
I'm just going this to try to figure out what's going on, and then I'm seeing what I'm seeing.
Can you see the screen?
I just wanted you to understand, like, you kind of didn't describe a process of falsifying anything right now. Am I tripping? Did everybody else?
Nah, hold on. He ain't doing none of this shit. Vino, can you see the screen?
Yeah, what they say, opinions, beliefs, and knowledge.
Yeah, read underneath that. The first paragraph. I'm gonna read it.
Nah, man, I can't do all that right now,
You
man.
can't read. You too high.
Nah, I mean, I don't want to right now.
Why?
I don't feel like reading like that though,
You don't want me to be right.
because this really ain't.
Hey,
I
then
mean,
listen.
you talking about?
Then
You
listen.
doing research, you gotta do a lot of reading, bro.
Exactly. So listen, we are constantly forced to make choices. Fortunately, many of these choices have no serious negative consequences for us, given that they are typically directed at our best interests. Our decisions can and do affect others also, of course, not only directly with regard to to their welfare, but also in shaping their perception and response to us. We like others to treat us well, and we like to make the best decision for ourselves and others, which means that it is crucial to be as well informed as possible when making decisions. This means not only having as many of the facts at your disposal as possible, but also to treat those facts responsibly rather than conveniently ignoring those facts that you are uncomfortable with or would prefer not to believe. But what is to be informed? One way of answering this question is to say that you've achieved some sort of synchronization between the contents of your head and the world outside, that you largely believe those things that are true and disbelieve those things that are false. Unfortunately, we sometimes get this order wrong. We sometimes respond to the world as if it should correspond to our beliefs rather than treat our beliefs as if they need to correspond with the world. This reluctance to change our minds in light of evidence has been described as so pervasive as to suggest that we're living in an age of willful ignorance. However, you don't need to be that pessimistic to nevertheless agree that we are often reluctant to change our minds in light of evidence that our beliefs are false. We prefer to think that the information we are getting is false rather than thinking that something we believe may be false. And that is why the world doesn't act the way we think it should. This habit is an example of confirmation bias, the tendency to easily view evidence as confirming pre-existing beliefs and to be reluctant to understand evidence as disproving belief we currently hold.
But that's what you doing with my evidence, because the only evidence that's crazy, because the only evidence that I'm talking about is where they saying that
Hold
they
on.
saw a black man.
Hold on real
That's the
quick.
only evidence, and
Real quick.
And every
What
time a black
evidence say they saw a black man? What evidence did you present at any time that says that they saw a black man? Vino, I don't do the confirmation bias bullshit, bro.
the evidence, the only thing that I'm coming with is stuff that I'm seeing where they said that the black man. And every time I'm bringing it up, niggas is second guessing everything about the black man over here. I brought up the 1498 where the niggas in Hispaniola said that the black man come from the South. I brought up 1513 where Balboa said that he found Negroes and they thought that they was European. They thought that they was Ethiopians that had a shipwreck. And then I brought up a source from that was copywritten in 1695 about Sir Francis Drake, where in the whole book they never said anything about no African. They only called them niggas Negroes. And then on top of that, they said in 1572 that they been there banging the white boys for 80 years. They're taking it back to 1492.
You don't know. You're proving the point of what I just read. You don't know. You said I'm being biased.
That's what the book said.
No, you don't even.
That's what the book said.
You don't even fucking know how to weigh evidence. You don't know. We've proved this over and over again. Nothing.
I used 3 different books. I used 3 different books whenever they was talking about the Balboa in 1513.
Listen to what I'm saying very closely to you. Nothing in Balboa's accounts says that black people was in the Americas before they fucking arrived. Nothing in Columbus accounts state that black people was in the Americas before he fucking arrived. Nothing in Sir Francis Drake's work says that the black people that he saw, the Maroons, who are fucking Africans, was here before before any other fucking Spanish got there. Period.
So why is it saying it in the book?
Finish. I'm gonna work backwards. Sir Francis Drake told you, in his own words, that the people that he saw were people that were running from slavery. They had been enslaved by the Spanish
for 80 years.
Oh, let me finish. It don't say for 80 years. That is not what it says. That's not the exact quote.
What did it say?
Motherfucker, he telling you that these people, what he know of, been there for a while, but they've been coming with the Spanish. That's why I read Balboa's account to you. When I read Balboa's account to you and it got specific, it put context into what you was reading about this nigga.
I'm not talking about people that came over as shipmates. I'm not talking about shipmates.
You gotta listen. You got to listen. Sir Francis Drake never said that these people been in Panama before any white people came.
No, whenever they did the math, it already said it. They did the math. It was 1572. They said they've been beefing with the Woods for 80 years. That's taking it back to 1492. And that's before the Woods even got over there to Panama.
Never said any of the shit that you are saying.
It do say that.
Oh, he never said it. He never said it. He never said it.
You talking about the Sir Francis Drake said that the nigga said that.
He said that black people been here. He never said that before.
No, he didn't say that. No, he didn't say that.
He
but
never said it.
He said that
but he ain't the only one. Balboa.
They call them Africans.
Balboa never said it. He called them Maroons. And by calling them Maroons, they are Africans.
Balboa said that they found Negroes.
Africans. Balboa never said that he found Negroes.
That's what the book.
We just read the book. I brought out the specifics. No, bro. That's why I brought
So where they get that from? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Everything they got anything to do with a black person over here, it's no.
That he saw.
That's all I'm bringing up as a black man
over here. Balboa told you that the fucking black people came from Africa He said that over and over and over.
That's that African descent they trying to put on some people. These niggas don't know where these niggas came from.
How do you come to that conclusion? Based on what evidence?
Because they found the Negroes and they said that they had to be Ethiopians off of shipwreck.
What, man? Listen, it's 2 a.m. I'm asking you a specific question. What evidence?
Balboa said that he found Negroes. That's the evidence.
Oh, that is not what Balboa
So
said.
who were they
Never
calling
said that.
Native American or indigenous people? What were
Where
they calling that?
They said they found Negroes over there, and none of them never been seen, and none of them never been seen before over there in New Spain, Peru, or Casa de la Oro.
Not what
But
he
it's not
said.
making sense when you're saying that they are literally saying people are natives or indigenous here. And then you're saying that they have other black people. They know that there's a difference.
I'm saying,
The same people who are writing.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that wrote it said this. I'm not making none of this up.
You're not speaking in regard to the same thing that the people are saying, because we just spent the first half of this show talking about these accounts and being specific about what's
your account. That's your account. No. I got my sources.
Lord.
These niggas think these.
This ain't working. I'm going in circles.
You gotta let what he learned marinate.
He didn't learn shit.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He knows about qualitative and quantitative research.
No, he don't. You want to watch? Hey, Vino, what's quantitative and qualitative research? You're on mute. You're on mute. You mute yourself.
Yeah, it's different type of research techniques.
I told you.
It ain't hard. It ain't hard to find out. I appreciate the little nuggets, to help sharpen up my sword.
What is qualitative research?
Help sharpen up my sword. I appreciate all the good information.
What is qualitative research?
I don't know. I couldn't remember it, but I can always go back and go figure it out. I can always.
So the answer to your question is he ain't learned shit.
He said he didn't know. He knows that there are research methods, so now he knows there's different research methods.
Shit.
Now he knows there's different research methods.
No.
So when he does his next video, he's gonna be able to tell you what research method he used in his next video.
What's the difference between
I'm not. I don't know, man.
Maroons. What's the two types of maroons?
I don't know. It's 2 types of
I'm talking to him. What? Yeah. What 2 types of?
You said one was a Jamaican.
It's the originals, and it's the people that they brought over.
No,
originals.
It's
the people from it's the original people from the land.
No, it's the petite and it's the grand. It's the grand maroonages and it's the petite maroonages. The difference between the petite, it was that the situations were short-lived and it had something to do with community. The grand was straight runaway, G mode, we gonna build our own shit, fuck you Spaniards type shit. I said this for a reason. What I'm trying to get you to understand is there is a comprehension barrier that prevents information from being retained in this motherfucker, which goes back to the point of I said about the weed smoke, Chavis.
Here we go. Cut that out.
Whatever you smoking ain't the same shit he smoking, because you could retain what the fuck that I just said, but he can't.
Nothing to do with the weed. That's pseudo, man. I don't like how you doing that right now. That's real pseudo.
Hey, guess what? I gotta
It ain't no teacher, man.
put on
It
signs
ain't no teaching, but I appreciate the good information. You feel me?
that you saw, and I know you ignored that post about that weed smoking shit in the brain, Chavis. I know it. I know you
I ain't
ran.
ignore it.
Nah, yeah, you ignored it, nigga.
No,
Yeah,
I know it. You know,
you
it
left.
had flaws in there. You know,
Nah,
all of them got. They tell you it got limitations. All studies got limitations.
now,
So,
look what you said. Now you trying to say studies got limitations and none of your shit.
I said all of them. I'm just saying, you know, you got to keep those into consideration when you read that.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
That's
so
all I'm saying.
So that study that you was a part of twice, it had
I'm in
limitations.
one right now. I'm in one right now. All of them do. All
Hey,
of them do.
it got limitations. What you in it for?
Because I'm getting paid and I'm helping the science right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm contributing,
You ain't helping.
giving them data. You know what I'm saying? When I go up there and I give them blood and they tracking my antibodies, they looking at they looking at what, you know, if I even have the shot, you know, I could have the what's it called, the saline. I could have got a saline shot.
Your wife
had
your wife had the real shit. I don't know what you had.
I'm talking about. I'm in one right now, nigga.
Man, you a super.
I sent you the paper, nigga.
I seen the paper.
Different one. This was the stomach virus, and it's Moderna, nigga. Shut your ass up. You don't know what you're talking about right now.
I don't want to know nothing about your limited tests,
bro. Everything, every study you gonna tell you there are limitations to these things. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Don't stop acting like that. Stop acting like that. You don't say that.
Nah, I don't want no.
I'm just saying. I'm just, you know,
don't be trying to protect yourself.
Embracing my integrity. You know what I'm saying? I accept the limitations that I read about. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to act like I don't see them. You know?
I'm not listening to this. As I stated, Denise, the retainability is not there. It's not there.
This ain't no teaching, Sean P.
He can read.
Nah, he tripping though. If it's not no teaching, I don't know what we just sat here and did. That we really did just waste our time. I thought he was teaching right now. He was learning. He should have been learning about research methodology, learning about the evidence.
He learned that there is.
He's saying that I no, Denise. He said that
that's all he retained though.
He's going to use some research methodology on
his
next
not.
video
He
when he shows you worm panama.
He needs to know how because he don't know the tools. He don't know the
design.
No, he don't know the research designs. So how the fuck
you didn't really go into it either. So no, I don't think you know
the research designs.
You just showed him a picture, and then we didn't even go into the picture of the evidence. He like, I do that. You do what, nigga? What? He said he did that. I do that when he had that. When you do what? Are you reading that shit, nigga? Hell no.
I'm finna show y'all what he do.
You say you clipped that?
I'm finna show y'all what he do. I'm finna show y'all what he do right here. No cap. No. Vino, this is what you do right here. This gray area right here. YouTube video, personal anecdotes, gut feeling, parental instincts. Some guy you know, websites like Natural News, InfoWars, Natural Health Warriors, Collective Evolution, Green Med Info, Mercular.com, Well2, etc. This is what you do over here. This gray area.
You mean when you on YouTube?
This nigga still on
we on the educational. So it's like Harvard's website, and so is a lot of other college. So I don't know. That was a good one.
I mean, I brought sources. Yeah, I mean, I brought the books. I brought the pages.
Yeah, and I don't think your source agreed with your position. No, well, yes, you did. You literally said that you was doing that verbatim, like you really was saying that.
And you was watching a fucking YouTube video too, nigga.
He said
I said I watched the YouTube video and I seen the picture, and it sparked my interest.
And then I ended up finding out what the picture came from not a coincidence. And then I dug deep into the story. I found out that it was Sir Francis Drake. And then I went into the Sir Francis Drake. And
No.
then I say, okay, once these niggas said that they been here for 80 years beefing with these niggas in 1572, that's taking it back to 1492. I say, damn, them niggas was already here. And I say, damn, the nigga said that the nigga seen the black people come from the South when them niggas was in Hispaniola in 1498. And I say, damn. Then I say, damn. Then the nigga said the nigga found some niggas in 1513 within the same area.
Hey,
So
what's
I'm like,
greater?
you know,
What's
and I
greater?
just put that information out.
You
You know,
keep trying to justify your stupidity.
that's
What is
all I put
greater?
out. I'm saying that's all I put out.
Greater,
I
let's
just put
say
out the
they put it
info.
in 1498.
I
Which
just put out the info as far as
this nigga keep trying to justify his stupidity. Sit here politely and appreciate that shit. This nigga don't even have no idea that he's doing it. He's so used to it.
This shit crazy. That's literally what he doing though. Every time you ask him a question that he don't know. every goddamn time, every opportunity you get that nigga, he do that shit. That shit is funny as fuck. He can't be that real. Well, that's how you know he really is serious because he's so consistent with that shit. Oh shit!
You keep making an ass out yourself, dog.
Nah, like a motherfucker, bro. For real. It's crazy. It's
I feel
wild. Not
like you
about
all are
He
using
literally
this
think he's making sense.
as a learning opportunity
It's not.
to
The nigga
learn
ain't
how
learning.
he thinks.
If
But
he
you're
keep,
using it to learn how and why they think the way that they do.
if he keep doing the
Because
same
when you're
thing
saying that
over
he has to
and
find,
over
it's
and over
because he thinks that he's
and
doing what
over
you're saying doing.
and over, you didn't learn the shit.
Yeah, because you keep saying stuff and he's saying he's doing that stuff.
No, he's
Y'all did
not.
the same thing to me when I did the thing with
No, he did not.
when I did what's that called? My yacht thing. It was like I found like 15 definitions of religion and all this shit. So he thinks that he's doing that. When you're saying, to find a source and then find another source, he's
No,
finding multiple
he's
sources,
only
but
looking for something
he's
to support his bias,
misrepresenting
and
it.
then he ain't reading it.
Yeah, he's misrepresenting the source. That's all. But he doesn't understand that he feel like he is. He's finding multiple sources that's saying the same things. They're just not saying the things he's saying.
Yeah, I don't do stupid well. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
You don't get it. Need to fucking goddamn go back to school. Take an online class at Corsica. Shit free. Take a research methods class. Shit
It
free
is
as
free. You could do that on there. They should do that. It'd actually probably be very fun. Take that fun.
you should do it too.
I already have, thanks.
You need to take more.
I actually don't, thanks.
No, the fuck you don't. You definitely do.
I don't. I know how to research.
No, you don't.
Okay.
You think goddamn
Belief
astrology
art
is a goddamn
is a belief.
nah, you don't think it's that.
I don't think it's that. That's
No,
all I keep
I got
saying.
videos. I got videos.
You got videos of me saying it's a belief.
I got videos, I
Your
got
issue was that I said it wasn't a
do you want
pseudoscience
me to play
because
the
it was a
video? Do you
belief.
want me to play the video right now for
No,
these?
I don't. I'm
No,
telling
you
you.
just said no, you that confident. Why come I can't play the video?
You can play the video, and I'm gonna say it's a belief. I did.
No,
I
you
argued with you on your own show about
so do
that.
you okay, so when I play the
You
video,
had me read it. No, I don't need you to play a video.
no, no,
That's not. That's irrelevant to the
no,
to the cause.
no, it ain't. No, it ain't. It's got everything to do with the same because he's demonstrating the same behavior.
That's not the same thing.
It's the same shit.
Because I read the fucking
He's doing the
he
same
had me
goddamn.
read the thing live. What are you saying?
He's doing the same goddamn shit.
But I'm actually not.
Yeah.
It's
Pseudo.
a belief. It's just not a pseudoscience. Nobody's looking
Yeah.
to fucking astrology for science.
Yeah, nah, you
They
fucking.
did sometime in history, but they won't do it now because it's not scientific, and we know that. We know it's a belief.
Nans, it ain't this, it ain't that. It's type of
Yes,
fucking.
it's more of a belief than it is a pseudoscience. That doesn't even make sense. A pseudoscience. Astrology? Nobody's looking to that for science.
Pseudo signs that you fucking with.
All right. You mad or what?
I ain't mad. I just played the video.
And it's gonna prove what? That is not a pseudoscience, it's a belief. You can't even play one video. It's like 4 videos on that. Like, what are you saying?
Play your video.
Mine says it's a belief.
I'm gonna play your video.
My video says it's a
I'm
belief.
gonna play your video.
Which one?
Yeah.
Don't
So,
play my video.
yeah, nah, that's what I'm finna
Because
do.
that makes no sense.
I'm looking
I'm
for.
taking it down. I'll delete it.
I'm finna pull it up right now.
I'll make it. I'll make it so that it's what's it called? Private or something.
Nah, we finna play your shit. You
That
talking?
doesn't make any sense.
What you mean?
Go to sleep because that doesn't make any sense.
Nah, we finna play. We finna show you about what you talking about.
It's not pseudoscience.
Okay.
It's a belief.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first. That was my first video I ever did.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna say exactly what you were saying, right? What you saying right now, today. That's what it's gonna say.
That is not a pseudoscience of belief. Yes.
It's gonna say exactly that, word for word.
Yes.
You standing on that?
Yes, because that's what I said.
Well, the fuck you didn't.
I did. No, I explained that it used to be a pseudoscience. And why at one time it was considered that, and now it is not considered that because it's a belief.
Zane though.
It's a belief.
Zane though. When you say how you mumble all that shit you want to.
Okay, it's still a belief.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it says in the beginning when I have us arguing. Understand.
That shit crazy, bro.
It's okay. Peanut only has a little while longer.
Look at this make up shit.
He'll get it.
I ain't never seen it a day in my life. Motherfucker make up shit.
I'm finna go to sleep on y'all niggas. Holla at y'all.
Is there a pseudogene, EIE?
Well,
It's for people who are hopeful.
all right, Chad.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night, Chavis. I can't see who's here because I have a.
Good
What
night.
is this of?
I'm about to end it anyway.
Okay, that's good. What is? Wait, what was that pyramid of?
Amount of evidence. How evidence is relevant. Scientific amount of evidence. It's a hierarchy of science. You want to see it again so it'll make sense? All you got to do is read the top of it.
I read the top of it. I read the whole thing.
No, that part. Hierarchy of scientific evidence and what is not scientific evidence. That's why I specifically start reading all of this shit because this is what the fuck he be doing. He don't know nothing about case reports, opinion papers, and letters. Animal trials, in vitro studies, or cross-sectional case control, cohort, or randomized, or meta-analysis. And yet, you can have these things inside of your methods for historical purposes. It's 3 o'clock, bro. I'm tripping. Fucking with
Good
y'all.
night. I don't know. I'm coloring and I'm high, so I don't care.
No one asked.
Good night, people. The already loaded.
No, that motherfucking name Denise. Fuck out of here. Ivy, no. It's been good beating you up, man. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Man, you ain't do nothing but peace out. I appreciate this body bag.
All right, homie. Peace out.
Well.
All right, y'all. I'm ending this shit. This is a long ass stream, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people might catch the replay of this. If you do, and you make it to the end of this, leave a comment in the chat and say, and tell us or let us know if you feel like a comment in the video, not in the chat, a comment on the video in the comment section. If you feel like Vino learned something tonight.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top Abo leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an Abos slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.